led stock market cap has fallen by 11 lakh crore rupees. That's the amount of loss that investors have incurred in this session today. The biggest stock market fall that we have seen on the day of the union budget, in the last 6 years that we have seen. But let's see what Prime Minister Narendra Modi had to say on the Union Budget 2026. He's called it a highway of opportunities. He's also said that the reforms push that India has been riding on continues to get more momentum with the budget that's been presented today. Let's listen in to what Prime Minister Narendra Modi had to say.
ये बजट एम्बिशियस भी है और ये बजट देश की एस्पिरेशन को भी एड्रेस करता है। मैं एक बार फिर निर्मला जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस फ्यूचरिस्टिक बजट के लिए, संवेदनशील बजट के लिए, गांव, गरीब, किसान का कल्याण करने वाले बजट के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, there you heard from the Prime Minister saying and congratulating the budget team led by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to be presenting a budget that would further India's growth ambitions and the reforms push that continues. Let me also welcome in our studio, we have Shail Bhatnagar, a consulting editor, very shortly. But listen in to what exactly the top experts are also saying on this budget. They're calling it a pragmatic budget. They're calling it a balanced budget. There are, of course, a lot of announcements that have been taken care of from the sectors like manufacturing to infrastructure to increased outlay for defense. The capex itself has been increased to 12.2 lakh crore rupees. There's also a fiscal consolidation roadmap that has been maintained from 4.4% of FY26 to all the way down to 4.3% expected for FY27. There is also an expenditure. We are going to be taking a short break, however, right now, but we will be coming back and decoding for you what the top market experts make of the budget today. Of course, the stock markets have fallen, but what should be your strategy after the budget day? Tomorrow, again, the whole week of market action will be upon us, so we will be seeing whether you should be focusing on stock-specific action or the budget-related sell-off will continue in the new week as well. So stay tuned for that. We'll be coming back just shortly.
Make a bold move. Unleash your inner roar. You know you want more. The new Elevate ADV. Bold move.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
Everything is new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos. Badass forever.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by three Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation.
Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 263, Mumbai 160, Kolkata 185, Bangalore 153, Chennai 164, Hyderabad 161.
Make a bold move. Unleash your inner roar. You know you want more. The new Elevate ADV Bold Move.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our kartavya. A renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered Education to Employment and Enterprises Standing Committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Vikasit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment, and exports.
bold move. Unleash your inner roar. You know you want more. The new Elevate ADV. Bold move.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. India's Semiconductor Mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme launched in April 2025 with an outlay of 22,919 crores already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Presented by the all-new Kia Seltos, badass forever.
Special partner SBI Life, अपने लिए अपनों के लिए. Exchange partner NSE, enabling a billion dreams.
Welcome to this very special conversation. I'm coming to you live from this special setup at CII. Budget 2026 comes at a very interesting moment when India is being watched closely because of the macroeconomic numbers, which are good at home, but there are global uncertainties outside. So growth, fiscal discipline, jobs, innovation and competitiveness are all under the scanner. So over the next 1 hour, I'm going to talk to the industry titans and those who will give you a sense of the big takeaways and also the challenges post this budget. To my left is the politicians. First, Syed Nasir Hussain is a member of Parliament of the Congress Party. GVL Narasimha Rao is a former member of the Standing Committee on Finance and former MP of the BJP. Then is Dr. Naresh Trehan, Managing Director of Medanta, followed by Lakshmi Venkatraman, Founding and Managing Trustee of BYST. On my right is Rajiv Memani, President of CII, followed by Dr. Suchitra Ella, Vice President CII and also co-founder and Managing Director of Bharat Biotech International Limited. Mr. B. Thiagarajan is Chairman CII Trade Fairs and Council, and Mr. Arun Ramchandani, President SIDM and Chairman of L&T MBDA Missile Systems. I'm going to begin with you, Mr. Memani. Industry has been waiting for clear signals from the budget. Does Budget 2026 do enough to revive the investor confidence?
So I would say the investor confidence is there. So economy is doing very well. We have massive global uncertainties, but in spite of that, I think the Indian economy is doing very well. And private sector is investing, because that's the normal thing, is that private sector is not investing. I think if you look at balance sheet after balance sheet, private sector is investing. But coming to a question on budget, I think it gives a very clear direction. Firstly, there is an element of continuity. They have operated within the fiscal discipline that is very important for the long-term growth and ensuring that India meets its Viksit Bharat strategic objectives. Very strong focus on manufacturing, which is very, very important, on infrastructure, which is very, very important. And I think they've kept a thrust on some of the emerging sectors that are coming. So whether it's rare earth, whether that's nuclear, whether it's MROs, whether it's data centers, and they've provided what are structural long-term benefits for that. Okay. So they have provided fiscal they have made the changes that are required to ensure that the investments in these areas, in the newer sectors that are emerging, including semiconductors, they further get catalyzed. And I would say finally, just to close, on areas like electronics manufacturing and some of the service sector, labor-intensive sectors like textiles and others, I think there is a lot that is there in the budget. Okay,
Dr. Trehan, come in now, because healthcare is often discussed emotionally. In budget, is there enough, would you say, to see healthcare as an economic investment?
So, if you look at it, the direct issue, directing the different parts of the budgetary allocations has not happened, and maybe it'll clarify in the next few days. But on the peripheral side, huge number of issues have been addressed, which were vital for healthcare of the nation, no question. So you're starting with the points of, as a macro policy, a committee to be set up to look at education, skills and employment as a continuum, which by itself makes it possible for the policy decisions to be seamless. Okay. Second comes, and also very important in this moment where AI is taking over a huge number of jobs, and skilling for those jobs and also for the healthcare sector, which is continuing to be one of the largest employers after agriculture of human capital, will be served well by this kind of planning and execution in the future. The second is that there was a lot of emphasis from, India always suffered from a dual burden of communicable diseases and non-communicable diseases. Fortunately, the communicated diseases, the curve has come down for the reason that better sanitation, better quality of water being provided to people, and also toilets and things like that, that has made a difference. But at the same time, the NCDs, as we call non-communicable diseases, they are galloping. The cancer, heart disease, diabetes, obesity, they are actually rampaging through our society today, and not even sparing any strata of society, which is the also very sort of worrisome part of it. So from that point of view, encouraging the biopharma industry by the mission that they have made with 10,000 crores allocation will go a long way in transforming the biopharma industry from just being a pharmacy to the world by producing generics to maybe more sort of frontier-looking research where new molecules can be developed in the biofield. So that's one other factor which is going to help the NCDs. Third is to address the cancer issue.
That's right.
17 drugs have been exempt from customs, which is going to help a lot of people. So that's people looking. Also 7 rare diseases, the custom duty on that. So as you filter down, a lot of this stuff is now going to public facing from policy decision, like public facing, like incorporating Ayurveda and modern medicine into wellness centers at the grassroots levels. Again, encouraging the formation of tier 3 healthcare delivery systems. So I think all this is very positive in the right direction, and also addressing mental health.
Yes, that's
and also the aging population are the other 2 very important factors.
You know, Dr. Ella, this essential thought about innovation and self-reliance, we have been speaking a lot, particularly in post-pandemic world that we are living in. Does Budget 2026 then back innovation with money and policy?
Of course, it will definitely send a very strong message to the global community out there, because our competition for us commercially may happen within our country's borders in terms of our marketing and, other commercial aspects. But when it comes to technology, when it comes to product development, when it comes to clinical research, when it comes to process platforms, technology platforms, we always look up to the developed world for getting these kinds of inputs and essential, sometimes even to the extent of consumables and so on and so forth. India has been lucky in the sense that though we are, we have been extremely good in, bringing generic medication available at very affordable costs. But at the same time, and we have done extremely well in vaccines and biotechnology, biotherapeutic molecules, many indigenously developed. The pandemic was a great example of how we could service a billion population with 2 billion doses of vaccine, and probably the third dose would have been the 3 billion doses of vaccine. So this is something, not any other country has come close to this kind of numbers. So it goes to show that our fundamentals are strong. India's US FDA plants are 75 and above. It's the highest after the United States. So that goes to show that the active APIs that we do, the active pharma ingredients that are manufactured, the bulk drug that is manufactured here, all of them come out of these US FDA plants. Our vaccines are WHO approved, accredited facilities, which means that we can service the world, supply to the world. The next level is in where this kind of a thrust would come and start pushing us towards is that in vaccines we have brought new technologies, indigenously developed and marketed, and of course distributed to the rest of the world, to more than 150 countries, that we already do. But what we need to crack in is those new molecules, especially in the areas as Dr. Trehan had mentioned, in the NCDs, where we need in cancer therapies, in therapies for diabetes, in therapies for autoimmune disorders and so on and so forth, where we need to crack that curve, which we have not yet. So I'm sure this kind of a thrust and focus will enable the biopharma industry sector to go on to those levels of research, technology building, and eventually manufacturing.
So let me take a quick word also from the politicians before I go back to the industry voices that I have on this panel. Dr. Nasir Hussain, the opposition has often said, and the reaction which came post-budget was, many would say, on expected lines. Mamata Banerjee dismissing the budget, so was other opposition leaders, that they do not have much expectation, and according to them, the budget did not deliver on their expectations. Mamata Banerjee says that there is nothing in particular for Bengal. Similar point has been made by other Congress or opposition ruled states as well. My question then is, the government, and you heard from the industry voices, they are of the opinion that the direction of this budget is right?
See, there are lots of expectation from the countrymen, from the people of this country, especially in the background of wars, negative economic growth worldwide, tariff regime by the US government, falling rupee. So we thought there will be focus, there will be direction, there will be vision, there will be outlays, there will be plan for investment coming in, there will be plan for exports growing. There's nothing in this. What about the rural economy? Where is the plan for the employment growth? There's so many things that needed clarity and needed to be spelled out. That is not there. That's the reason why we are saying there's no direction. Hollow slogans, shiny schemes, outlays broken into tits and bits. Where is the money for the school education, quality school education? When you speak about education, what about the affordable higher education? What about agriculture? Nothing for farmers. No mention of Manrega. Then farmers needed protection, especially in terms of MSP, especially in terms of different schemes for them. There's nothing there. So the whole argument by the opposition, by the Congress party, by the entire opposition is, where is the focus, where is the direction, where is the issue on the people in real terms?
GVL.
The entire focus of this budget is to build on the successes in the last 10-11 years.
This is a budget of continuity or consolidation?
It's a budget for takeoff. Honorable Prime Minister,
budget,
we are already the fastest growing large economy in the world. From a fragile 5, Rahul Gandhi must go back to the headlines of 2014. We were considered to be one of the 5 weakest economies in the world. Today we are the 4th largest economy in the world. We are able to achieve growth, and at the same time maintain very much fundamentals of the economy. Fiscal deficit is down. Debt to GDP ratio, the target is to bring it to 50% of the GDP. We are able to achieve macroeconomic successes. Inflation is at its lowest. You've seen how whenever Congress came to power, if you look at the average inflation rate during Congress regimes, it will be 3 to 4 times higher than what it is during BJP regime. So the real growth that happens during the BJP years is certainly something that people can experience. The economic survey talked about how the real expenditure, how public expenditure has increased and how the inflation levels have gone down. So we have been able to deliver on lower taxes. The GST, lowering of GST rates has increased capacity of the people to spend. I think we are in a very positive environment today. In all the debates I have been in since morning, I find happy faces. This was not the case in the past.
Lakshmi Venkatraman, are you happy as well, or are you of the opinion that
I can see a smile on their faces.
In fact, Professor Gaurav Vallabh will also be joining me shortly. Please go ahead.
You began by saying that the big picture is good. It is indeed good, as we just heard from the speakers before me. But what is interesting is that it's been an inclusive budget because of the focus that has been paid on MSMEs, and people actually talked about micros not once but many times. It was also called a Yuva Shakti oriented budget. So the fact that 10,000 crores was given to MSMEs, the fact that 2,000 crores was allocated for a self-reliant fund, particularly for micros, goes a long way, because we have a 30 lakh crore credit gap in the MSME sector. So I think this is very welcome. Also, I think a lot of focus has been placed on employment generation sectors, whether it's handicrafts and handlooms, whether it's textiles. And they also are talking about introducing technology for the 200 clusters, for the legacy clusters, in order to enable them to catch up. So there were a lot of good aspects of it.
Yes.
The challenge here is how much of it is really going to affect the women who are also at the bottom of the pyramid.
Okay, so we are going to talk about the women, but before that, let's put the spotlight on defense. Mr. Ramchandani, there was a lot of talk about it, that post-Operation Sindoor, will the overall allocation and spending on defense go up? The signal is yes, it has gone up significantly in purchases, and also the sense is about consolidation. Does Budget 2026 then deepen defense indigenization in a meaningful way?
So the spend on domestic defense has been growing. If you see last year, 1,50,000 crores of defense production came from the domestic industry. Again, last year, the defense capital outlay was 1,80,000 crores. This year, it's gone up to 2,19,000 crores. So, from a trend perspective, we are seeing capital spending going up. When capital spending on defense goods go up, the domestic industry automatically grows. So, I think the trend is in the right direction. From an industry perspective, a 22% increase in defense capital outlay is a very positive signal to the industry. If I look at defense R&D, the DRDO capital budget, which was around 15,000 crores last year, has gone to 17,250 crores this year. Again, a 15% increase. And spending on defense R&D is a positive signal.
Okay, Mr. Tyagarajan? Yes, please, go ahead, sir. Finish your point.
Of course, there is a broader spend on new technologies and R&D, which has happened through the ANRF, etc. How much of that the defense industry can, tap into and enable growth of R&D within the industry is something that needs to be seen. But overall, the impetus is positive, both for the industry, for DRDO, for the armed forces, in terms of modernization, and I would say an impetus to the domestic industry.
Okay, so let's welcome Professor Gaurav Vallabh, who is the member of Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. He's joining us as well. Before I go to him, a word from you, Mr. Tyagarajan.
I view the budget as a building block. You have to read it in conjunction with the past 2 or 3 budgets. I don't think we expected some big bang to be there. And we are the 4th largest economy. We will become the 3rd largest economy. You have to build many things and move towards that. So I think it is in the same direction, stable, continuity. That's all we expected. We got it. We are very happy. Now, always we will tell this could have been there, that could have been there, but I think we have to come to terms with this, that the budget is a policy direction and it provides for the income, expense, fiscal deficit. There has been a continued discipline out there. Now, any other concessions can happen throughout the year. The GST is there separately, it happened, or the tobacco duty happened outside.
No, but why should it happen outside? That is the question that
what I'm saying, as long as the direction is maintained, the course corrections should be there. That's how the companies operate.
Okay, so then, Professor Gaurav Vallabh, a budget gives direction, but there are these announcements which keep happening outside budget. Like last year, in the month of October, the 2nd generation GST reforms kicked in. So the question really is that, are these more like, how should the budget be read then?
See, budget is more like a policy document, and these GST related decisions are taken by the GST Council, which is a constitutional body in itself. So if you ask me about today's budget, I will define in 3 M's: MSME, manufacturing and maintenance of reform agenda. That's all. So focus is on MSME, 10,000 crore rupees for the growth, liquidity support, and there was always one complaint that major share of MSME was taken away by the medium enterprises. So to give a thrust to the micro enterprises, there is a concept of corporate mitras. The second is the manufacturing. Manufacturing is starting from the semiconductors to the biopharma to the tool equipment for the CPSEs to the scheme for the rare earth metals. So all new age manufacturing, technology-oriented manufacturing and high engineering-based manufacturing got a thrust. And last is about the maintenance of the reform agenda. So in the budget document, in the budget speech itself, Honorable Finance Minister had mentioned that there are 350 plus reforms were taken in the last 12 years, and that agenda is continuing. I am asking you, Maria, anywhere in the world, had you heard about, or in any budget document of the most developed economies of the world, nobody talked about orange economy. These are the new pioneer concepts, and that is the new India, and that is the Gen Z. They are looking for these kind of supports. So budget is having focus on MSME, manufacturing, and momentum to the reform agenda, which is continuing for last 12 years.
Okay, let me bring in Dr. Trehan again. Dr. Trehan, there are global uncertainties, and particularly in the backdrop of 6 FTAs which have been signed in the last 1.5 years alone, the government is sending a message that despite the uncertainty in the White House, they are trying to buffer the Indian economy by looking at multiple other markets, 27 member European Union, for example, UK, EFTA, all that is the message. The question is the budget also signaling in those directions?
Most definitely.
Are we prepared? I mean, if these trade agreements and pacts may be a great idea, but is the Indian economy prepared for it? The industry prepared for it?
See, you have to look at it from the prism of what is necessary for India to do and what can be done from our relationship externally. So for India to be competitive in this world, our whole industriousness along with the development of industry has to go hand in hand, because we are competing with economies which are much more efficient today than we are right now, and unless we actually jump that or leapfrog into efficiency to the level, industriousness to the level in our blood, we'll never be able to compete. So the point basically comes is, how well can we compete in the marketplace, the world marketplace, with goods that are manufactured to precision at a reasonable cost, because today cost is everything around the world. Okay. So one, we have to actually go up the ladder on our competitive scale. Second, we must exploit the strengths that we have. Okay, just to bring it home to healthcare, we have a huge strength in our ability to deliver the highest end of care available anywhere in the world at a fraction of the cost. But does the rest of the world know that? Or are they only expecting that what their impression of India is that it may not be up to the world standards? We need to let it be known. So it has 3 advantages. One is it establishes the standard for not only for the world but for India itself. Secondly, it is a big earner, because today we can go up the value chain and we can go up to $30 billion in the next 5 years. So it could be a significant earner, foreign exchange earner. Third, it reflects the soft power of India, because we are strongest, we have the language advantage, but we have not exported healthcare to the countries that we should have. And I think the more encouragement we get to ride with the government, public sector and private sector together into these economies which can be where we can establish ourselves.
So Dr. Trehan, which country that you are looking for post these FTAs?
All of Africa.
All of Africa.
All of Southeast Asia. Healthcare is required everywhere, and the tragedy of the world is today that no country has been able to come up with an ideal healthcare system, no matter how much they spend or how small their population is. India's done leapfrogged by Ayushman. We have covered huge number of people of our population, and they can access healthcare anywhere.
Okay.
So Ayushman has been a very successful scheme, and the Prime Minister is to be credited with it. The basic thing is, what we do for ourselves is applicable to 4 billion people around us. We just need to take it to them.
Okay, so what will it take for the industry to take it to them, Mr. Memani?
Healthcare, Dr. Trehan knows better than I do. But
moving away from healthcare then, other sectors.
Yeah, no, I would say the first is, I think, to answer your earlier question also, it's wrapped into that. Anything that ensures, you have to follow, when you are an investor or when you are looking at, selling goods outside, what do you look at? You look at the macroeconomic discipline of the country. The macroeconomic discipline, anyone looks at India, they will say only one trend. GDP growth is stable, fiscal deficit is coming down, borrowings are coming down, Second is the country reforming. The Prime Minister laid out in the last 5 months post 15th August, they've done 350 reforms and the reform express is continuing to grow. The third thing is, are they focusing on the new evolving sectors or not? So if you look at the new sectors, whether you look at nuclear, you look at data centers, you look at electronics manufacturing, you look at semiconductors, you look at rare earth. I mean, I can name sectors after sectors, GCCs where they've given some benefits. So right across, there are benefits, incentives, which give long-term nudges to ensure that that investment is happening. The fourth is to say, is there, from a political standpoint, is the policy narrative consistent? The policy narrative, if you look at the last 6, 7 years, 8 years, the policy narrative have been very, very consistent. Fifth, is this country a trusted partner or not? So if you look at the number of FTAs that India is entering into, you know, at least, and the speed at which it is entering into and creating win-win propositions, it's very clear those countries want to do an FTA in India, India wants to do a FTA with them, and the number of countries, we have covered 33% of the economy, you add China and US, that's 80%. So you're balanced left with 15-20% of the global economies. You do Canada, you do some parts of Africa, we'll almost be there in terms of all major economies.
So can we then say that we don't need need an FTA or a trade agreement with the US?
I'm not saying this is whether US is there or US is not there. I think US is one of the India's largest trading partners. We are democracies which relate to each other. Of course, it is good. Having an FTA in US is of course very, very important. But that is not the only economic narrative. There is more. There are issues India has. India has to ensure what came out. India has to ensure how we are competitive from a manufacturing standpoint. How do we leverage the strength of our domestic economy? How do we ensure that it becomes easy to do business in India? How do we ensure that there is the friction that is there, or the ease of doing business there is there? I think that comes. You know, we get better and better in that. So that's what India has to focus on. That's what we have to. That's what we are focusing on. If US happens, I think that's great. Okay. I don't think anyone is saying.
But you're opening newer economies, so you're preparing for it. Mr. Tyagarajan, come in essentially on this point that we are looking at the big picture here. All eyes are on this budget. All eyes were on the economic survey, which was tabled by Finance Minister and of course drafted by the Chief Economic Advisor. Direction is clear that it's 6.8 to 7.2% growth rate. How are we then, which are the areas which have to be plugged in terms of reforms? And has the budget given enough indication of those reforms?
It has definitely given. What I wanted to, you asked a question, what it takes for you to be a part of the global supply chain. Now, first thing is the domestic market size should be larger. So you have to build scale. So if you look at the last budget, the income tax related or the GST, it is towards growing the consumption. Now, manufacturing sector has made enough investments. You will keep seeing employment rate going up. Third is, you cannot be China plus one with the dependence on China. So you have to fill in that component ecosystem. That budget takes care of it. How can be China plus one dependent on China? That is systematically being done. I will become self-reliant. Most important part is the research and development and innovation. That 1 lakh crore fund that has been set aside, that is going to fructify. Look at the national manufacturing policy. It emulates China and will do better than that. Directionally, it is providing everything that we want for to move there. And I will go on to say that I think the government has done its bit. It is for industry to now deliver.
Okay, so the government has done its bit. And is it strong enough to revive the animal spirit that we famously talk about, Mr. Ramchandani?
Sure, I think the industry is on a growth trajectory. People are making investments. The focus towards manufacturing is clearly visible. The emphasis on new age emerging sectors is also visible. People are looking at investing into semiconductors, into electronics, which I believe is a core area that will fuel growth. So to me, all the signals are right, and I think the triggers are there. So it all portends to a very positive outlook.
Okay, so the outlook is positive from the industry.
See, again...
So is there some part of the budget, okay, let me put it this way, Dr. Nasir Hussain, is there some aspect of the budget that the opposition feels is perhaps in the right direction, or there is some green area, or is it all red flags?
Maria, I think I'll again go back to basics. For me, people of the country are more important, masses are more important, have-nots are more important, people those are yearning to have something from the budget are more important for me. So, again, I'll talk about those few things. Forget about the shiny things, hollow slogans, big talk and all. No real plan to control control rising prices. No clear roadmap to protect the rupee. No strong relief packages for exporters. No guaranteed mass job creation program. No plan to raise wages. No serious middle class relief. No direct monthly expense relief. No firm farmer income protection, which I mentioned earlier. No system to stop payment delays to farmers and MSMEs. No full healthcare affordability. No major push to upgrade government school quality. No survival cushion for small businesses. No price control roadmap for essentials. No strict delivery tracking for welfare schemes. No accountability rule for unused budget money. No urban household relief plan. No clear unemployment support. No debt burden warning. No timeline guarantees. No delivery audit promise. And if you look at the...
there are long list of no's.
The long list of no's and the long list of no's for the mass of the people of this country. So maybe, see, every budget will have some shiny parts here and there. So
let's look at the no's here.
No's have.
No, but that point that has been made by Nasir Hussain here was something that was told to me earlier today by the chairman of the 15th Finance Commission as well, Mr. N.K. Singh. He said that 8,000 crore was given to the urban cities for making of urban cities, and that was not utilized. So non-utilization of funds is a challenge as well.
No masses. Let me now respond. No masses, does it include people of Bihar or no? No, when he says no masses, does it include people of Mumbai or no? Does it include people of Delhi or no? So all the entire country is rallying behind Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. As India has faced challenges, global challenges, as the saying goes, when the going gets tough, Modi gets going. Okay. This, I think you will have to rewrite this slogan. You have to rewrite this slogan.
Okay.
This is the character of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And when you talk about, let me talk about the positives. We have the highest public expenditure spending, highest infrastructure spending at 12.2 lakh crores. We have very low fiscal deficit. We have one of the lowest inflation rates in the country. I think we are spending all 7 strategic sectors which require India to really take a big, where India needs to make big growth, we are investing in those sectors. I think we are investing in manpower. We are investing in creating a new class of healthcare professionals, a new class of finance professionals.
The two of you?
Because the Prime Minister Modi looks everything from a positive spectrum. Opposition, unfortunately, looks at it through negative spectrum, and they have paid a price for it. We are happy about it.
Okay, a quick response from you, and then I bring in others.
You were speaking about the cuts in the spending or the allocation. Look at the financial performance in current year 2025-26. See, the RE 25-26 is lower than budget 25-26. See, revised revenue received lower by 78,000 crores. Revised net tax receipts lower by 1,62,000 crores. Total expenditure cut by 1,503 crores. Capital expenditure cut by 1,44,000 crores. Sectors where funds have been cut. Health 3,700 crores, education 7,000 crores, social welfare 10,000 crores, agriculture 7,000 crores, rural development 53,000 crores, urban development 39,000 crores, development of northeastern states about 1,500 crores, and on SC, ST over OBC 890 crores, 690 crores, 360 crores and 2,000 crores. Jal Jeevan Mission 50,000 crores, PM Awas Yojana 3,200 crores.
Dr. Nasir Hussain, I can see the preparation.
So if you take up the discussion of the budget in the last year, same discussion was there.
Okay,
people thought it was all good. There are lots of promises, and this is the number.
So the devil is in the details, Dr. Suchitra. Yes, you want to take that?
I just want to respond. I said, you know, when you make a budget at the beginning of the year, you make certain estimates. What happened was the tax revenues, because the government gave a lot on personal tax and gave a lot on GST, the tax revenues fell short by, as he said, 1,50,000 crores. So either you keep on spending and your interest rates will go haywire, your inflation will go haywire because your fiscal, it'll respond to all the questions that he had raised. Your fiscal deficit gets out of control. So what you do is you also rationally look at all your expenses and say if those money is not being spent effectively, then you cut down on some of the expenses that you have to make, because at the end of the day, for India to grow, for inflation to be successful, for India to achieve Viksit Bharat, our fiscal deficit maths has to work. And I think to the credit of this government, right or wrong, I think that's one thing that they have done, that the macroeconomic discipline and the fiscal deficit maths has to. I don't want to get into a slanging match of it, but I was just taking.
More than 1 lakh crores that had to be gone to the states was cut by the centre. Poorest, the states getting poorer, that had to be go
that
from the
centre
Centre has given 1.8 lakh crores to the states for their capex. Without central long-term financial assistance, the states would have really been in difficulty.
So
the centre has.
difficulty.
Everything's new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos. Badass forever.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
For Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman would be to maintain stability amidst volatile geo-economic situation.
What will this budget mean for the average taxpayer and the common citizen? And how will the reforms expressed continue to be on track in 2026? Join my colleagues Maria Shakil and Siddharth Zarabi budget coverage of Modinomics 2026. See you there.
Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERS, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through and approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists.
Everything's new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos. Badass forever.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by 3 Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region and sector has access to resources, amenities and opportunities for meaningful participation.
और मैं आज ममता जी को कहने आया हूं, पर्दा डालना है तो डालो ममता जी, पर्दा डालना है तो डालो। अप्रैल के बाद भाजपा सरकार आएगी और अग्निकांड के आरोपियों को चुन चुन कर हम जहर की सलाखों के पीछे गए। आनंदपुर वेयर हाउस का अग्निकांड, ममता जी चीख चीख कर कहता है कि अग्निकांड में आपके लोग शामिल हैं।
Presented by the all-new Kia Seltos, badass forever.
Special partner SBI Life, अपने लिए अपनों के लिए forever. Special partner SBI Life, अपने लिए अपनों के लिए Exchange partner NSE, enabling a
हर क्षेत्र को इसमें ध्यान दिया गया है। यहाँ तक कि एक वर्षों से हम सोचते थे कि कंटेनर भारत में क्यों नहीं बन सकते, जो कंटेनर में माल आयात निर्यात होता है। 10,000 करोड़ रुपए सिर्फ कंटेनर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को प्रोत्साहन देने का माननीय निर्मला जी ने घोषणा की है।
यह बजट भारत की पिछले 12 साल की सफर को मजबूती से संगठित करता है और विकसित भारत 2047 का भविष्य का निर्माण स्थापित करता है। और जहां एक मजबूती दी गई है हमारे अधोसंरचना के लिए, हमारे कैपेक्स के लिए, जहां ग्रोथ 7.5% तक पहुंच चुका है, महंगाई पर पूरी तरह से कंट्रोल 1.7% पिछले 9 महीने में, जो एक भारत का रिकॉर्ड रहा है, और वहीं फिस्कल डेफिसिट भी पूर्ण रूप से कंट्रोल में है। वहीं इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कैपेक्स में जो 2 लाख करोड़ होता था 2014-15 में, आज बढ़कर 11 लाख करोड़ हो गया है और अगले साल 12 लाख करोड़ तक हम लोग ले जाएंगे।
इस बजट को अगर आप देखिएगा तो आपको एहसास होगा कि किस तरीके से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे बल दिया गया है, रूरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे बल दिया गया है, अर्बनाइजेशन के ऊपर जोर दिया गया है, गांव शहर की दूरी को कम करने का इसमें प्रयास किया गया है, आत्मनिर्भरता पे बल दिया गया है।
मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पे बहुत बड़ा फोकस दिया गया है। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो, सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो, और आईटी सर्विसेज के लिए बहुत एक सिग्निफिकेंट सिंप्लीफिकेशन किया गया है। आज बजट में एक नए डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर जो कि बंगाल में दांकुनी, वहाँ से गुजरात में सूरत, इसको जोड़ने वाला, ईस्ट को वेस्ट के साथ जोड़ने वाला नया डीएफसी भी सैंक्शन हुआ है।
Everything's new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos. Badass forever.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our kartavya. a renewed emphasis on the service sector to provide a pathway to fulfilling aspirations of a youthful India with the following measures. I propose to set up a high-powered Education to Employment and Enterprises Standing Committee to recommend measures that focus on services sector as a core driver of Viksit Bharat. This will make us a global leader in services with a 10% global share by 2047. The committee will prioritize areas to optimize the potential for growth, employment, and exports.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Scaling up of manufacturing in 7 strategic and frontier sectors. Biopharma Shakti, meaning biopharma strategy for health advancement through knowledge, technology, and innovation. India's disease burden is observed to be shifting towards non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer, and autoimmune disorders. Biologic medicines are key to longevity and quality of life at affordable costs. To develop India as a global biopharma manufacturing hub, I propose the Biopharma Shakti with an outlay of 10,000 crores over the next 5 years. This will build the ecosystem for domestic production of biologics and biosimilars. The strategy will include a biopharma-focused network with 3 new national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research, popularly known as NIPERs, and upgrading 7 existing ones. It will also create a network of 1,000 accredited India clinical trials sites. We propose to strengthen the Central Drug Standard Control Organization to meet global standards and approve timeframes through and approval timeframes through a dedicated scientific review cadre and specialists. Our government's sankalp is to focus on our poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. To deliver on this sankalp, and given that this is the first budget prepared in Kartavya Bhavan, we are inspired by 3 Kartavya. Our first Kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth by enhancing productivity and competitiveness and building resilience to volatile global dynamics. Our second Kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people and build their capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Our third Kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is to ensure that every family, community, region, and sector has access to resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
India's semiconductor mission 1.0 expanded India's semiconductor sector capabilities. Building on this, we will launch ISM 2.0 to produce equipment and materials, design full-stack Indian IP, and fortify supply chains. We will also focus on industry-led research and training centers to develop technology and skilled workforce. The Electronics Components Manufacturing Scheme, launched in April 2025 with an outlay of 22,919 crores, already has investment commitments at double the targets. We propose to increase the outlay to 40,000 crores to capitalize on this momentum. Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our kartavya.
I have one question, and this is for the young parents. They have this concern, which has been perhaps flagged by your economic survey. You have spoken about rapid rise of digital addiction and screen-related mental health challenges in India. How much of that is a concern? And what was the need for economic survey to highlight that?
It's a big concern for the simple reason that demographic dividend rests on that, because today's adolescents are the ones who are going to be part of the workforce tomorrow, and if they are going to be afflicted by anxiety, suicidal thoughts, unable to concentrate and apply themselves in cognitive tasks involving concentration, etc., it will show up in productivity, it will show up in absenteeism, and naturally therefore economic output will suffer. So there is a very direct one-to-one correlation between this and what it means for future growth.
Presented by the all-new Kia Seltos, badass forever.
Special partner SBI Life, अपने लिए अपनों के लिए. Exchange partner NSE, enabling a billion dreams.
Hello and welcome. Good evening. You're joining us live here on India Today as we continue our non-stop coverage of the budget presentation by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Over the next few hours, we're going to be breaking down the highlights, the takeaways, the reactions and much more. But we begin with the big breaking news that's coming in. And it's been bloodbath in Dalal Street today. The market giving a thumbs down to Budget 2026. We saw Sensex tumbling down by over 1,500 points. Nifty too reacting in a similar manner. And now we've got details of what the government has had to say about the negative reaction in the stock market. They've attributed it to the increase in STT on futures and options, which is what all experts also are saying, that it was that one decision that led to the markets reacting. But sources also highlighting to us that the government chose to do so because they want to discourage F&O trading, futures and options trading, which is why they've chosen to go ahead and increase the STT. But the government says they're confident that the market situation will stabilize very, very soon. They believe that this is a temporary reaction. I want to bring in Aishwarya Paliwal for more details on this. Aishwarya, the messaging from the government is that they kind of saw this coming, the bloodbath on D Street, keeping in mind the fact that they wanted this reform to be pushed in. They want to discourage F&O.
Well, definitely, Akshita, we have seen how over the past few months, there have been certain days when the markets have seen too much volatility. As a result, those people, those who have not been investing a lot, but actually have been investing over the past few years, they are the ones who have been suffering a lot. The government really wants to discourage this. They also believe that those who have large portfolios, they are the ones who actually can save themselves, but those who invest in small amounts, they are the ones who are at high risk, and that's the reason why we are seeing government now coming out with that. In fact, just a couple of minutes ago, it was the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman very, very clearly spelling it out that the government was very keenly looking at what was happening in the markets. They also did an evaluation of the amount of money that was being lost and the number of people who were being affected by it. So to safeguard those people and to make markets more secure, this is the step that the government has taken.
And the government believes that while we're seeing this kind of a reaction in the markets today, it will stabilize very, very soon. So we'll have to see if that actually happens come tomorrow. Thanks, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. If you missed out on the budget presentation and what really we're talking about here, about the impact on markets, remember this is the STT, the Securities Transaction Tax. It's a direct tax imposed on the buying and selling of securities in India. And it's one particular aspect of F&O's futures and options that we've seen the STT being hiked on. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announcing that hike today in the budget speech is what triggered an immediate reaction from the markets. The decision didn't go down well with the markets, and indices Nifty and Sensex, their impact was seen as both plunged. We get you details of how the market reacted first in this report.
The stock markets gave the budget a thumbs down. Both the BSE Sensex and the NSE Nifty ended nearly 2% down. The Sensex closed at 80,722.94 points and the Nifty at 24,825.45 points. The markets went on a roller coaster ride after Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced a hike in the Securities Transaction Tax. The STT for futures trade has been raised to 0.05% from 0.02%. For options trading, the hike is from 0.01% to 0.15%.
I propose to raise the STT on futures to 0.05% from the present 0.02%. STT on options premium and exercise of options are both proposed to be raised to 0.15% from the present rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively.
The government will also tax buyback proceeds for all types of shareholders as capital gains. The government said that the increase in STT is only in futures and options and that it aims to curb excessive short-term speculation that results in losses to ordinary investors.
The primary objective of raising the tax rates on STT has been that it is meant to essentially handle the systemic risk in derivative markets. Even after this increase, however, the rates of STT will remain modest compared to the volume of the transactions that is happening there.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Formation, approximately 30%, and the reluctance of the private sector to invest it. 5. The uncertain outlook for flow of FDI into India and the persistent outflow of FPI for the last several months. 6. The agonizingly slow pace of fiscal consolidation and the continued high fiscal deficit and revenue deficit contrary to the FRBM. 7. The persistent gap between officially announced inflation numbers and the ground reality in terms of bills for household expenditure, education, healthcare, and transport. 8. The closure of lakhs of MSMEs and the struggle to survive of the remaining MSMEs. 9. The precarious employment situation, especially youth unemployment. 10. Growing urbanization and the deteriorating infrastructure in urban areas, municipalities, and corporations. Now, there are many more. For example, the depreciation of the rupee. None of this was addressed by the Finance Minister today. None. Not one of the challenges were addressed by the Finance Minister. It was therefore not surprising that the applause was perfunctory and most of the audience tuned out in quick time. In fact, I noticed that the telecast by Sansad TV switched off a few times. Even by an accountant's standards, it was a poor account of the management of the finances in 2025-26. Revenue receipts were shot by rupees 78,086 crore. Total expenditure was shot by rupees 1,503 crore. Revenue expenditure was shot by rupees 75,168 crore, and capital expenditure was cut by 1,44,376 crore. This is between the center and the states. Not a word to explain this miserable performance in revenue and expenditure. Actually, the center's capital expenditure has fallen from 3.2% of GDP in 24-25 to 3.1% in 25-26. Capital expenditure has actually fallen in the year that concluded. In revenue expenditure, the cuts have fallen in heads that concern the common people. I'm giving you some examples. Rural development, 53,067 crore is a cut. Urban development, rupees 39,573 crore. Social welfare, rupees 9,999 crore. Agriculture, rupees 6,985 crore. Education, rupees 6,701 crore. Health, rupees 3,686 crore. Funds have been cut in crucial sectors and programs. Expenditure on the much vaunted Jal Jeevan mission, you can't believe this number, was cruelly cut from 67,000 crore to a mere
Okay, you just heard there the Congress raising objections to the budget, saying that what's the ground reality versus the issues that were raised. None of it was addressed is their contention. But let's get you more breaking news coming in. A reaction from Prime Minister Modi, who's hailed the budget 2026, saying that this budget empowers the poor, the farmers, the youth and women. Prime Minister Modi highlighting how the budget is focused particularly on Atmanirbhar Bharat, on a self-reliant India, and also on the other big pitch of Make in India. So he said that the budget that's been presented earlier today by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman focused largely on these two aspects of Atmanirbharta and Make in India, and giving an active push to these two campaigns by the government. He's also highlighted that this is a budget that focuses on empowering youth, which in fact Nirmala Sitharaman had said when she said that this is a Yuva Shakti budget. He's highlighted how it empowers the poor, the farmers as well as women. Just to highlight really on the issue of Nari Shakti, which is something that the government constantly speaks of. You had the Finance Minister also highlighting steps being taken to help women entrepreneurs, to help them in not just funding but in other steps as well. Also speaking about Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, you had the step being taken by the government of announcing one girls' hostel in every district now of the country. So those are just some of the steps that the government has taken, announced in this budget. Let's play out for you what the Prime Minister said.
हमारी सरकार ने गरीबों और मध्यम वर्ग को सस्ता और अच्छा इलाज देने में बहुत ध्यान दिया है। पिछले 11 सालों में बहुत सारी दवाएं सस्ती की गई है। गरीबों को और बुजुर्गों को मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधाएं दी गई है। इस बजट में इसी संवेदनशीलता के साथ और भी महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लिए गए हैं। कैंसर के इलाज को और सस्ता करने के लिए अनेक कैंसर दवाओं को और सस्ता किया गया है।
Okay, so that's the message from Prime Minister Modi on the budget. He's hailed it, saying that it's all about empowerment of several marginalized sections of society. But let's put the focus on exactly what Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, announced today as part of the budget presentation. Remember, this is her record 9th budget. And on the surface, budget 2026-27 aims to speed up India's reform agenda as the nation marches towards its Viksit Bharat vision. So this was a budget, as the government put it, that puts the focus on 2047. But there are implications beyond the economy. We're talking of the politics behind it. Every single year, there's a lot of focus also on the budget and what it has to do with the elections that will be announced that year. It's always aligned. And so this time, remember that in just about 2 months from now, you're going to see 4 major states, 1 union territory head to the polls. Was there any specific announcement made for these states? Well, there was endless speculation that the government could take that extra step of wooing voters with special policy stops. We've seen it before. This time, however, that didn't happen. The budget does include some development initiatives in poll-bound states, but it stops short of appearing as direct election appeasement. So no sops. You had a whole lot of symbolism messaging, including the Finance Minister wearing a Kanjivaram sari from poll-bound Tamil Nadu, but no big bang announcements, really. I'll break it down for you. Let's focus first on Tamil Nadu, one of the 2 southern states the BJP is yet to breach, one of the 2 southern states going to polls. Tamil Nadu has received the largest share of budget promises among all the poll-bound states, but that isn't to say that there's a huge amount to talk about. Rare earth corridors is something that's been announced, and that's something that benefits multiple states, including Tamil Nadu. There's also Kerala in that particular list. Under this initiative, the state will get support to set up dedicated corridors. This is for mining, processing and manufacturing rare earth permanent magnets. It's vital for electronics and electric vehicle manufacturing. This hugely benefits the entire country, and for Tamil Nadu also, it's a huge step. There's also a major connectivity push. What am I talking about? High-speed rail corridors were announced by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, 7 of them. 2 of them will directly benefit Tamil Nadu. One of those high-speed rail corridors is from Hyderabad to Chennai, another connecting Bengaluru to Chennai. So you've got better connectivity among the southern cities. Now, besides that, another announcement for Tamil Nadu, fishermen in the state will get duty-free benefits for fish caught in an exclusive economic zone. And like West Bengal, which I'll talk about in a bit, in Tamil Nadu too, textile schemes will help, will boost the state's textile hubs. But there's already politics that's breaking out, because you've got the DMK, the Congress criticizing the budget, saying even in an election year, even when the state is poll-bound, Tamil Nadu is not being given its due importance. Let's get you those reactions.
Very, very disappointing. And most of the states had requested for a devolution of funds of 50%. And again, they've said only 41%. That is very, very disappointing for all the states. And there's nothing actually concrete in this budget. And even with the elections in mind, they have not announced anything for Tamil Nadu. They're not giving us anything, but then they want to, mine rare earth from Tamil Nadu, and it's a very, very disappointing budget.
The Union budget is pretty disappointing. We expect there will be a big ticket reforms visionary announcement, but that's seriously lacking. Not many big schemes for any of the ruling, the election going states. That actually it's very clear that actually BJP thinks they will not win these elections, so they don't want to put any money into our pocket. And there is a mention of a rare earth mineral corridor in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Odisha. That is very deeply concerning to us. We do not want the BJP-friendly corporate come and loot our minerals.
I was expecting at least she will show some concern towards the viewers of that consumer, but nothing has come out of the budget. In fact, the very mention of the, if you read the economic survey, it lays out a clear pathway. At least in that line, they could have announced something.
Let's get you the first statement coming in from Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin on Budget 2026. As expected, Chief Minister Stalin has criticized the budget, saying it's delivered an unprecedented disappointment. That's what he's termed the budget as. He says the welfare of Tamil Nadu has been completely ignored in the budget. Stalin has said it's condemnable that Tamil Nadu's share in union taxes has been reduced by approximately 1,200 crore rupees this year. So the DMK not happy. I'll bring in Pramod Madhav, who's joining us live from Chennai with more details on this. Multiple reactions that we've received, Pramod, of the DMK saying that they're disappointed by the budget, by the fact that there were no big bang announcements for Tamil Nadu. But what really were the expectations from the DMK, from the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, that's led to him calling this an unprecedented disappointment?
Well, Akshita, it's very important that even before the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman could even table the budget, the Chief Minister actually tweeted that there are a lot of necessary items for the state of Tamil Nadu, and he kind of criticized, claiming that along with initiating the talks with Tirukkural or very other using Tamil itself, just bring more programs for the state of Tamil Nadu, considering we have elections. And now after the budget, he calls us as disappointment 3 times. Disappointment, disappointment and disappointment, claiming that the first and foremost issue is about tax devolution from 41% to 50%. That has not been fulfilled. He claims that close to 1,200 crores of tax has been cut as well, and important funds allocation for various programs that has been not provided. And the question about will the Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan and various funds that are supposed to be released, that has not been answered. And this is why he claimed, the Chief Minister claims, that this budget has been a complete disappointment for the state of Tamil Nadu, Akshita.
All right, Pramod, thanks for all of those details. Let's focus on the other poll-bound state, the state of Kerala. The BJP is hoping for strong electoral gains. So were there any sort of allocations, big announcements for Kerala? Well, similar to Tamil Nadu, Kerala too will benefit from some of the same initiatives. The Rare Earth Corridor Initiative, for example, or Fishermen Steps. The union government has also promised support for coconut, cocoa and cashew farmers and plans to develop what's referred to as turtle trails along key nesting sites to boost ecotourism. These are trekking trails, essentially. The Congress, however, has criticized the centre, as has the left, saying the budget ignores the state's pressing needs. The focus largely has been, to some extent, on farming, on rare earth minerals, of course, and also, importantly, on tourism. Let's get to all of the reactions.
हम जो इंतजार कर रहे थे मेरे केरला में हम कुछ नहीं सुन पाए एक टर्टल ट्रेल के बारे में सुना उसके अलावा और रेयर अर्थ्स मैं भी कुछ समय से कह रहा था लेकिन उसके अलावा केरला के लिए कुछ नहीं सुनाई दिया एक ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मेडिकल साइंस में 15 साल से इंतजार कर रहे हैं कोई अनाउंसमेंट नहीं था ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ आयुर्वेदा की अनाउंसमेंट किया लेकिन नहीं बताया कि कहाँ क्यों नहीं केरला में बताना चाहिए था कोई जामनगर के बारे में कुछ बोला लेकिन केरला के बारे में
The budget has avoided Kerala, has been neglected. Kerala has been badly neglected. And when the special corridors, railway corridors have been announced also, Kerala has no mention. Not just that, whatever project has been announced, there is no financial clarity on what has been announced. What the allocation is has not been explained.
And a reaction coming in now from Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, who's accused the centre of discrimination. According to the Kerala Chief Minister, the government has forgotten the fact that Kerala is also on the map of India. This is essentially an attack by the Kerala Chief Minister to question why there hasn't been any sort of allocation for Kerala. Pinarayi Vijayan has said that the centre's move to seize Kerala's mineral wealth is extremely dangerous. Now, remember that there has been rare earth corridors, mineral corridors that have been announced by the government. This, according to the Kerala government, is an attempt to seize Kerala's mineral wealth. And so Pinarayi Vijayan says this is extremely dangerous. Pinarayi Vijayan has also said that the kind of announcements made in the budget is a policy that paves the way for private monopolies to mine in Kerala. Now, there have been several demands that the Kerala government put forth for an aims for high-speed corridors for railway development, a special package for Virinium port development. The Kerala Chief Minister said that none of that has come through. All of that has been completely ignored.
അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ വളരെ നിരാശാജനകമാണ് ഇന്ത്യൻ എക്കണോമിയെ അത് നിരാശാജനകമായ അവസ്ഥയിലേക്ക് എത്തിക്കുന്നു വ്യക്തമാവും. ഞാൻ പറയാൻ ആദ്യം ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ മാത്രം പ്രശ്നമല്ല, സംസ്ഥാനത്തിൻ്റെ കാര്യം മാത്രമല്ല, ഇന്ത്യയിലെ സാമ്പത്തിക രംഗത്ത് നല്ല മുന്നേറ്റം ഉണ്ടാവാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് എപ്പോഴും ശ്രമിക്കേണ്ടത് കേന്ദ്ര ഗവൺമെൻറ് നയങ്ങളിൽ കൂടിയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇന്ത്യൻ എക്കണോമിയിൽ ഇതെങ്ങനെ ബാധിക്കും? വാസ്തവത്തിൽ ഇന്ത്യൻ എക്കണോമിയിൽ ഒരു റിസഷൻ ട്രെൻഡാണ് എന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ ആദ്യം ഇതിൻ്റെ ബഡ്ജറ്റ് അറ്റ് ഗ്ലാൻസ് എടുത്തിട്ട് അതിൻ്റെ ആദ്യ ഭാഗം നോക്കുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ മനസ്സിലാവും. ബാക്കി കേരളത്തിലെ കാര്യത്തിലേക്ക് വരാം. കേരളത്തിനോട് ചെയ്യേണ്ട കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തില്ല, നമ്മൾ എക്സ്പെക്ട് ചെയ്ത കാര്യങ്ങളൊന്നും ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല എന്നുള്ള കാര്യമുണ്ട്.
Okay, I'll bring in Shibi Mol for more details on this. Shibi, while, several states, irrespective of the politics, have welcomed the fact that we're going to be seeing this kind of rare earth mineral corridor being set up across the country, in Kerala, the Chief Minister is saying that this is an attempt to loot the state of its resources.
Exactly, because the state government, what Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan is saying is the state government had already announced in its budget that a mineral corridor would be established in the public sector by connecting regions like Viriniam, Chavara and Kollam and Kochi and Ernakulam. So, despite all that, the central government is now moving to hand over the mineral resource to private companies, is what Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan says. He says that, this is an attempt to ensure that the private monopolies enter into this field of mining, because when it comes to Kerala's mining sector, it's always the government, the public sector that has always, held control. It's the projects announced by the government that's always taken over. But here the government is trying to bring in private corporates into this industry, and, and that's a dangerous trend, is what Chief Minister highlights. And also, not just Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, even if you see the response of Congress MPs like K.C. Venugopal, the ICC General Secretary, it's also been the same. He also has gone on to say that we'll have to wait and see what are the details of this, rare earth mineral corridor, because we'll have to wait and see, considering that it might be to fatten the corporates and destroy the public sector in Kerala, because in Kerala, traditionally it's been held by the public sector, the state government. So this is something that both the government as well as the Congress, the main opposition to the state, is pointing out, and likely to play out politically also in the coming days, with questions being raised to the BJP in the state also.
All right. Thanks, Shibi, for those details. And finally, the poll-bound state of West Bengal. What are the announcements made for Bengal? Well, in the budget, there has been a major infra push for the state. What are we talking about? Well, there's a new freight corridor linking Dhankuni to Surat, a high-speed rail corridor from Varanasi to Siliguri. In addition, there are some other initiatives, the Text Eco Initiative, Samarthi 2.0, all expected to focus on the textile sector. That helps, of course, parts of Bengal which are textile hubs. Now, besides this, the politics continues. The opposition has said they're not impressed at all with the announcements that have been made, with the TMC saying they expected a whole lot more. The budget has been labelled as visionless, as missionless. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has actually called it a Humpty Dumpty budget. She's saying it offers nothing at all for the state.
What they said about 3 corridor, that is absolutely a garbage of lies. Blatant lies. It is already on process. They have not given a single paisa to Bengal. Only one tax is there, GST. They are taking away our money. Are saying big talk. They are giving us money. It is our money. Now only one tax is there. What they are collecting from Bengal, they are not giving our food funds. We will get about more than 2 lakh crores from the central government. So they don't have any moral authority to run the government and to finish the country like this. They want to destroy the economic structure of the country.
यही बीजेपी का जो स्टेप मदरली एटीट्यूड है वो दर्शाता है। हम लोग तो ये 5 साल से कह रहे हैं, 2021 में बीजेपी हारने के बाद अगर ये सरकार दिखा पाए व्हाइट पेपर रिलीज करके कि बंगाल में 2021 में हारने के बाद एक आदमी को मनरेगा में एक जॉब कार्ड होल्डर को डायरेक्ट बैंक ट्रांसफर के द्वारा पैसा मिला है, तो मैं राजनीति छोड़ दूंगा। स्टेट मदरली ट्रीटमेंट और एटीट्यूड, बंगाल में आप हार रहे हो इसलिए बंगाल के लोगों को सबक सिखाना है। लोकतंत्र में सबक जनता सिखाता है, राजनेता या राजनीतिक कोई पर्सनालिटी नहीं सिखाता है।
Okay, I'll bring in Indrajit Kundu for details really of what were the expectations, Indro, from the budget really for the people of Bengal. You know, you've got a whole lot of politics. Mamata Banerjee has called this, funnily enough, a Humpty Dumpty budget. But what were the TMC's demands really from the budget?
Well, not specifically from the budget itself, but the Trinamool Congress or the Mamata Banerjee government here has been quite vocal over the past several years now about impending dues of the state. As Mamata Banerjee just suggested in her reaction that the state government claims 2 lakh crore worth of funds that the central government owes to the state government. This is the claim that has been made by the West Bengal government, not today, but over several years right now. We've seen the Trinamool Congress leading delegation to various central government ministries. There have been protests that took place in New Delhi. There were dharnas here in Kolkata as well. So Trinamool Congress, in a sense, reiterating their position and then calling whatever little that have come Bengal's way, they're calling it too little and not consequential. She, of course, spoke about the freight corridor that connects Dhankuni and Hooghly district with Surat in Gujarat. She's saying that this is an old project, something that she had, announced when she was the railway minister. And as far as the high-speed train corridor connecting Varanasi and Siliguri is concerned in North Bengal, that also seems to have not pleased many as far as the TMC, government here in West Bengal is concerned. So they're saying it's a poll-bound state, but because the BJP has not been able to succeed electorally, therefore they are trying to give West Bengal a miss.
Well, unsurprisingly, it's a whole lot of politics over the budget in the poll-bound states. Thanks very much, Indra, for joining us with all of those details. So, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman just about an hour ago held a press conference, standard practice post the budget, where she has this press briefing. And there was a question asked about the criticism that's coming from the opposition that the budget did not do enough for poll-bound states. How did she respond to that? Listen in.
See, the industrial corridors are very critical for supply chains. We need a predictable mineral, rare earth and magnet related products to be made available for India's manufacturing. Whether it's lithium ion, whether it's automobile sector, whether it's the new age solar, you need these rare earths to be processed and be made available. We have enough raw materials. The coastal areas are rich in these minerals. And therefore, states also felt, I must credit that the interaction that I had with the finance ministers pre-budget, many states felt that there are rare earths which they can utilize. We then sat up in the budget group that we have, Revenue Secretary, DFL, Secretary DA, and thrashed out, talking with the states. What are the kind of things that we can do so that their capacities to extract these minerals, process them, make them something which the industry can benefit from. So India can be less dependent on imports of these materials. That is where, having spoken to states, we thought it's very important to recognize the corridor and give a policy for it so that industries can invest, private sector can come in, governments, state and center can come together on it. That is where these corridors were announced. And looking at the success of the defense corridor, I can confidently say these rare earth corridors will make that big a difference to the Indian economy. The first question, I think there's enough to cover all the election states. If I do, you will ask me, why have you done it only for the election states? Now I've done it for election and non-election states as well. You want me to spell out what has been done only for the election states? I'm quite happy to do it.
Okay, so that's Nirmala Sitharaman saying, why limit what I'm spelling out just to election states and not speak about non-election states, highlighting that the government doesn't discriminate based on when elections are scheduled in which state. But let's get you more reactions to the budget. Union ministers have been speaking out, hailing different aspects of the budget. Here are some of those highlights.
हर क्षेत्र को इसमें ध्यान दिया गया है। यहाँ तक कि एक वर्षों से हम सोचते थे कि कंटेनर भारत में क्यों नहीं बन सकते, जो कंटेनर में माल आयात निर्यात होता है। 10,000 करोड़ रुपए सिर्फ कंटेनर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को प्रोत्साहन देने का माननीय निर्मला जी ने घोषणा की है।
यह बजट भारत की पिछले 12 साल की सफर को मजबूती से संगठित करता है और विकसित भारत 2047 का भविष्य का निर्माण स्थापित करता है। और जहां एक मजबूती दी गई है हमारे अधोसंरचना के लिए, हमारे कैपेक्स के लिए, जहां ग्रोथ 7.5% तक पहुंच चुका है, महंगाई पर पूरी तरह से कंट्रोल 1.7% पिछले 9 महीने में, जो एक भारत का रिकॉर्ड रहा है, और वहीं फिस्कल डेफिसिट भी पूर्ण रूप से कंट्रोल में है। वहीं इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कैपेक्स में जो 2 लाख करोड़ होता था 2014-15 में, आज बढ़कर 11 लाख करोड़ हो गया है और अगले साल 12 लाख करोड़ तक हम लोग ले जाएंगे।
इस बजट को अगर आप देखिएगा तो आपको एहसास होगा कि किस तरीके से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे बल दिया गया है, रूरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे बल दिया गया है, अर्बनाइजेशन के ऊपर जोर दिया गया है, गांव शहर की दूरी को कम करने का इसमें प्रयास किया गया है, आत्मनिर्भरता पे बल दिया गया है।
बहुत बड़ा फोकस दिया गया है, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो, सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो, और आईटी सर्विसेज के लिए बहुत एक सिग्निफिकेंट सिंप्लीफिकेशन किया गया है। आज बजट में एक नए डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर जो कि बंगाल में दांकुनी, वहाँ से गुजरात में सूरत, इसको जोड़ने वाला, ईस्ट को वेस्ट के साथ जोड़ने वाला नया डीएफसी भी सैंक्शन हुआ है।
मैं मानता हूँ कि आज का बजट कोई पॉलिटिकल भाषणबाजी नहीं, बिल्कुल विकास और विकसित भारत के लिए रिफॉर्म एक्सप्रेस का बहुत अच्छा एक प्रदर्शित हमारा वित्त मंत्री जी ने किया है। मैं बहुत खुश हूँ।
आज का बजट ऐतिहासिक है, अभूतपूर्व है। ये बजट विकसित भारत के निर्माण का बजट है। ये बजट 2047 तक आत्मनिर्भर भारत के निर्माण के लिए मजबूत नींव डालने वाला बजट है।
पिछले बार बजट की साइज से इस बार की बजट की साइज एजुकेशन के लिए बढ़ी है। पिछले बार कुल 1,28,650 करोड़ रुपया की वित्तीय प्रबंधन की गई थी पिछले बजट में। इस बार इसको बढ़ा के 1,39,299 करोड़ 1,39,289 करोड़ की वित्तीय प्रबंधन किया गया है, जो पिछले बार की तुलना में 8.27% ज्यादा है। यही विषय दर्शाती है सरकार की शिक्षा के प्रति प्राथमिकता।
एमएसएमई के लिए भारत सरकार का ये बजट जो है एक बहुत अच्छा बजट है और इस दृष्टिकोण से बजट है कि हम 2030 में संसार का तीसरा आर्थिक व्यवस्था बनना चाहते हैं और फिर 2047 में संसार का अग्रिम विकसित राष्ट्र बनने के लिए में है। उसमें एमएसएमई का योगदान बहुत है, इसलिए एमएसएमई पर इतना कार्यक्रम किया गया है।
Okay, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Our non-stop coverage on Budget 2026 continues. On the other side, we'll get you more reactions coming up in just a minute.
Make a bold move. Unleash your inner roar. You know you want more. The new Elevate ADV. Bold move.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
Everything is new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos. Badass forever.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
50 years, one witness, 11 prime ministers, 15 governments, 350 elections. We covered the upheaval. We exposed the rot. 25 massive scams that shook the nation. 12 wars and insurgencies that tested our borders. From the Green Revolution to the digital age. From a nation in transition to a global superpower. 50 years, one story. India Today. Making sense of India. Unlock unlimited access to India Today's archives. Log on to subscriptions.intoday.in. India Today Archives.
इसमें कुछ नहीं है। इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने के लिए भी इनका कोई समाधान, सकारात्मक कोई सलाह या कोई कदम उन्होंने नहीं दिखाया। आर्थिक इकोनॉमिक सर्वे का जो ये दिखाता है कि व्यापार में अनिश्चितता भारत के लिए एक प्रमुख चुनौती बताता है। इसी तरह रुपए का गिरते हुए मूल्य के निपटने की भी कोई योजना उनके पास नहीं है।
हर क्षेत्र को इसमें ध्यान दिया गया। यहाँ तक कि एक वर्षों से हम सोचते थे कि कंटेनर भारत में क्यों नहीं बन सकते, जो कंटेनर में माल आयात निर्यात होता है। 10,000 करोड़ रुपए सिर्फ कंटेनर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को प्रोत्साहन देने का माननीय निर्मला जी ने घोषणा की है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Make a bold move. Unleash your inner roar. You know you want more. The new Elevate ADV. Bold move.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Everything is new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos. Badass forever.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
इस वक्त हमारे साथ छगन भुजबल जी हैं। भुजबल जी, अजीत पवार फैक्शन की तरफ से महाराष्ट्र को जो एक महिला डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर मिल गई है, क्या आप लोगों ने कभी सोचा है कि चीफ मिनिस्टर भी बनाना है?
हम तो देखिए, हम फुले शाहू अम्बेडकर की राह पर चलने वाले, हम तो चाहते हैं कि महिला मुख्यमंत्री भी बननी चाहिए। सारी बड़े बड़ी जगह के ऊपर जो है महिला हमको दिखनी चाहिए। और एक बात है कि अभी वो जो हादसा हुआ है उसके पार्श्वभूमि पर जो है ये सब प्रोग्राम हुआ, करना पड़ा, क्योंकि 3 दिन के बाद कितना दिन हम रुकते थे।
लेकिन वही बात तो बहुत सारे चर्चा शुरू, बहुत सारे लोग तो इसी बात के कह रहे हैं कि कितनी जल्दी क्या थी, अभी तो शोक खत्म भी नहीं हुआ था।
अभी भी शोक खत्म, फिर भी आप ही लोग जो है पहले दिन से पूछ रहे हैं कि मर्जर का क्या होगा, तो उसमें जल्दबाजी नहीं है। तो ये अपनी अपनी जो समझ की बात है, कोई बोले 3 दिन 4 दिन जल्दी हो, कोई बोले लेट हो। हम तो चाहते हैं कि दिल्ली में दूसरे दिन उसी दिन जो है शपथ ली गई है, ये भी देखा है हमने।
खाली डब्बा है बजट, बजट में कुछ है ही नहीं। बजट में ना किसान है, ना नौजवान है, ना उद्योगपति, एमएसएमई सेक्टर तबाह हो रहा है, उसके बारे में कोई चर्चा नहीं करेंगे। एक्सपोर्ट जो टैरिफ के बाद बर्बाद हुआ था उसके लिए उम्मीद कर रहे थे कि कुछ उनको राहत देंगे, कोई आपने बात नहीं करी, आपने खाली छोड़ दिया। तो आपने दिया क्या? नौजवान, किसान सब बर्बाद कर दिया आपने।
आपको ऐसा क्यों लगता है कि इसमें कुछ नहीं? क्योंकि आईटी सेक्टर के लिए, किसानों के लिए, सड़क इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, इन तमाम चीजों के लिए
भाई किसान को फसल का दाम चाहिए, किसान को हाईवे नहीं चाहिए। पहले जो फसल उगा रहा है उसका दाम चाहिए, उसके ऊपर तो बात ही नहीं कर रहे आप।
हम जो इंतजार कर रहे थे मेरे केरला में, हम कुछ नहीं सुन पाए। एक टर्टल ट्रेल के बारे में सुना, उसके अलावा, और रेयर अर्थ्स मैं भी कुछ समय से कह रहा था, लेकिन उसके अलावा केरला के लिए कुछ नहीं सुनाई दिया। एक ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मेडिकल साइंस में 15 साल से इंतजार कर रहे हैं, कोई अनाउंसमेंट नहीं था। ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ आयुर्वेदा की अनाउंसमेंट किया, लेकिन नहीं बताया कि कहाँ, क्यों नहीं केरला में, बताना चाहिए था। कोई जामनगर के बारे में कुछ बोला, लेकिन केरला के बारे में।
Welcome back. You're joining us on our rolling coverage as we get to all the latest updates of all the budget 2026 and the reactions. Here's what the opposition has had to say on the budget. They've called it visionless, they've called it directionless, and said that it misses out on specifics. Here are some of those reactions.
इसमें कुछ नहीं है। इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने के लिए भी इनका कोई समाधान, सकारात्मक कोई सलाह या कोई कदम उन्होंने नहीं दिखा।
और हम जो इंतजार कर रहे थे मेरे केरला में हम कुछ नहीं सुन पाए। एक टर्टल ट्रेल के बारे में सुना, उसके अलावा और रेयर अर्थ्स मैं भी कुछ समय से कह रहा था, लेकिन उसके अलावा केरला के लिए कुछ नहीं सुनाई दिया। एक ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मेडिकल साइंस में 15 साल से इंतजार कर रहे हैं, कोई अनाउंसमेंट नहीं।
What they said about 3 corridor, that is absolutely a garbage of lies, blatant lies. It is already on process. They have not given a single paisa to Bengal. Only one tax is there, GST. They are taking away our money, are saying big talk. They are giving us money. It is our money.
बीजेपी से कोई उम्मीद मत करिए। कुछ लोगों को लाभ पहुंचाने के लिए बीजेपी काम करती है। बजट पहले से तय होता है किसको लाभ पहुंचाना है। आम लोगों की समझ के बाहर है। किसान, गरीब, गांव में रहने वाले लोगों के समझ के बाहर है।
There's nothing actually concrete in this budget, and even with the elections in mind, they have not announced anything for Tamil Nadu. They're not giving us anything, but then they want to, mine rare earth from Tamil Nadu, and it's a very, very disappointing budget.
Now, there's been a lot of talk about what's in it for poll-bound states, what's been announced. Well, there was definitely a whole lot of symbolism when Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman stepped out this morning in her Union Budget 2026 look. It was, of course, a stunner, hand-woven Kanjivaram silk from Tamil Nadu in maroon purple with golden checks and a brown border. It's also importantly messaging because we are in the run-up to an election in Tamil Nadu. I'm leaving you with this report of all of Nirmala Sitharaman's past looks and this one.
Finance Minister presented this year's Union Budget with a sartorial style that she has carefully crafted over the years. In her 2026 presentation, Nirmala Sitharaman wore a hand-woven Kanjivaram silk sari from Tamil Nadu, continuing her strategy of showcasing traditional Indian handloom weaves on Budget Day. The maroon purple sari with subtle golden checks and a brown border reminded us of the craftsmanship and heritage associated with Kanjivaram silk. Finance Minister's visual communication via the language of saris is not new. Since taking charge in 2019, the Finance Minister has donned significant statement-making handloom saris each year while presenting the Union Budget. In her debut, Sitharaman made a statement with a bright pink Mangalgiri silk sari with a gold border. She also ditched tradition and opted for a traditional bahikhata to wrap the budget papers in place of a briefcase. She did not follow the trend. She created a few of her own. In the pandemic year of 2020, Finance Minister chose a crisp gold silk sari. The bright color, which signifies prosperity and abundance, was sending out a subtle message as well. In 2021, Sitharaman wrapped a red and off-white silk Pochampalli sari with ikat patterns from Telangana. While presenting the budget in 2022, the Finance Minister wore a rust and maroon handloom Bomkai weave with silver thread work in the border. Bomkai saris are a geographical indication or GI tagged handloom treasure from Odisha's Ganjam district. In 2023, the Finance Minister was seen in a red Ilkal silk sari with Navalgunda embroidery on it. The sari from Dharwad in Karnataka is a South Indian gem. The sari had peacock, lotus, chariot and Gopuram motifs embroidered on it. In 2024, she presented the interim budget on February 1st. She wore a blue tussar silk sari with katha embroidery from West Bengal. Katha stitch embroidery is a traditional hand embroidery style known for its detailed thread work and nature-inspired motifs. On July 23, 2024, Nirmala Sitharaman created history as she became the first to present 7 budgets in a row, 6 annual budgets and 1 interim. Only former Prime Minister Morarji Desai had been able to come close to this feat. He had presented 6 union budgets. She marked this occasion by wearing off-white Mangalgiri weave from Andhra Pradesh. The budget speech also included support for Andhra Pradesh and Bihar, including infrastructure and development commitments. Then came the hand-painted treasure of 2025. Finance Minister's attire to present the union budget was an off-white handloom silk sari with a tribute to Bihar's Madhubani art. Dulari Devi, a Padma awardee, made this sari. By wearing a Madhubani sari, Sitharaman showcased the crafts of Bihar, also emphasized the value of promoting products with a GI tag, which serves as both an economic asset and a cultural preservation tool. Sartorial symbolism or sari diplomacy. However you look at it, Finance Minister proves in politics you can send a message in a million ways. Bureau Report, India Today.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
Everything is new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos. Badass forever.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
इसमें कुछ नहीं है। इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने के लिए भी इनका कोई समाधान, सकारात्मक कोई सलाह या कोई कदम उन्होंने नहीं दिखाया। आर्थिक इकोनॉमिक सर्वे का जो ये दिखाता है कि व्यापार में अनिश्चितता भारत के लिए एक प्रमुख चुनौती बताता है। इसी तरह रुपए का गिरते हुए मूल्य के निपटने की भी कोई योजना उनके पास नहीं है।
हर क्षेत्र को इसमें ध्यान दिया गया। यहाँ तक कि एक वर्षों से हम सोचते थे कि कंटेनर भारत में क्यों नहीं बन सकते, जो कंटेनर में माल आयात निर्यात होता है। 10,000 करोड़ रुपए सिर्फ कंटेनर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को प्रोत्साहन देने का माननीय निर्मला जी ने घोषणा की है।
Reform Express. Our government has undertaken comprehensive reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. After the Prime Minister's announcement on Independence Day in 2025, over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. The Reform Express is well on its way and will maintain its momentum to help us fulfill our kartavya.
बहुत ही ज्यादा अगर आप देखें तो सुनेत्रा पवार जी के चेहरे पर भी एक मुस्कान भी नहीं है आ सकती है इस वक्त।
मुझे लगता है कि अभी सुनेत्रा पवार अजीत पवार जी की पत्नी थी और 3-4 दिन पहले ही अजीत दादा का जो एयरपोर्ट क्रैश में मृत्यु हुआ है और महाराष्ट्र में पहली घटना ऐसी हुई है, तो राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी ने निर्णय लिया कि अजीत दादा तो चले गए हैं, फिर अजीत दादा की याद रखने के लिए उनकी पत्नी को ही मतलब डिप्टी सीएम बनाना आवश्यक है, पार्टी का अध्यक्ष बनाना आवश्यक है। इसलिए उन्होंने मतलब ये निर्णय लिया। ये तो जल्दी शपथ हुआ ये बात सही है, लेकिन राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी ने निर्णय लिया, माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस ने उसको मान्यता दी और आज सुनेत्रा अजीत पवार जी ने शपथ ली है और पहली बार महाराष्ट्र की महिला डिप्टी सीएम बनी है।
लेकिन अठावे जी, बहुत सारे लोग कह रहे हैं कि अभी तो शोक चल ही रहा था, इतनी जल्दबाजी क्या थी, किस बात की?
जल्दबाजी का विषय नहीं है। अभी जल्दबाजी अजीत दादा भी ऐसे थे कि अगर कोई ऐसा दुख का कोई प्रसंग आता है तो उसके बाद अजीत दादा दूसरे दिन काम पे लगते थे। तो जो मतलब पवार फैमिली है, पवार साहब, शरद पवार साहब भी है, वो भी मतलब काम पे लगे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि बहुत जल्दी हुआ है बात सही है, लेकिन अजीत दादा का अधूरा काम पूरा करने के लिए अजीत दादा हमेशा काम करने वाले थे, तो उनकी याद अगर रखनी है तो जल्दी ये प्रोग्राम होना चाहिए था। इसीलिए राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस पार्टी ने निर्णय लिया और आज सुनेत्रा पवार जी का शपथ हुआ है और वो जो महिला डिप्टी सीएम है पहली महाराष्ट्र में बनी है, वो अजीत दादा को याद रखकर अजीत दादा जिस तरह काम करते थे उस तरह
मर्जर की भी बात हो रही है। शरद पवार फैक्शन जो है वो कह रहा है कि मर्जर की भी बात हो रही है। आपको लगता है ये मर्जर होगा इस तरह से?
उसके बारे में मुझे मालूम नहीं है। अभी मर्जर के लिए डिफिकल्टी ये है कि भाई शरद पवार साहब अगर एनडीए में महायुति में आना चाहते हैं तो ही मतलब दोनों का एक साथ आना हो सकता है। तो इसीलिए मुझे लगता है कि
स्वागत होगा।
अगर वो आते हैं तो उनका स्वागत है।
Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 263, Mumbai 160, Kolkata 185, Bangalore 153, Chennai 164, Hyderabad 161.
Presented by the all-new Kia Seltos, badass forever. Special partner SBI Life, अपने लिए अपनों के लिए. Exchange partner NSE, enabling a billion dreams.
Good evening.
the reaction from various sectors, be it the politicians, the opposition, and also from the industry, I would say on expected lines, the big budget of 2026 has been presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman today. The markets, though, did not give a big thumbs up, but perhaps it will be a different picture tomorrow. But first up, the headlines. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman scripts history by presenting her 9th consecutive budget. Big announcements made on tourism, manufacturing, MSMEs. Prime Minister praises Budget 2026, says it empowers the poor, farmers, youth and women. Claims Budget 2026 will promote Atmanirbharta and Make in India. Market gives thumbs up to the budget. Government sources say negative reaction is due to STT hike on futures and options, which the centre wants to discourage. Government also believes that market will stabilise soon. Opposition rains fire on centre over disappointing budget. LOP Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi calls it blind to India's real crisis. Bengal, Tamil Nadu also criticized centre. Announcement of rare earth corridor in Kerala sparks political storm. Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan calls it extremely dangerous, claims move will pave the way for private monopolies. From Rahul Gandhi alleging that the government has failed to address the real issues of inflation and other concerns of the people of India, to Trinamool Congress chief and West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee calling it a visionless and Humpty Dumpty budget, to Samajwadi Party saying that farmers have been shortchanged. The reaction from the opposition on expected lines, the DMK too has targeted the centre and has accused it of empty promises. Is this budget then a budget of long-term vision or short-term blind spots? I'm going to take those questions to the big face-off of the two newsmakers who will be joining me shortly. But first up, here's what happened today.
Citizens benefit. We are inspired by 3 kartavya. Our first kartavya is to accelerate and sustain economic growth. Our second kartavya is to fulfill aspirations of our people. Our third kartavya, aligned with our vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman in Budget 2026-27 pitched a roadmap for growth, investment and fiscal stability. Prime Minister Narendra Modi called it a confidence booster at a time of global uncertainty.
भारत के 140 करोड़ नागरिक फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी बनकर ही संतुष्ट नहीं है। हम जल्द से जल्द दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनना चाहते हैं।
But the opposition has torn into the budget, calling it hollow, directionless and blind to the crisis on the ground. The Grand Old Party, led by Rahul Gandhi, alleged that the budget failed to address India's real crises, including rising inflation and falling rupee.
इसमें कुछ नहीं है। इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने के लिए भी इनका कोई समाधान, सकारात्मक कोई सलाह या कोई कदम उन्होंने नहीं दिखाया।
हम जो इंतजार कर रहे थे मेरे केरला में हम कुछ नहीं सुन पाए। एक टर्टल ट्रेल के बारे में सुना, उसके अलावा और रेयर अर्थ्स मैं भी कुछ समय से कह रहा था, लेकिन उसके अलावा केरला के लिए कुछ नहीं सुनाई दिया।
Mamata Banerjee has dubbed the budget visionless, alleging it is anti-women and anti-tribal.
What they said about 3 corridor, that is absolutely a garbage of lies, blatant lies. It is already on process. They have not given a single paisa to Bengal. Only one tax is there, GST. They are taking away our money. They want to destroy the economic structure of the country.
The Samajwadi Party claimed that farmers were shortchanged and that the budget fails to give impetus to growth.
ये गरीब का पेट कहीं नहीं भर सकते है ये बजट। नौकरी रोजगार दिए नहीं। नौकरी रोजगार कहाँ दिए हैं? अभी भी बड़े पैमाने पे नौजवान बेरोजगार है। सपने दिखाने वाला बजट है।
Really nothing in the budget and जो technical terms use किए गए हैं और जिस तरह की बातें बोली गई हैं, एक आम इंसान पहली बात तो ये बातों को समझेगा। इंसान भाई एक्सपेक्ट करते थे स्पेशली कि हमारे को सब्सिडीज मिले, खाद में हमें दाम कम हो, तो ऐसा कुछ भी किसान भाइयों के लिए नहीं है, हमारी महिलाओं के लिए नहीं है।
The DMK has also targeted the centre.
There's nothing actually concrete in this budget. And even with the elections in mind, they have not announced anything for Tamil Nadu. They're not giving us anything, but then they want to, mine rare earth.
And joining me on this special broadcast is our two leaders who have continued with this tradition of a healthy debate and discussion. We have Member of Parliament of the Congress Party from Thiruvananthapuram, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, and National Vice President of the BJP, Mr. Jay Panda. Thank you so much for speaking to India Today. Dr. Tharoor, is there some aspect of the budget that you think is positive? We have got your reaction of how you have dismissed the budget. Is there something that they have got it right?
Well, look, I have written articles advocating the mining of rare earths, so I can't say that that's a bad idea. It's a good idea. At the same time, it'll take 15 years to be realized. You don't do this overnight. It takes time to mine them, to create the infrastructure, and to do the processing. And so we're about 15 years away from reducing our dependence on importing rare earths. But at least, a well begun is half done kind of thing, but it's still only a case of better late than never. There's nothing much else to applaud. Otherwise, I'm afraid, as an MP from Kerala, I'm deeply disappointed by the way in which the government has sort of completely reduced Kerala to an invisible Kerala. Should be the new hashtag for the state. Instead of incredible India, whatever, we have invisible Kerala. We contribute to the nation's skilled workforce, remittances, tourism, but we're invisible to the government. Everything we were expecting and looking for, nothing has come. So it's been truly disappointing. There may be things for which they haven't yet spelled out the details, even in the budget document. They've talked about creating an All India Institute for Ayurveda. We assume that Kerala, as the place that has done more than any other place in India to keep Ayurveda alive, will be a beneficiary of one of those All India Institutes. We're still waiting, though, 12 years since the first ever NDA budget for the aims that was promised in that budget. It still hasn't come to Kerala. We're waiting for progress in railway connectivity. There were mentions of 7 new high-speed rail corridors, but this dense state of Kerala has not been given, despite repeated requests from the state government for a rapid transit rail corridor. We have a major port in Vizhinjam, and again, in referring to ports, there was no reference to Kerala. Inland waterways were talked about, with ship repair for inland waterways in Patna and Varanasi. Kerala has more inland waterways than the rest of the country put together, practically, but we have no such facility announced for us. Our coastal development, our port-led development has been neglected. There's nothing to protect the coastline. We're losing territory every year from our coast to coastal erosion. The state government says they don't have any money. The central government says it's not their problem. So one thing after another, I'm afraid all I'm seeing is disappointment after disappointment from Kerala's point of view.
Okay, that's a long list of disappointment that has been put out by Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Jay Panda. Why has the Finance Minister, or should I say the Union Budget 2026, invisibilized Kerala? It's a beautiful country, God's own country, and also a pole-bound state. You are looking at expanding your footprints there.
First of all, my friend Shashi Tharoor, at least occasionally, finds some things palatable and good for the country in the various budgets over the years. But unfortunately, the opposition largely just tries to see things negatively, and they have continually been proven wrong again and again, year after year after year. Like this year, we have heard many opposition leaders talk about nothing in the budget, nothing for the common man, etc. And it is precisely during these last 11, 12 years that India has surged dramatically economically. We have been the fastest growing large economy for many years now, I think 7 or 8 years continually. We have become the best managed economy among the large economies. For example, if you look at our fiscal deficit, I compliment Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to stick to her commitment of bringing down fiscal deficit below 4.5%, targeting 4.3% next year. This is critical because this gives you the fiscal headroom to invest in people and to invest in infrastructure, which is exactly what the Modi government has been doing for more than a decade. Also, another example of how the budget is one of the best managed in the world is our debt to GDP ratio at 55%. Is very, very well managed. I mean, if you look at countries like the US, you look at European nations like the UK, even otherwise earlier well-managed nations like Japan and Singapore, they have 2 to 3 times of the debt to GDP ratio that India has. They have, some of them have 50% or more higher fiscal deficit than we have. So what has all this meant? It has meant a huge improvement in infrastructure. The number of airports have been doubled in the last 10 years compared to what was built in the previous 75 years. Look at jobs. If you see the last jobs report that came out in October of last year, it pointed out that between 2017 and 2023, there was a 17 crore increase in the number of jobs. And you know, that is huge by any measure. Now, if you look at the programs that the government has run, that for 800 million people, it runs a food grain program. So my point is, this year, in this budget, the targeted funding of schemes that will create jobs. Now, Shashi did mention that Kerala has a tradition not just of Ayurveda, but of health practitioners, of nurses, of other such practitioners, caregivers. And this is a major thrust area of this budget. Kerala, along with many other states, will benefit immensely. The high-speed rail corridors, which cross 8 states, each of them is like creating new mega airports along the line, because that's the kind of multiplier effect it will have. I want to conclude by saying this. The opposition had got used for many decades that the budget would be focusing on the minutiae and forgetting the achievement of larger objectives. This has been flipped upside down, and the major objectives have been managed extremely well. The proof of the pudding is the 250 million people that have been pulled out of poverty, which is the highest in this century by any nation.
Okay, but Jay Panda, the concerns of Dr. Tharoor hasn't been addressed here. But I must compliment both of you that I have been doing this interview of a face-off between two of you for years now, and you have been very magnanimous in agreeing all the time. But Dr. Shashi Tharoor, the Treasury benches see a long list of things that they are doing, particularly keeping in mind the geopolitical uncertainties, the turbulence times that we are living in. That is the reason why multiple FTAs have been worked out, understanding fully well that there is an unpredictable White House. Will you not compliment Finance Minister and the government for something, for getting the FTAs right at least?
Well, let me come to that in a minute. The FTAs are the Commerce Minister, not the Finance Minister. But sure, I have a lot of good things to say about that. But before that, let me respond to my friend Jay, because honestly, for him to talk about how happy he is with the fiscal deficit going down from 4.5 to 4.4 to 4.3 next year, well, I've been around in Parliament long enough, and so is he in the old days, even if he was in the wrong house at the time, to remember the former Finance Minister Arun Jaitley announcing very grandly that his objective was to bring the fiscal deficit down to 3.5%. So we are a very long way from there. The numbers have been scaled up considerably since the late Finance Minister announced that target, and now we're supposed to be applauding 4.3. There's some discipline there, I agree, but at the same time, it's a long way from where the NDA intended to be 10 years ago. Secondly, when he talks about jobs, This macro picture of large numbers of people getting jobs, I'm not sure where that comes from, because I've got a very concrete example to give you. When 8,868 railway jobs were advertised, there were 12 million applicants for those jobs. That's 1,370 applicants per job. You think that's reflecting a high employment situation in our country? In Jaipur, 53,000 peon positions were advertised. 2.5 million people applied for them. There were 187 home guard posts advertised in Sambalpur, 8,000 applicants. And these are people with college degrees and PhDs for jobs that require an 8th grade pass or a high school graduation. We're looking at a country where, unfortunately, the educated unemployed are literally all over the place. So yes, Jay, I can applaud rare earths as a long-term prospect in the distant future, but the rare earths are under the ground, and a lot of what you're saying is building castles in the air. And that's something that truly worries me. Now, to come to your question on FTAs, yes, I do believe the FTAs are necessary and are a good idea, and I applaud the negotiators of the Government of India, especially, I suppose, the Commerce Minister rather than the Finance Minister. Nothing against the Finance Minister, it's just not her particular bailiwick. But having said that, we really will now have to see this translating into two things: significantly enhanced exports of items manufactured in India, and thereby generating more jobs for Indians in India. When that happens, we will have a lot more to applaud. Right now, there's a signature. We've lost a significant portion of the large American market, and we hope to replace it with a large European market. But the agreement is not yet enforced. This is not going to happen overnight. There are procedures in the European Union which have yet to be undergone before the agreement can come into force. So let's hold our breath, but I'm not at all unwilling to applaud something that does good for my country and my people. That's a cardinal principle, I think, of democratic politics. And I'm willing to applaud it, but let's get there and let's see the tangible benefits. Right now, the benefits Gina's talking about are not visible on the ground in the life.
Jay Panda, respond to that.
So, yes, so while I thank Shashi for applauding some parts of the budget, I think, being such a wordsmith that he is, he dances around some of the facts and figures which I think need a bit more light. So my late friend Arun Jaitley's targets for the fiscal deficit was pre-COVID. As Shashi knows very well, the COVID pandemic upset the economies of the entire world, and everybody went into double digits. India too went into double digits. From that to come back to 4.4% now, keep in mind the US at 6.3 or 6.4% is 50% higher fiscal deficit than India. With the debt to GDP ratio of 55%, other nations like UK, US, Singapore and Japan are 300 to 400% higher than India. So yes, indeed, Nirmala ji has managed the economy extremely well under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. I also wanted to just add a few things, which is that it's understandable when people want to apply for government jobs, because the mindset that the previous decades under the Congress had built up in India was that the government jobs were the only jobs available. And the good thing is, under the Modi government, in just the last year, the data received, the government jobs have gone up by 111%. But to counter that mindset that it's only the government that provides jobs, the Modi government has had a major thrust on the startup ecosystem. India has become the third largest startup ecosystem. Large numbers of women are being entrepreneurs. Now this new thing about Lakpati Didis going into crores of women is being translated and gear shifted in this budget to make them micro and small entrepreneurs. The big thrust on MSME, small industries, is going to be transformational for India.
You know, you speak about MSMEs. For the longest time, I remember there is one thing or the other that is announced. When we were speaking to some investors and experts earlier today, and this is a question to Jay Panda, they were of the opinion that lots has to be done. And they were expecting some kind of reforms, that reform engine or reform path should continue. Are there those elements of reforms that you're seeing here?
very, very major reforms are happening. So I've already mentioned about the crores of women who are now self-sufficient, and they are not just independent economically themselves, but also taking care of their families under the Lakpati Didi scheme. Now that is being moved forward. But let me point out, I think one of the as far as I'm concerned personally, I'm proudest of one of the major reforms that has been implemented this time, which is income tax reforms. Now, I had the privilege of chairing the select committee on the income tax overhaul, which was an all-party committee, and we gave a unanimous report. Massive simplification of the income tax code, which the finance minister has indicated will go on stream exactly as scheduled in April. And the new Saral form itself is going to make life dramatically easier for 100 million Indians who are taxpayers. Also keep in mind the decriminalization of a large number of minor offenses. Also ease for NGOs and charities and corporates alike. The income tax and the customs reforms that have been brought in this time are massive, and you will hear industry and you will hear experts talk about it with great promise in the coming weeks and months.
Okay, Dr.
Let me
Tharoor.
chip in on that. Yes, I mean, first of all, there's just so much to be said about the issues you've raised with Jay that he has answered in his charming way without fully addressing your questions. MSMEs, for example, much talk about that. In fact, the finance minister even spoke about championing MSMEs. The problem is that the very economic survey that was tabled the day before her budget says that credit risk is a huge challenge at the moment. There's a 30 lakh crore credit gap for MSMEs, whereas she's talking about giving 10,000 crores. 30 lakh crore credit gap, concentrated lending, limited progress on cash flow based credit. These are all from the economic survey that I'm quoting. And so where are you going to get these champions from if the MSMEs are struggling with such a major credit shortage? Then Jay talks about jobs and says that, it's all about, it's only about the government jobs and so on. Well, as far as the startup schemes are concerned, he talked about the Lakpati Didis, fine. I have another Didi in mind, actually, a young woman whose video was going around. I'm sure that Jay also has WhatsApp inflicted on him, when the government shut down instead of starting up a whole number of companies in the gaming sector. Now, I'm not suggesting that there wasn't anything wrong that required action, but this girl was pleading for the thousands, tens of thousands of people who were going to lose their jobs. And frankly, what the government should instead have done was to engage in a constructive discussion with stakeholders, rather than shutting down startups. And in fact, I think only a token amount of 900 crores has been sanctioned under the Startup India Fund under the current budget. So it's not as if startups have been given any significant priority. And then look at the areas of omission. Air pollution was not even mentioned. And we're living in this unbreathable city of Delhi, where people go to Davos and hear Smriti Irani decrying air pollution and Geeta Gopinath warning about how it's going to do great damage to our economic growth. Even the national ambient air quality standards on which the National Clean Air Program relies were last revised in 2009. The government has been completely lackadaisical on clean air. And I say this as somebody who out of his own pocket has been running a clean air roundtable every year for the last 10 years in Delhi, trying to get the attention and engagement of the government as well. There are issue after issue with, again, I'm only addressing some of the issues that you yourself have raised, Maria. When we look at jobs, for example, Jay talks about high ambitious announcements by the government. The problem is, let's look at their actual implementation. In fiscal year 25-26, there was a Prime Minister's internship scheme announced, where 11,500 plus crores were allocated in the last budget. You know how much the Ministry of Corporate Affairs has spent on the Prime Minister's internship scheme? Exactly 500 crores. Now, this is the kind of implementation we're seeing. There's no point having grand budget announcements if they're not matched with reality on the ground.
Yes.
If
in fact, yes, please go ahead, Dr. Tharoor.
No, I'm just saying time after time, we talk about skill development. What about the placement record, which has been really weak? if you look one thing after another in our situation, we get these schemes, and I'm not objecting. I mean, I like the idea, for example, of giving for agriculture this AI. Even Jay hasn't mentioned it, but it's something that the government is touting, that they're going to bring in some Bharat Vistar, a multilingual AI tool, to help agriculture. But you're talking about an agricultural India where mechanization is still limited, where only 9.1% of agricultural households even own a tractor, 2.3% have a power tiller, 0.5% have a harvester. What's the point of talking about AI when basic mechanization is not yet available to our farmers? So there is, I must say, a kind of gap between the reality on the ground and the announcements in the air. The healthcare that Jay was touting in his earlier response, the budget has now promised to create a new cadre of caregivers, but it's not doing anything about the 10 lakh existing ASHA workers in the country. I know them because I met many of the 30,000 who work in Kerala. They're the ones holding up India's public health system, but they're treated as volunteers. They're paid a meager honorarium of between 2,000 and 4,000 rupees a month, sometimes working 18-hour days for that kind of salary, supplemented by some irregular task-based incentives, and denied minimum wages, denied pension, denied job security. So what's the point of announcing a new cadre of caregivers when you can't take care of your existing cadre of caregivers? These are the kinds of realities I want to remind my friend Jay.
Okay, talking about realities, and N.K. Singh, the chairman of the 15th Finance Commission, Jay Panda, was highlighting that he had allocated 8,000 crore for new urban cities, and that stands unutilized. Do you think that non-utilization of allocated funds is also a big challenge?
First of all, I would like to thank Shashi for helping me out in mentioning the AI initiative in agriculture, which I had not covered. I just want to address a couple of things. Shashi talked about the gap in credit availability to MSMEs. Now, this is not a new thing. The credit available to MSMEs has been a perennial problem for decades, right from independence. But the data shows very clearly that in the last decade, India has seen the most massive increase in credit available to MSMEs and to individual entrepreneurs, not just to Lakhpati Didis, but the Mudra scheme, the most massive increase in credit access to the underprivileged in India in the history of independent India. So that is a transformation that is happening. Now, other initiatives, for example, the thrust on manufacturing as well as services, both. The thrust on biopharmaceuticals, for instance. I think Shashi's home state and others like mine, Odisha, would be able to take advantage of many of these schemes and the funding made available to create jobs and to create investment. Now, I also wanted to point out, Shashi talked about a young lady whose gaming thing had been shut down. You know, over the last couple of years, several sites had to be shut down because they were unauthorizedly functioning with funding from China and other nations in the gaming sector as well as the fintech sector without regulatory approvals. But that aside, the genuine ones have grown immensely. And the finance minister in this budget today mentioned specifically about the potential of 2 million jobs exactly in this, in animation, gaming, and visual effects, and for this funding has been made available. So these are very major steps that are being taken. And let me just conclude by saying this. India, over the past decade, and particularly now, is the toast of the world in terms of economic management. It is being hailed as the biggest success story of the last decade. And of course, the opposition in India will have to find things to criticize. That's their job. But again, like every year in the past 12 years, they will again get proven wrong as this budget gets implemented.
Look, Maria,
Dr.
I'm
Tharoor,
not
let me give you the last word. And I'm going to wrap this up with the final comments from both of you. Please go ahead, Dr. Tharoor.
No, I just want to say I'm not surprised that Jay is getting animated about animation, but it's exactly like the same problem that I pointed out with his earlier claims. If you look at the situation in our education space, we have over a lakh of single teacher schools serving 33 lakh students. We have enrollment declining. We have only 57% of our schools having computers. Only 54% of our schools have internet access. 17% of schools are offering secondary education. The challenge is trying to get meaningful learning outcomes at a more basic level. Now, setting up an animated content lab in 15,000 secondary schools sounds fine, but when half the schools don't even have computer connections and internet connections, what are you going to do with this animation? I mean, you know, I really don't want to pour rain on the parade all the time, but the fact is, for God's sake, connect to the real India, to the real world. And this is why when people in the opposition are criticizing the government too should listen. I agree that there are lots of good things that the government always wants to shelter behind, but they must try and relate those good things to the real experience of ordinary human beings. See how much money is in the pocket of the Aam Aadmi. There's a seriously dangerous rise, for example, in credit card debt and personal loans because people are not able to make ends meet in our middle classes. They are actually suffering on a daily basis, and therefore talking about filling in tax forms more easily doesn't solve the problem, because unless you have the money to pay the taxes, the filling in the tax forms more easily is all very well, but they are going through a much more difficult time. I also want to address to Jay something we've talked about in previous years. Jay used to talk very proudly about the foreign direct investment inflows. What's happening? November was the fourth successive month in which foreign direct investment declined. We are seeing money being repatriated. We're seeing the rupee declining. We're seeing considerable disinvestment. We had net FDI inflows of 27 billion last year. Brazil had 74. Singapore had 143. So we are simply not in the picture when it comes to FDI, which was something the government used to tout as a big indication of a vote of confidence in the Indian economy. How does Jay respond to that?
Okay, Jay Panda, that will be your last comment. Please go ahead.
So my concluding remarks, my concluding remarks are all the statistics that Shashi pointed out to show that we still have a lot of catching up to do. The reality is we are just about a middle income country. We, yes, indeed have a lot of development left, and that is why Prime Minister Modi has the vision for Viksit Bharat for 2047. But all these statistics are dramatically better today than they were 12 or 15 years ago, and certainly much better than they were 30 or 40 years ago. There have been dramatic improvements, which is why I keep saying that India's economy is the toast of the world. He talked about FDI. That's because India has absorbed a lot already, and this is the reason our forex reserves have gone beyond $700 billion just now. Now, Shashi, the foreign policy maven, would admit that the world is a very different place today than it was just 14 months ago. And despite that, India continues to be the fastest growing big economy, headed towards the third largest. I've given you the jobs data, I've given you the investment data and the infrastructure data. I just want to mention one last thing, and which is of all the other aspects that indicates India is a well-managed economy, inflation. India has the best inflation management of any large economy, apart from all the other statistics that I've given you. So we are on trajectory, we are on track to a Viksit Bharat in 2047. This budget shifts gears, and a year later, you'll be seeing the results of this budget's implementation.
Okay, perhaps we'll have this conversation again in 2027. So Dr. Tharoor and Jay Panda, really appreciate your time. Thank you for agreeing to do this face-off, or should I say debate among the two of you, as you have been doing for so many years. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Maria. All the best, Jay.
Thank you. It's a good tradition. Here.
Thank you. And you heard from Dr. Shashi Tharoor. His entire criticism has been about what the state of Kerala has not got so far. Something similar to what Chief Minister of Kerala, Pinarayi Vijayan, has been stating, that the state has been overlooked. Something also what Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of Bengal, has to say, exactly similar to M.K. Stalin's Tamil Nadu. Let me take all these questions and all the criticism which is coming in to Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri, who joins me now. Hardeep Singh Puri, really appreciate your time. Thank you for speaking to India Today. In Budget 2026, Mr. Puri, what are the key sectors that the government has prioritized to ensure high quality economic growth while managing fiscal discipline?
I think if you look at the overall thrust of the budget, it continues the ongoing process of high growth with low inflation and capital expenditure increase, which by itself is enormous. By the way, in 2014, Maria ji, we had set aside 2 lakh crores for capital expenditure. Last year, when it went up to 11 lakh crores, there were people like me, I tend to be a bit cynical. I said, how will we sustain it? This year, it's gone up to 12 lakh crores. Then, if you look at all the other areas, today, for instance, just to give you an example, somebody who's involved with an energy-related portfolio like me, a 20,000 crore outlay for CCUS. Now, isn't that part of decarbonization? Isn't that part of the energy growth? Isn't that part of something extremely important globally when you are making a transition? In biofuels, you've gone from 1.4% to 20%. And look, I was very happy, Maria ji, to find that biogas, which is mixed in CBG, will not be included in the assessed value. It's a small step, but very significant. Similarly, when you have other connectivity, high-speed corridors, rail corridors, when you do take measures, and I have a list of these, I was so impressed with this, 10,000 crores for biopharma Shakti mission, 10,000 crore for container manufacturing, 3 dedicated chemical parks, 10,000 crore for MSME growth fund. If you look at the totality of this, you are opening new avenues. Now, if this takes off, you see, there's no point putting 100,000 crores when you don't know how that it's take off. But some of the things were talked about last year. This year, there is an outlay. And I'm sure as we go along, for instance, the biopharma, to me, that's very important. If you look at the pharmaceutical sector, we have a very well-developed and buoyant sector there in this global changes which are taking place. Even other outlays. People said health, education, health increases 6%, education increases 8%. We are living as an oasis of calm in the midst of global turmoil. The defense modernization figures I calculated increase of 22%. Now, considering what happened on our western neighbor front, these are things you'll have to do because you have to raise the defense budget overall. If you only raise it by 10%, it doesn't work. Overall, the outlay has gone up by 15%, but the defense modernization has gone up. So, Maria, I think overall, this is a very mature budget intended for an economy growing at 7.4%. and moving from 4th position to 3rd position and finally on to 2047. Viksit Bharat.
Mr. Puri, 20,000 crore has been allocated to CCUS, carbon capture and storage. How will the refineries take advantage of that allocation?
Well, first of all, let me in the interest of full disclosure, this is not just meant for the refineries. The refineries are one of the eligible sectors which can take advantage of the CCUS. Now, in the refineries, you have clear possibility of immediate benefit from this because, decarbonization is a very important part of our story. So, the refineries are transiting, first of all, they were mainly only processing crude oil to make petroleum and diesel. Now they are getting to make petrochemicals, but decarbonization will always continue to be a very one. And this is a very important part of the reform express. And steel, power, cement, all these sectors need to decarbonize. So this 20,000 crores is a very significant, you could say it's not that large. I know it's not large, but it's a beginning. How do that we, some of my colleagues and I used to fret sometimes that we are talking about carbon capture and storage, but we need to do something about it. So we are taking a number of steps on both carbon capture and storage, but this incentive will go a long way for all these sectors, the refineries, steel, power, etc., to take advantage of that. This is one of the many positive steps.
One thought, of course, I would say Donald Trump, the US president today said that India will be buying oil from Venezuela and not Iran. So has Donald Trump decided and India has agreed for buying oil from Venezuela and not from Iran?
Let me, since this is on the budget, but you are choosing to speak about what President Trump said, let me explain to you that we had a bilateral discussion, a call between the President of Venezuela, Her Excellency Delcy Rodriguez, on 30th January. We also had a delegation from Venezuela at the India Energy Week, which took place in Goa between the 27th and the 30th of January. I have myself been dealing with these issues. Our PSUs have a long-standing relationship with Venezuela's national oil company, which is called PDVSA, and we have been maintaining an office there. Our refineries are configured to use Venezuelan oil. By the way, I had $1 billion stuck there. I mean our energy system. So there is nothing new. I mean, if instead of focusing on some statement made elsewhere, if you look at the full facts, we have been diversifying our energy sources. We will buy from wherever we get the oil at the most competitive rates. Our refineries can use that oil, that heavy crude which comes from there, and it is part of our energy security. We used to buy from 27 countries. We are now buying from 41. And if the energy sector and if the production in Venezuela, which has massive reserves, but the current production is only 1 million barrels a day, if it picks up and we can get more oil and we can get our money back, that's good news for us.
Okay. My last question to you, and this is with regards to the criticism which is coming in from the opposition, Mr. Puri, that this is a budget without employment vision. Beyond macro numbers, how does the BJP really address that concern with regards to jobs, that the jobs are not really being created on the ground?
First of all, I've been advised by my colleagues to be very respectful to the opposition, and I'm always respectful because this is a democracy. I mean, if we didn't have an opposition, we wouldn't have such a good story to tell. Look, employment generation takes place in a number of ways. When you move from a $2 trillion to a $4 trillion, when your per capita income goes up, you are generating employment and you're improving the nature of employment. Now, employment takes place if you do shipbuilding. Let me give you an idea. Just now, the Prime Minister announced major reforms in the maritime sector. Just now at India Energy Week, one of our OMC signed a deal with Korean and Japanese companies, and we are building greenfield shipyards, massive increase in employment. When we set up a refinery somewhere, you are employing hundreds and thousands of people. So the employment is being generated on a continuous basis. We are at 260 million metric tons per annum of this thing, and we are moving now to 320 million metric tons per annum. But Maria, the most important thing, where anyone who wants to criticize the budget should note, in 2014, our total outlay on capital expenditure, madam, was 2 lakh crores. Last year, when it went up to 11 lakh crores, there were guys like me who tend to be cynical sometimes. I said, how will we be able to absorb this large amount of 11 lakh crore? Today, it's gone up to 12 lakhs crore, 12.2 lakh crore. And if capital expenditure doesn't generate employment, I don't know what will.
All right. Hardeep Puri, really appreciate your time. Always pleasure listening to you and your views on multiple subjects. So thank you so much. Let me bring in Amitabh Kant, former CEO of Niti Aayog. He joins me live. Mr. Kant, the budget 2026 leans heavily on crowding in private capital. What's that one reform in this budget that actually changes boardroom sentiments, not just headlines?
Well, I think it's the budget has been very fiscally prudent in a very complex geopolitical times. I think the most important thing about the budget is that it is it focuses on fiscal consolidation, and that's why it drives in private sector investment. It doesn't crowd out private sector investment because it brings down the fiscal deficit from 4.4 to 4.3%. It brings down the debt to GDP ratio to 55.6%. And more than anything else, it focuses on capex spend, which is 12.2 lakh crore, which is in effect 4.4%, in reality is 4.4% of your GDP. Historically, this has never been done before. But the budget lays a lot of emphasis on manufacturing and infrastructure in a very big way, which I'll come to. But if you ask me what is the smartest thing in the budget, it's the tax exemption for data centers till 2047. It's unparalleled to my mind because 75% of the investments being driven across the world is in AI and data centers. If India is able to attract data centers, AI, computing power, cloud infrastructure, then you are technologically leapfrogging into another era. And this is, to my mind, really path-breaking.
Of course, Mr. Kant, you know, that AI data centers is something that is being spoken about a lot by the industry as well. But there's also this sense that the real competition in the artificial intelligence space is happening between the US and China. India is still, trying to play catch up.
I don't think you should worry about that. It's in many of these technology areas, it's not the first mover which wins. You have all the data in the world today. No other country has the kind of data which India has. No other country has the talent which India has. It just needs to build more and more of both application layers and large language models, which the government has pushed for. The AI mission will drive this in a very big way. And I think we should look at the next 15 years, 10 years, 15 years. Don't worry it overnight what will happen. Like we came out a winner in digital public infrastructure, we'll come out a winner in artificial intelligence as well.
Okay, this is with regards to employment generation, because the budget is always also about giving a direction to sectors from where employment will emerge in terms of reforms. The budget bets on capex-led growth. But India's biggest pressure point has been jobs, Mr. Kant. Does the current strategy then generate enough employment fast enough?
Well, this budget is about infrastructure. It's also about manufacturing in a very big way because it spells out the strategic areas on which it will focus on: bio, pharma, many other areas. It focus semiconductor, many other areas. But it's heavily weighed in favor of urbanization as well, because if you look at it, they've talked about 5,000 crore per city for economic regions for Tier 2 and Tier 3 city. They've talked about 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors. But on the job side, there's massive emphasis on sectors which have been hit by Trumpian tariffs. If you look at marine sector, if you look at textile, if you look at leather and footwear, all these sectors are job creating, where the government has put in a lot of resources in this budget. So I think the budget lays a lot of emphasis on all these areas, including job creating sectors as well. So long term, it puts in a lot of resources into tourism as well, through the 15 regional archaeological sites which will be developed. So a huge emphasis on job creating sectors.
Okay, my last question to you, Mr. Kant, which is with regards to China plus, that is what is gaining traction. Is budget 2026 finally India's now or never moment? Particularly with regards to manufacturing, or do you see that there are visible bottlenecks in implementation or execution?
Maria, we should continue to be focused on our ambition to be a Viksit Bharat, and that's a long sprint of 22 years. Our aim should be to grow at 8 to 9% per annum, year after year, and continue to do constant reforms, day after day, push for free enterprise, push for private sector growth, push for reviving private capex expenditure into India. Let us not get obsessed by China plus one. My view is that this requires a lot of passion, commitment, and vision over a long period. China didn't do overnight. It took them 25 years to be able to do this. If you've started this long spurt of growth now, you need to do this over the next 15 years, make India easy and simple, but make India cost competitive as well. A lot of work will have to be done by our state governments. A lot of work will have to be done by our cities, and a lot of work will have to be done by smart urbanization.
All right. Amitabh Kant, really appreciate your time. Thank you for sharing your views on Budget 2026. Of course, the big question is that the government has shown the direction. Now will the industry come in, and if they will pull in into this larger idea of India's growth story. A quick break and then we return.
Hey guys, come sit. Let's go. Everything is new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos. Badass forever.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
India's longest-standing biannual survey. India Today Mood of the Nation. How does India assess Narendra Modi's performance as Prime Minister? Has India acted firmly enough on Bangladesh minority issues? Who do citizens blame most for Delhi's worsening air pollution? India Today Mood of the Nation has the answers. On stands now. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now. Log on to subscriptions.intoday.in.
Hey guys, come sit. Let's go. Everything is new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos. Badass forever.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
जिस प्रकार से माननीय निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने लगातार 9वीं बार
अपना बजट रखा है, ये भारत सरकार की पॉलिसी सस्टेनेबिलिटी और गुड गवर्नेंस का प्रतीक है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो विश्वास जनता के बीच में है, उसको ये बजट पूरी तरह से दर्शाता है कि आज के इस बजट से समाज का हर वर्ग, चाहे वो युवा हो, महिला हो, नारी हो, मध्यम।
The all new Kia Seltos, badass forever. Special partner SBI Life, अपने लिए अपनों के लिए. Seltos, badass forever. Special partner SBI Life, अपने लिए अपनों के लिए. Exchange partner NS.
Hello and welcome. One of the biggest budgets of the Modi government, a budget that is full of details and promises a path towards Viksit Bharat. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's 9th budget, but I have with me now on India Today, Ashwini Vaishnavji. He holds multiple portfolios, as we all know, the Minister of Railways, the Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, as well as Information and Broadcasting. Ashwini, thank you very much for your time with us today. I want to focus first on one of the most important, both in terms of the budgetary allocation and its importance to the economy, which is the railways sector. Transport as a whole has got such a massive allocation. What would you say are the key drivers as far as railways infrastructure and modernization is concerned in this budget?
The last decade has seen a major change in the way railways is managed. The railway is getting totally transformed. Every aspect, whether it is stations, tracks, overhead electrical lines, the signaling system, everything is getting changed. And the budgetary allocation of 2,78,000 crore rupees, which Honorable Finance Minister, Honorable Prime Minister has given, I would like to thank them for this. The focus will be primarily on safety. The most important focus is on safety. We are going to invest about 1,20,000 crore rupees on safety this year. The results are evident. We have been able to reduce the accidents by about 95% from the 171 average during the UPA period to 12 now. So that's a significant reduction. But we are continuously focused on making sure that every incident we go to the root cause, and we are very focused on maintenance, especially track maintenance, wagon maintenance, coach maintenance and loco maintenance. So combined all these with the new generation trains which have come, more than 160 Vande Bharat trains are already in service, more than 50 Amrit Bharat trains are in service, Namo Bharat trains are in service. The Bullet project is going on very well between Ahmedabad and Mumbai. The tracks are getting upgraded at a record pace, 7,000 kilometers every year. We have practically replaced and upgraded about 80% of the tracks in the country. So all those things together are bringing a better customer experience, passenger experience, because if you just go a few years back, every power plant would be struggling to get the right amount of coal, and today each and every power plant has as much coal as it wants to store. Practically, we are able to run 12,000 special trains during the last Chhath and Diwali, whereas earlier in the Congress period, it used to be 400 trains, 700 trains maximum. So that kind of change has already been visible in the 1 decade. And now we have to take it to the next level. And that's why today the 7 new high-speed corridors have been announced. Chennai, Bengaluru, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Chennai, Hyderabad. This triangle will be a big boost for the economy of 5 South Indian states, Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra, Tamil Nadu and Kerala, and the Puducherry Union Territory. Chennai, Bengaluru will become a journey of just 1 hour and 13 minutes. Bengaluru, Hyderabad will be a journey of 2 hours. Chennai, Hyderabad will be a journey of 2 hours, 55 minutes. Imagine the change it will bring, right? Then Mumbai, Pune will be a journey of just 48 minutes, less than 1 hour. Pune, Hyderabad will be a journey of 1 hour and 55 minutes only. So this kind of change this kind of connectivity will bring an immense change in the lives of people. These are large cities, large economies. When they get connected, the multiplier is huge. Then comes the North Indian corridor. From Delhi to Varanasi and then Varanasi to Siliguri via Patna. So Delhi, Varanasi, Patna, Siliguri, this entire stretch, Delhi to Varanasi will be just 3 hours and 50 minutes. Varanasi, Siliguri will be just 2 hours and 55 minutes. So whether it is for you are moving for healthcare, for education, for economic work, for leisure, tourism, this becomes a major economic multiplier.
This point about economic multiplier is very well taken, and I want to also ask you about the financial outlay that you can perhaps share with us at this preliminary stage. But before you do that, it struck me that earlier in past budgets, there used to be criticism that state A has been ignored or state B has been favored because of politics. Since you spoke about South India states, there are many of these opposition-ruled states. What is the message that is being therefore given?
Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. That is Prime Minister's clear mantra. We have been, if you look at the railway budgets of previous years, practically every state has got huge jump from the 2014 time frame, and tomorrow when the railway budget is presented, the budget detailed papers are presented in the parliament. After that, we'll be sharing the numbers for this year. It's a significant jump from 2014 for every state.
Ashwini ji, what is the timeline that this massive rail corridor project is likely to take? And because substantial sums of money are involved, and over the years you have been continuously investing, Prime Minister Modi has sort of made it sure that there are never budgetary constraints. What is the size and scale of this project going to be?
These are huge projects. This is about 4,000 kilometers of high-speed rail to be constructed in the coming years. The good thing is, in the first corridor, the learning curve has been climbed. So the learning curve is now behind us. We understand the technology very well, the construction technology, the track technology, the rolling stock, the train technology, the signaling technology. All those things have been absorbed by our teams. We have made many innovations in the construction technology. Some of the innovations the Japanese want to take back to their country when they do the next corridor out there in Japan.
The Japanese want to take Indian know-how there?
Oh, yes. So many of these things have been a big, huge learning curve, and the teams have done really well, and we have joined academia with it, IIT Madras, IIT Roorkee, IIT Bombay, so many large group of engineers have been trained in this entire technology. So it will be significantly smoother now. We'll be coming up with detailed project reports, and each and every project has to be meticulously approved through a process where we prepare a DPR, go through the NITI, go through Finance Ministry, and then to the Cabinet. That entire process will go. There will be a large indigenization in the entire system, very significant level of Make in India. And that's because our country is today having that capacity. You have seen in Vande Bharat. Today, Vande Bharat, on technological parameters, it is better than practically every train in the world. And that is giving us that today our propulsion manufacturers, which is the heart of a train, are exporting to Switzerland, Germany, France, and US. So that kind of capability has got developed in the last 10 years.
What about cost overruns? Because like you very rightly said that the first project has been one of learnings. Do you think that in these bases, that learning, cost overruns will be a crucial component that you will have better control over?
We'll have to have very strong project management. We'll have to have the support of the state governments, because if you look at the Mumbai-Ahmedabad project, Uddhav Thackeray caused so much delay in the entire project by not giving permissions for land acquisition, permissions for construction. So we need that support from the state governments.
Do you think states, particularly the opposition-ruled states, are going to welcome these projects as and when they...
I think these high-speed corridors are well demanded and well cherished by the people. People want it. So the state governments will definitely support, in my opinion.
In terms of railways capacity expansion, we have seen that the overall seat availability has gone up, yet tariffs have also become dynamic. And with the kind of timelines that you said, for example, 49 minutes for Mumbai-Pune, if I recall correctly just now, it also means that the ability of railways to earn and generate internal revenues as well as other revenues will be very, very significant. Is there a sense you can offer our viewers that will all of this lead to costlier railway services, or will they continue to remain affordable for the middle class?
We are the most affordable railway system in the entire world. If you look at the Vande Bharat train, equivalent journey in Europe is about 20 times expensive. Our fares are lesser than even Pakistan and Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. Today, we are giving a subsidy of about 60,000 crore to all our passengers. That's huge, significant subsidy. And despite that, because of the increase in our capacity through the works that we have taken up in the past 1 decade, because of that, we are able to break even consistently for the last 3 years now. And that is bringing that sustainability in the operations. Today, if you look at the fare structure, dynamic fare is only in a very few trains. It's not that in all the trains. And we are moving towards a more systematic, a flat fare, so that, for example, in the Vande Bharat sleeper version, we have come out with a flat fare, so that we are able to sustain the operations without making it unaffordable. And as I said, this is even less expensive even compared to the Pakistan and Bangladesh railways.
One more final question on railways, and people sometimes may not appreciate the size and scale of Indian railways. It is clearly the fourth largest network. You have 1.2 million plus staff who are working. Safety has again been a priority, and sometimes the headlines show one unfortunate accident that happens due to overcrowding. Going forward with all the investments that are going in both modernization and safety, what could you tell our viewers in terms of safety standards and ensuring that not even a single incident happens?
Substantial improvement has happened, as I was explaining. 171 accidents per year during the Congress regime. Now that number has come down to 12. So that's a 95% improvement. But we need to keep on improving it further. Keep on having that focus on safety and getting the new technology. For example, in the case of Mumbai, converting all the trains to new trains with closing doors, automatic door closing, so that the safety improves multiple times. All those are part of the works. Already 238 train sets are in the process of procurement and manufacturing for Mumbai. Same is the case for entire long distance trains. We are moving towards new technologies where you don't have to put the engine. The train itself becomes a train set. So it has every second or third car will have the Panto on top, and then so that again improves safety in a significant way. So all those things are already in works.
Absolutely massive numbers when it comes to the railways. You wear multiple hats. Let's talk about the high-tech hat that you wear, and this is the semiconductor mission, and alongside the rare earths corridor. Both are very critical to national security. It is not just a subject for the IT sector. What kind of progress can we see on account of this mission, and why did we need this ISM 2.0 mission at this stage?
The semiconductor journey is a multi-year journey. The first version, we wanted to get the marquee investments and wanted to create that, jumpstart that industry in our country. And as you know very well, you understand the semiconductor subject very well. You yourself were associated with Mohali. So with that as the background, starting a new industry was the mission of the first version. The second version will focus on equipment manufacturing and design in our country. The equipments which are used for manufacturing semiconductors, those equipment we should manufacture in India. The materials which are used for manufacturing semiconductors, those materials we must manufacture in India. The design capability we have to increase substantially. We must have our own deep tech startups. We must focus on making sure that the chips required for the strategic sectors are all designed and manufactured in India. So those are all part of the Semicon 2.0. And very soon we'll come out with the cabinet proposal for approval. It's a very satisfying journey because the entire world today trusts India, believes in our capability to become one of the major semiconductor nations in the world.
One of the other big ticket investments that has been generated in India in FDI has come in through massive FDI by the likes of Google, data centers, cloud computing. Again, there is a significant budgetary announcement. As a consequence of this, if I may ask you, what kind of FDI surge can we expect?
We already have $70 billion in AI data centers, which is committed and work started. $90 billion is the total announcements already which are there. I wouldn't be surprised if this number goes above $200 billion.
$200 billion? Yes. In what time frame?
In the coming months.
Okay, so that's probably a very, very good hint towards what we can expect. One final question before I let you go, and this is the Reforms Express. You are the Rail Mantri. Prime Minister spoke about the Reforms Express. 350 reforms ever since Prime Minister spoke about it. Some people would say that this budget is also a microcosm of many more reforms. What is the message that is broadly being sent out?
Today, the world looks at India as an economy which is the bright spot among the entire globally turbulent world. And we are contributing practically almost 20% of the global growth. With that as the background, and the world today looks at India as a trusted partner. Co-creation and co-development is the theme. We have seen free trade agreements with UK, with EU, with EFTA, with New Zealand, with Australia. Everybody wants to be a partner with India because everybody knows that India was always a big manufacturing country. It was always a big economic power in its 5,000 years history. Whatever 250 years that we lost out in between because of our colonial past, now we have to come out of this. And this budget lays that foundation and the roadmap for that journey where from the $4 trillion we become $25 to $30 trillion. And we keep growing beyond that. Siddharth, you would understand this. You understand economics very well. We are today a young country. Our median age is 27 years. And the world is grappling with aging problems and many issues related to population. By 2047, we'll be about $25 to $30 trillion economy. But still, our population will be young because our median age will be 37 years, around that number. So we'll have a growth runway even beyond 2047. And that is one of the reasons why our finance minister has kept both the things, growth as well as fiscal prudence, both she has given equal importance. You have seen how the world is today struggling with huge amounts of debt on the balance sheets. We have one of the healthiest balance sheets among the G20 countries. Just 55% of the GDP is our debt ratio today. So with that kind of balance sheet, that kind of young population, that kind of stable policy, that kind of focus on having that long-term policy framework in place, that's what the world is looking up to. And that's what makes us so resilient and so kind of everybody wants to work with us in the world.
Absolutely. And the areas that you have will not just see a lot of local entrepreneurship, but foreign investors also pretty much wanting to do more work and more business in India. And after this, you will get busy with what will be a massive AI summit, but we'll leave that for some other time. For now, Ashwini Vaishnav talking to us about a budget for Bharat that has gone on the reforms track with what the Prime Minister called the Reforms Express. Thank you very much for your time. With that, it's a wrap. We'll see you again. Bye-bye.
Exclusive conversations lined up for you with Union Ministers. So speaking about the highlights for their specific ministries from Budget 2026, for Ashwini Vaishnav, of course, a whole lot there, whether it's about railways or for that matter, AI. Let's also focus on the big headlines that have emerged from the budget. One of the big talking points was about poll-bound states and what really the budget would announce for the states that are headed to elections, 4 of them, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Bengal and Assam. Now, interestingly, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman didn't announce any big bang reforms for these states, and that sparked a big political slugfest. Here's that report.
Four states head to the assembly elections this year. And the attention of everyone was on what each poll-bound state gets from the finance minister in this year's budget. For West Bengal, the budget announced a major infrastructure push including a high-speed rail corridor connecting Siliguri to Varanasi, an integrated East Coast Industrial Corridor, and a new dedicated freight corridor linking Dankuni to Surat. Tamil Nadu featured prominently with the announcement of a dedicated rare earth corridor to boost mining, targeted support for coconut, cocoa and cashew farmers, and bird-watching trails along the iconic Pulikat Lake to promote sustainable tourism. Neighbouring Kerala too was in focus with a dedicated rare earth corridor, continued support for coconut, cocoa and cashew farmers, and the development of turtle trails along key nesting sites as part of an eco-tourism push. Meanwhile, in Assam, the state received special attention to the announcement of the Nimhans 2 in Tezpur to strengthen the region's mental health and trauma care, alongside a major push to develop Buddhist circuits across the state to boost pilgrimage and cultural tourism.
We now propose to support the mineral-rich states of Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu to establish dedicated rare earth corridors to promote mining, processing, research and manufacturing. We will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri. There are no national institutes for mental health care in North India. We will therefore set up a NIMHANS 2 and also upgrade national mental health institutes in Ranchi and in Tezpur as regional apex institutions.
The opposition, however, was quick to push back. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has criticized the budget and called it disappointing from the point of view of his state, while his neighbouring counterpart Pinarayi Vijayan accused the centre of completely forgetting the state of Kerala and even conspiring to loot its mineral resources. Former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram also slammed the budget.
The continued high fiscal deficit and revenue deficit, the depreciation of the rupee, not one of the challenges were addressed by the Finance Minister.
West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee meanwhile claimed that the freight corridors highlighted in the budget were initiatives introduced during her tenure as Railway Minister.
What they said about 3 corridor, that is absolutely a garbage of lies, blatant lies. It is already on process. They have not given a single paisa to Bengal.
The budget now faces its next test, how its promises translate on the ground in the states already in a state of war. Bureau Report, India Today.
And joining us here for an exclusive conversation is Manish Tiwari, Member of Parliament from the Congress. Mr. Tiwari, good evening. Thank you very much for your time. Your first views, sir, your first comments on the budget that was presented this morning by Nirmala Sitharaman.
Well, if there's one word to characterize the budget, it is absolutely disappointing. For the simple reason, it does not address any of the deep-seated structural issues in the Indian economy. And let me flag them off one by one. The first is that for almost over a decade now, almost 12 years, the nominal GDP has been declining. The nominal GDP in 2005 was 14%. In 2009, it was up to 20%. In 2025, nominal GDP is only 8%. There's hardly a difference between the real GDP and the nominal GDP. And when you formulate a budget, it is not the real GDP which is important, it's the nominal GDP, because that is the figure that you use in order to calculate the incidence of the taxes that you propose to levy. And that's why your tax buoyancy has gone for a complete toss. The budget last year had calculated a tax buoyancy of 1.1%. It is down to 0.6%. If you look at it across sectors, gross tax revenue, assumed growth was 13%. The real growth is 3%. Corporate tax, assumed growth 8%. Real growth 3%. Income tax, assumed growth 17%. Real growth 6%. Indirect taxes, assumed growth 11%. Real growth 2%. Similarly, private corporate investment has not kicked in. In spite of the best efforts of the government since 2019, they cut corporate income tax in 2019 when the finance minister presented a series of mini budgets. Then they came out with productivity-linked investment schemes. After that, they gave income tax exemptions. They slashed GST rates, but private capital investment simply has not picked up, and that's why public capex in this budget has been raised to 12.2 lakh crores. It's primarily because there is no private investment happening. Then, if you look at foreign investment, investors are fleeing the shores of India. The figures are all there to see. If you look at the capital account balance, you look at NIRI, you look at some of the other numbers, these numbers are all in the negative. And then you have this unprecedented rise in India's debt and liability numbers. But before I come to that, look at one more macro number, Maria. Just allow me a minute. See, the total size of the budget is 53.47 lakh crores. Total revenue is 36.49 lakh crores. Total deficit, that is the money that you will borrow from the market to balance the books, is about 16.95 lakh crores. Your interest payments is at 14.3 lakh crores, which is essentially you are borrowing money to service the debt you've taken earlier. The economy is not growing. So the macroeconomic fundamentals are completely and absolutely out of whack.
Okay, but Mr. Tawari, the big picture, if we were to look at it, the government is also ensuring that there are buffers to ensure that its concerns with regards to growth are addressed. The concerns of the industry are taken care of with regards to opening up of new avenues, particularly with the FTAs. I was speaking to members of the CII earlier today. They were of the opinion that the government has shown its intent. Now it is for the industry to really revive that animal spirit that is famously spoken about.
Well, if the animal spirits would have been revived, Maria, then our outstanding debt and liability position won't be what it is today. Look at the numbers again. 2013-14, total debt and liabilities of the central government stood at 56.51 lakh crores. In 26-27, the estimated liability is going to be, debt and liability is going to be 214.8 lakh crores. That is a 4x increase in a span of 12 years. It is obvious that private industry, for whatever reason, is not stepping up to the plate. And the two things which figured prominently in the budget presented by the finance minister was semiconductors. Now look at semiconductors. China spent $40 billion in 2025 on its semiconductor industry. What was India's spend? 4.5 billion. And a majority of that is private spend. Look at artificial intelligence. China spent $98 billion in 25, out of which $56 billion came from the state budget. India spent $20 billion, most of it coming from the private sector, and the government spend was only $1.2 billion over 5 years. With these numbers, you are not going to close the gap with China. And whether you like it or not, till the time you do not address the structural imbalance in the Indian economy, which has come to characterize the finances of this country over the past 10 years, you are not moving forward.
But Mr. Tiwari, one would say that particularly in the manufacturing sector, there are a series of reforms which have been announced this time around. Won't you then agree that what is being seen as India's now or never moment, particularly in this very crucial manufacturing sector which generates jobs, has to be backed by proper execution? Is the challenge now for the government about execution rather than the political intent, which is being reflected in the form of reforms and also policy?
Well, let me answer your earlier question first about FTAs, because that's a very interesting question that you asked, Maria. Thank you very much for asking that. You see, if you look at the hard numbers again, all those countries that with which India has signed a free trade agreement, the balance of trade is adverse against India. So therefore, it begs the question that are those free trade agreements actually working for India, or are they working against the interest of Indian industry? And these are all publicly available figures. I mean, there's nothing which is surreptitious about them. When it comes to the question of execution, ultimately, you see, if you do not create an ecosystem whereby private investment or private investors or private corporate investment does not really feel that they're getting a bang for their buck, or they are hesitant about making these investments, which has been the case now going back to the pre-pandemic era also, your economy or the size of the economy is not going to grow. You see, ultimately, the size of your union budget is only 53 lakh crores. There are committed liabilities, defense expenditure, subsidies, and various other essentials, which, so therefore, the wiggle room for the finance minister is very little. And that is why this emphasis on trying to kickstart private investment, which is not happening. And that's something which government needs to seriously reflect upon. I don't want to bore you with more numbers, but just one final number, even your private consumption expenditure, and these are figures which have been put out by the Ministry of Statistics, is lower than what it was in 2012. So therefore, even private household consumption is at a historic low.
Okay. Those are concerns that you have had, Mr. Tiwari. Thank you for speaking to us. Joining us now is BJP MP and senior BJP leader Anurag Thakur. Mr. Thakur, I'm looking at the criticism which is coming in from the opposition. Rahul Gandhi says that this budget protects the rich while the common Indian struggles of prices and jobs are not being addressed. Politically speaking, where is the middle class and the youth in this budget?
Let me first congratulate Nirmala ji for giving the historic budget and also the 9th budget in a row. What Rahul Gandhi speaks, he also says that India is a dead economy. But whereas the number says, among the large economies of the world, India is the fastest growing economy. And Indian economy is bound to grow by 7 or 7.2% in the next financial year.
That's right.
Now let me come to the budget. If you look at the last year budget, it was close to 50.45 lakh crore rupees. There is an increase of 5.6% to 53.47 lakh crores. So that means there is going to be more spending. Second, look at the fiscal deficit.
Okay.
It's going to be 4.3%. So we talk about fiscal prudence and we have proved it that we have done well. Secondly, when you talk about the poor, Congress talking about poor. The party who has given a slogan for more than 3 decades, Garibi Hatao. For 3 generations they've been talking about Garibi Hatao. It is the Narendra Modi government who has actually worked for the poor of the country. 250 million people who are under the poverty line, they came out of multi-dimensional poverty line in last 10 years. They have been given 40 million new houses, 120 million toilets, 130 million tap potable water connections, 600 million people got 5 lakh rupees Ayushman Bharat Yojana health cover, more than 110 million people got the LPG gas cylinder. What is Mr. Rahul Gandhi and Congress talking? They've done nothing in last 60 years for the poor of the country. It is the Narendra Modi government who has done so. And let me come back. You talked about what is there for the youth. If you look at the AVGC sector, the orange economy, 15,000 schools will have these labs where they will be taught about the animation, visual graphics and gaming content. Apart from that, 500 colleges will also given the same kind of facility. We want to make India a tourism hub, medical tourism hub, allied health professionals, thousands of them. Then also the 3 All India Institute of Ayush Sciences for the Ayurvedic medical colleges. And also for the Ayush labs and all that, we are working on that. Now look at the STEM students, the girl child. 800 hostels will be built across the country for the girl child. Maria, let me give you some statistics here. There were only 13 IIT, today it is 21. There were 12 IM, today it is 20. There were 9 triple IT, today it is 25. There are 370 medical colleges, today it is more than 760 medical colleges. 700 universities, it has become 1147 universities. 7 AIMS, now today we have 23 AIMS. It is the figure in last 11 years comparison I am giving you. And also during UPS time, India was among the fragile 5 economies of the world. Today, India is the 4th largest economy of the world. And in next 3 years, India will be the 3rd largest.
You have given me a lot of data here. But the other point of view is that on one hand we say that the economy is growing at a phenomenal pace, and of course that's the number that is coming in from IMF as well. But on the other hand is this data which certainly stands out, which is around 80 to 81 crore people in India receiving subsidized or free food grain. So how isn't that base of people being supported by the government also increasing? So is the middle class going down in that pyramid that we keep talking about?
If you look at the per capita income, it has gone up. If you look at the lower income group people, their income has increased. You're talking about only the food grains. I'm saying we are giving them houses, toilets, water connections, LPG cylinders to other amenities like healthcare and all that. Because they needed that. Hand holding is very, very important for that class, but at the same time, there are millions and millions of jobs has been created in the last few years. Look at the startup sector. It was nothing in 2014, only 354 startups in the country. Today we have more than 200,000 startups in the country. We are the 3rd largest startup ecosystem of the world. And today we are talking about creating the AVGC labs in the schools. 15,000 schools and 500 colleges. That means we are looking at the new potential to provide skilled youth in the animation sector. We also looking at capitalizing 10% of the world's market share in the services sector. This is how Modi government functions. And let me give you one of the example for the manufacturing sector, Maria here. Look at the PLI scheme. First was bought for the mobile sector manufacturing. India was nowhere 6 years back. Today we have 100% manufacturing in India and we are exporting. We are the 2nd largest mobile manufacturer of the world. We are the 2nd largest steel manufacturer of the world, largest milk producer, 3rd largest automobile manufacturer. I can go on. The capacity building happened in last few years with the new schemes like PLI. Today we are looking at India Semiconductor Mission 2.0 to have our own Atmanirbharta, self-reliance in the semiconductor sector. Also to have the chemical hub. And also the biopharma hub through the biopharma Shakti programs. Upskill, upgrade our MSMEs by providing money to them and also creating the cluster of tools.
Okay, but Anurag Thakur, criticism certainly would be that when it is about optics, it's about, these numbers. Of course, the government tends to present these numbers very different from the number of funds that is also being underutilized. That's a challenge that is coming in. That 8,000 crore is not utilized because of the smart city projects, unveiled with much fanfare. Do you think that allocation, great allocations, but when it is about actual execution, that's where the challenge is?
Maria, thank you for asking me that question. Our intention is clear. We have increased the budget from 50 lakh crores to 53.47 lakh crores this year. That means 5.6% increase. Our intention is clear to bring down the fiscal deficit to 4.3%. That is clear. 2014, the public capital expenditure in the UPA time was only 2 lakh crore. We have raised it to 12.2 lakh crores. Our intention is clear. Last year it was 11.5 crores. Year before that it was 10 lakh crores. Year after year we are increasing it. And if you look at the roads data, in 2014, 96,000 kilometers national highway. Today it is more than 1,50,000 kilometers national highway. 2014 there were 3,23,000 kilometers of rural roads. Today it is 7,40,000 kilometers of rural road. 5 cities were connected with metro. Today 21. All these data I am saying, money is being spent. That is why infrastructure has been created. Money is being allocated today to the states. It is the states who have to spend those money. If they are failing to utilize the money and unable to give it the utilization certificate, you can't put the onus on the central government. Modi government is very keen. We believe in cooperative federalism. We want competitive federalism and we want states to prosper, compete at the same time and to help in the India's growth story.
Okay, so it's about ensuring that the states also grow and make their contribution in the India growth story. Anurag Thakur, thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing your views on Union Budget 2026.
Thank you.
Got you dancing, now we go back and forth steady with the prancing.
Everything's new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos. Badass forever.
Kia, movement that inspires.
India's longest-standing biannual survey. India Today Mood of the Nation. As the government handled Trump's Operation Sindoor claims well. If US tariffs remain unchanged, how do Indians think India should respond? Who do citizens blame most for Delhi's worsening air pollution? India Today Mood of the Nation has the answers. On stands now. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now. Log on to subscriptions.intoday.in.
जिस प्रकार से माननीय निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने लगातार 9वीं बार अपना बजट रखा है, ये भारत सरकार की पॉलिसी सस्टेनेबिलिटी और गुड गवर्नेंस का प्रतीक है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो विश्वास जनता के बीच में है, उसको ये बजट पूरी तरह से दर्शाता है कि आज के इस बजट से समाज का हर वर्ग, चाहे वो युवा हो, महिला हो, नारी हो, मध्यम वर्ग हो, सब के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इस बजट में आकार दिया है। इसके लिए मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को और माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमन जी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। इस बजट विकसित भारत के 2047 के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट है।
एक अंग्रेजी का लफ्ज है मम्बो जम्बो। ये मम्बो जम्बो बजट है जो ना वित्त मंत्री को समझ में आया, ना देश को समझ में आया, ना मार्केट्स को समझ में आया, ना अर्थशास्त्रियों को समझ में आया। बड़े बड़े हैवी अंग्रेजी के शब्द जिनके मायने कुछ नहीं, बहुत सारी कमेटियां, नतीजा कुछ नहीं, डिलीवरेबल्स पर जीरो।
wheels got you dancing. Now we go back and forth steady with the prancing.
Everything's new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos. Badass forever.
Kia, movement that inspires.
इसमें कुछ नहीं है। इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने के लिए भी इनका कोई समाधान, सकारात्मक कोई सलाह या कोई कदम उन्होंने नहीं दिखाया। आर्थिक इकोनॉमिक सर्वे का जो ये दिखाता है कि व्यापार में अनिश्चितता भारत के लिए एक प्रमुख चुनौती बताता है। इसी तरह रुपए का गिरते हुए मूल्य के निपटने की भी कोई योजना उनके पास नहीं है।
हर क्षेत्र को इसमें ध्यान दिया गया है। यहाँ तक कि एक वर्षों से हम सोचते थे कि कंटेनर भारत में क्यों नहीं बन सकते, जो कंटेनर में माल आयात निर्यात होता है। 10,000 करोड़ रुपए सिर्फ कंटेनर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को प्रोत्साहन देने का माननीय निर्मला जी ने घोषणा की है।
Joy and celebrations are in the air as filmmaker Atlee and his wife Priya announced they are expecting their second child. The duo took to social media to share the happy news, offering a glimpse into their growing family. The announcement featured the family dressed in coordinated white outfits, with Priya gently cradling her baby bump. Adding to the charm of the reveal, the couple also lovingly mentioned their pets, a detail that has been winning hearts online and making the announcement even more intimate. Fans and celebrities including Samantha Ruth Prabhu and Kirti Suresh flooded the comments with congratulatory messages. The couple tied the knot in 2014 and welcomed their son Mir in January 2023. Professionally, Atlee is currently working on the tentatively titled AA22 into A6, starring Allu Arjun and Deepika Padukone in prominent roles.
देखिए, आपने दो विषय रखा, मैं इसे थोड़ा सा होलिस्टिक ले जाना चाहूँगा। ये नरेंद्र मोदी की सोच है विकसित भारत 2047। उसके तहत नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अभी 25 तक 5 करोड़ लोगों को रोजगार देने का काम किया। ये एग्रीकल्चर से बाद सबसे बड़ा रोजगार का सेक्टर है। तो इसमें जो 5 मिशन उन्होंने दी है, वो मिशन हमें दिया है एक अम्ब्रेला के नीचे। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम अभी 3 बिलियन से ऊपर एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। अभी हम 10,500 करोड़ का MMF और टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल पर 10,500 करोड़ का PLI चल रहा है।
Very disappointing. And most of the states had requested for a devolution of funds of 50%, and again they've said only 41%. That is very disappointing for all the states. And there's nothing actually concrete in this budget. And even with the elections in mind, they have not announced anything for Tamil Nadu. They're not giving us anything, but then they want to, mine rare earth from Tamil Nadu, and it's a very disappointing budget.
इस वक्त हमारे साथ छगन भुजबल जी हैं। भुजबल जी,
अजीत पवार फैक्शन की तरफ से महाराष्ट्र को जो एक महिला डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर मिल गई है, क्या आप लोगों ने कभी सोचा कि चीफ मिनिस्टर भी बनाना है?
हम तो देखिए, हम फुले शाह अम्बेडकर की राह पर चलने वाले, हम तो चाहते हैं कि महिला मुख्यमंत्री भी बननी चाहिए। सारी बड़े बड़ी जगह के ऊपर जो है महिला हमको दिखनी चाहिए। और ये एक बात है कि अभी वो जो हादसा हुआ है उसके पार्श्वभूमि पर जो है ये सब प्रोग्राम हुआ, करना पड़ा, क्योंकि 3 दिन के बाद कितना दिन हम रुकते थे।
लेकिन वही बात तो बहुत सारे
चर्चा शुरू,
बहुत सारे लोग तो इसी बात के कह रहे हैं कि कितनी जल्दी क्या थी, अभी तो शोक खत्म भी नहीं हुआ था।
अभी भी शोक खत्म, फिर भी आप ही लोग जो है पहले दिन से पूछ रहे हैं कि मर्जर का क्या होगा, तो उसमें जल्दबाजी नहीं है। तो ये अपनी अपनी जो समझ की बात है, कोई बोले 3 दिन 4 दिन जल्दी हो, कोई बोले लेट हो। हम तो चाहते हैं कि दिल्ली में दूसरे दिन उसी दिन जो है शपथ ली गई है, ये भी देखा है हमने।
Welcome back. As we get you all the latest updates on the budget, let's focus on taxes. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced key changes in direct and indirect taxes in the union budget. There's no change in the income tax slab, but the IT return deadline has been extended. Earlier December 31st, now March 31st. Here's a deep dive.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has unveiled the latest Bahi Khata for 2026 with the vision for Viksit Bharat 2047. The budget stays the course on personal taxation with no changes in income tax rates. Here are the key takeaways for taxpayers. While income tax slabs remain unchanged, the deadline for revising tax returns is now extended to March 31st. This with a nominal fee. The budget makes tax compliance easier with the relief in penalties. Students studying abroad also get relief. Tax collected as source on overseas spending for education and healthcare is cut to 2%. The same rate will apply to overseas tour packages. The new Income Tax Act comes into force from April 1st. Motor accident claim interest is now tax-free. For NRIs, TDS on property sales can be paid via PAN, no TAN needed. 6-month window is open for foreign asset disclosure now. Customs duty on goods imported for personal use is cut from 20% to 10%, while duties on 17 critical cancer drugs are waived. Moreover, securities transaction tax on futures is up from 0.02% to 0.05%, and on options from 0.1% to 0.15%. The stock markets reacted sharply to the hike in STT.
Urban infrastructure, a whole lot of measures to get our cities up and running in a modern sense. And very interestingly, actually, I hope people don't miss this, is a very major transformational agenda for Indian Railways. The announcement of 7 high-speed rail corridors comes almost after 10 years of announcement of the bullet train project. So please remember that 7 high-speed rail corridors announcement in the budget marks a transformational agenda for Indian Railways and for the Indian public.
I think people who are expecting tax breaks, they will miss it out, but I was not. So I don't think budget was about tax breaks and or how much my pocket goes or something. This budget was about a long-term strategic planning and thinking. So if you actually see, they have done it. For the common man, even for a Divyang, or let us say they have got something. For the rural farmer, they have got some. So to an extent, a development-oriented, responsible budget, because fiscal deficit also is under control. That means inflation will be under control. That means I think interest rates will come down.
The income tax rates for new regime were already cut last year. And with the GST rates rationalized mid-year, no changes in tax rates were expected. The Finance Minister's focus is now on widening the tax base and ensuring compliance with easier norms. With Simran Sarowa, Bureau Report, India Today.
And joining me now is Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh. Dr. Singh, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has called this budget anti-federal. How does the government really counter the perception that the states are being shortchanged while the centre tightens its grip?
Maria, at the outset, we don't expect the opposition to pat our back, so they had to oppose it. But see, you and I would agree that today we live in an evidence-based era. So unless we accompany every statement or argument with a substantial evidence, it doesn't carry any conviction. Now, for example, when you are talking of carbon utilization, 20,000 crore rupee allocation, where is it not going to help the poor? On the one hand, you keep cursing the government for the air pollution that is happening. Then, secondly, when you talk of the Biopharma Shakti mission, rupees 10,000 crore, which is going to address the issue of the rapidly increasing incidence of the non-communicable disease in this country, we already have about 12 crore or so of known diabetics. We have 12 lakh cancer patients being reported every year. With the projection is that it will be about 20 lakh per year by 2030. So you have your own dedicated mission to develop indigenous devices, affordable, accessible healthcare system. Is that not going to help the poor? Now, similarly, if it is nuclear reactors where you are catering to clean energy, when you are incentivizing the foreign investors to come in and create cloud through Indian data and generate economy, is it not going to help the poor? Now, the biotechnology, the next industrial revolution, I hope somebody would inform them or make them enlightened that the considered view among the economies across the world is that the next industrial revolution is going to be biotechnology driven, the bio-driven. It is going to be circular economy, to waste to wealth, recycling, genes, and we are already into this. Like the last revolution was the IT driven. So if we are one of the front runners in the next industrial revolution, it's all meant for the poor, to improve the economic lot of all. So I think that defies an evidence.
Okay, Dr. Singh, politically speaking, when it is about the middle class and the youth in particular, we have heard a lot of buzzword around the youth-driven economy or because demographic dividend that India has. What is in it for the youth of this country?
No, that's because this kind of an opinion comes from the mindset which looks at the middle class only as the takers of freebies or tax exemption in the salary, etc., etc. Now tell me, all these factors that I enumerated just now, the health care, is it not going to help the middle class? You have cancer happening rapidly across the country today. You have non-communicable disease, not going to help the middle class. This carbon utilization allocations for cleaner air, on the one hand, it is the middle class which is complaining that you are ruining our health. It is your channel which off and on reports what is happening at Jantar Mantar. So it is not middle class. So I don't know which middle class they are talking about. Either they are having a biased mindset, or maybe they are conditioned by what they have, the manner in which they have seen the budgets happening, which are more of ad hoc in nature. This is a futuristic budget. I would rather say that even though the budget technically is 26-27, the roadmap is for the next 25 years. So possibly they are not able to make it out, because as the adage goes, the eye see what the mind knows. So if they try to understand, it's all meant for middle class. In fact, for across the sections of society. Now, for the fishing folk, you have allowed the exclusive economic zone in the deep seas for fishing. Is that not going to help them? I don't know which middle class are they talking about.
My last question to you, and this is with regards to, of course, the entire spotlight is on India. It is the fastest growing large economy, all set to, on the road to be the third largest economy very soon. There is a roadmap which has been charted out here, Dr. Singh. My question then is that given the spotlight that is on India and the global headwinds that India is facing, the big question is that will this budget really revive that animal spirit where the industry should be ready to put its money?
Yes, certainly. It is entirely focused on Indian economy. That is why I say we have to change our mindset, the manner in which we are looking in the world perspective. See, the entire there's going to be a paradigm shift in the entire dynamics of economy in the years to come. And We are already into it. We are not going to be late beginners. As I said, for example, in the last industrial revolution was IT driven, and we were already about a decade and a half behind others. Today we are already into this. So this is going to address the economy, the circular economy, the gene-driven economy, the alternative means of economy. So ultimately this is going to address that, and I'm sure by opening up, and this is a part of a larger ecosystem which also integrates the private sector, the non-government entities along with the government to create a whole of a nation effort.
All right. Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh, really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us here on India Today and sharing your views.
जिस प्रकार से माननीय निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने लगातार 9वीं बार अपना बजट रखा है, ये भारत सरकार की पॉलिसी सस्टेनेबिलिटी और गुड गवर्नेंस का प्रतीक है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो विश्वास जनता के बीच में है, उसको ये बजट पूरी तरह से दर्शाता है कि आज के इस बजट से समाज का हर वर्ग, चाहे वो युवा हो, महिला हो, नारी हो, मध्यम वर्ग हो, सब के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इस बजट में आकार दिया है। इसके लिए मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को और माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमन जी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। इस बजट विकसित भारत के 2047 के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट है।
एक अंग्रेजी का लफ्ज है मम्बो जम्बो। ये मम्बो जम्बो बजट है जो ना वित्त मंत्री को समझ में आया, ना देश को समझ में आया, ना मार्केट्स को समझ में आया, ना अर्थशास्त्रियों को समझ में आया। बड़े बड़े हैवी अंग्रेजी के शब्द जिनके मायने कुछ नहीं, बहुत सारी कमेटियां, नतीजा कुछ नहीं, डिलीवरेबल्स पर जीरो।
इसमें कुछ नहीं है। इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने के लिए भी इनका कोई समाधान, सकारात्मक कोई सलाह या कोई कदम उन्होंने नहीं दिखाया। आर्थिक इकोनॉमिक सर्वे का जो ये दिखाता है कि व्यापार में अनिश्चितता भारत के लिए एक प्रमुख चुनौती बताता है। इसी तरह रुपए का गिरते हुए मूल्य के निपटने की भी कोई योजना उनके पास नहीं है।
हर क्षेत्र को इसमें ध्यान दिया गया। यहाँ तक कि एक वर्षों से हम सोचते थे कि कंटेनर भारत में क्यों नहीं बन सकते, जो कंटेनर में माल आयात निर्यात होता है। 10,000 करोड़ रुपए सिर्फ कंटेनर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को प्रोत्साहन देने का माननीय निर्मला जी ने घोषणा की है।
presented by the all-new Kia Seltos, badass forever. Special partner SBI Life, अपने लिए अपनों के लिए. Exchange partner NSE, enabling a billion dreams.
Hello and welcome to our special coverage of Budget 2026, where over the day we've tried to dissect and decode Nirmala Sitharaman's 9th consecutive budget. Over the next 2 hours, we will have special guests, many of whom have tracked the budget-making exercise for years, to get for them a sense of, is this budget going to trigger the animal spirits of the economy, or simply for now doing a holding job amidst global headwinds? We'll get views from across the political spectrum and, importantly, from industry and economic voices as well. So there's plenty to look forward to in the next couple of hours. But first, as always, it's time for the headlines. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman scripts history by becoming the first Finance Minister to present her 9th consecutive budget. Big announcements made on tourism, manufacturing, MSMEs and cloud services. Prime Minister Modi praises the budget, says it empowers the poor, farmers, youth and women. Claims Budget 2026 will promote Atmanirbharta and Make in India. The markets give a thumbs down to Budget 2026. Government says negative reaction is due to the securities transaction tax hike on futures and option, which the centre wants to discourage. Government hopes market will stabilise soon. Opposition rains fire on the centre of what they call a disappointing budget. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi calls it blind to India's real crisis. Bengal, Tamil Nadu also criticised centre, says there's not enough for the election-bound states because they're opposition ruled. Announcement of a rare earth corridor in Kerala sparks a political storm. Chief Minister Vijayan calls it dangerous, claims move will pave the way for private monopolies in a key area. Okay, before we go to our special guest, let's bring you the big takeaways from Budget 2026. Nirmala Sitharaman presenting her 9th straight budget on Sunday. Contrary to expectations, there were no big sops for states headed for assembly elections, no big bang announcements as well. But the global headwinds clearly cast a shadow as the finance minister delivered her speech, promised fiscal consolidation, capex increase, customs duty tweaks and measures that she said will shield Indian exporters from the Trump tariffs. The big takeaways, specific announcements made in that speech. Capex is up from 11.2 lakh crores to 12.2 lakh crores. So the government continues to push for capital expenditure. Rupees 10,000 crores for small and medium enterprises growth fund set up. 40,000 crore rupees outlay for electronics manufacturing scheme, that's up from 22,919 crores earlier. SEZs allowed to sell in domestic tariff area at concessional rates of duty. Customs duty cuts on inputs to boost labor-intensive sectors like textiles and apparel and leather. Tax holiday till 2047 for foreign companies, data centers in India. Income tax rates remain unchanged. Compliance norms, though, have been eased. So the government hoping that this will at least give some kind of further growth momentum at a time of global headwinds. Joining me now, my first guest is someone who knows a thing or two about making budgets. He's delivered at least 8 budgets from what I recall. P. Chidambaram, former finance minister, joins us. Mr. Chidambaram, predictably, you've been very critical of the budget, saying that it does not address the core concerns at the moment facing the economy. Can you be more specific? What could the finance minister have done that you would have done if you were finance minister?
The second part of the question is not relevant, but I'll answer the first part of the question. I have issued a statement at the press conference today, earlier in the evening, listing at least 10 or 11 challenges mentioned not by me, but in the economic survey. The economic survey presented by the Chief Economic Advisor lays out 10 or 11 challenges. Now, I'm surprised and disappointed that the Honorable Finance Minister has not devoted a paragraph or two to each challenge. Each of them is a major challenge. I'll give you some examples. The penal tariffs imposed by the United States that have created stress for manufacturers, especially exporters. Second, the growing trade deficit, especially with China. Third, the low gross fixed capital formation, which is stuck at 30%, and the reluctance of the private sector to invest. Four, and I'll stop here, the uncertain outlook for flow of foreign direct investment into India and the persistent outflow of portfolio investors for the last several months. Some of these should be addressed, and our government.
But the finance, sir, with due regard, Mr. Chidambaram, with due regard, sir, the finance minister would say she has addressed them. For example, when you look at trying to protect Indian exporters from the Trump tariffs, specific customs duty exemptions, for example, given to seafood manufacturers, many of whom have taken a hit in aquaculture because of tariffs. You have protection given to leather, textiles. She says we have made efforts to protect, insulate our key areas which have taken a hit because of Trump tariffs.
Paragraphs, and I'll comment on that.
Yes. Yes. Mr. Chidambaram, let's look at specific areas.
Show me the paragraph.
She, in her speech, Mr. Chidambaram, has given customs duty breaks, for example, for those who are in seafood manufacturing, textile apparels. She's also encouraging through data centers to be set complete tax holiday till 2047, thereby hoping that you will have many of the major companies in cloud services coming into India.
Why don't you point out the paragraph or the page?
Sir, I have with me all the questions before me. I have taken down all the points. These are major points that she has made in her speech today.
Next question. If you show me the paragraph or the page, I will answer why that paragraph or the page does not address the concerns raised in the economic survey and my concern. If you are not able to point out the paragraph on the page, please move on to the next question. We'll come back to
sir,
it on another day
what?
or another time.
No, Mr. Chidambaram, I'm not going by the page number. I'm going by the speech that she has made. In the speech specifically, she has referred to various custom duty exemptions. She has put a certain outlay, for example, for electronic manufacturing scheme. They have spoken of 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities. The fact is, they've increased, in a way, benefits that NRIs can get who wish to invest in India in specific areas. I am giving you the big picture. You're telling me none of those points that I'm raising, for example, the SEZ point, none of them in any way.
Of this monologue, Rajdeep.
Sir, go ahead.
What is the point of this monologue, Rajdeep? You
tell me why you think that the budget has not addressed the issues. I won't answer. You answer.
Tariffs issue and the stress it has caused to all manufacturers has not been addressed. If you tell me I'm wrong, this paragraph or this page addresses this issue, I am bound to respond. But I've got the entire speech in front of me. Anyway, please move on to the next question.
Sir, okay, let me raise the question. For example, put to you specific, the capex hike, for example. The sustained increase in government expenditure continues, capital expenditure continues. At the same time, the government has maintained the path of fiscal consolidation, which is now pegged at 4.3% of GDP. I want to understand from you, don't you applaud, for example, the fiscal discipline shown by this government?
All right. I've understood the two questions and I'll give you specific answers. Take capital expenditure. On the capital account, the budget estimate was 11,21,090 crore in 25-26. But they actually spent only 10,95,755 crore. There was a cut in the capital account by almost $1,44,376 crore. And I'll break it up for you. There's 1,44,376 crore. The center capital expenditure was cut by 25,335 crore, and the state's capital expenditure was cut by 1,19,041 crore. Now, the center must explain why there was a cut in capital expenditure in 25-26 and why the states, despite the assistance allegedly extended by the central government, did not spend the entire capital account amount and cut it by 1,19,041 crore. Next year, they have planned a budget estimate is 12,21,821 crore. It's a sharp increase. But giving this year's record, why do I attach credibility? How do I attach credibility to next year's account? So you must explain why the capital expenditure in the 25-26 was sharply cut and why you think that the boost in capital expenditure budget estimate for next year is credible. Then we come to the fiscal deficit and revenue deficit. Now please listen to these numbers. The fiscal deficit for 25-26 was projected at 4.4, and I'm glad that the revised estimate is also 4.4. But for next year, the budget estimate of fiscal deficit is only 4.3. It's 0.1%, and that's why I said in my statement, agonizingly slow pace of fiscal consolidation. The target, remember, is 3% under the FRBM. At this rate of reducing the fiscal deficit, it will take 13 years to reach the target of FRBM of 3%. It is agonizingly slow. It is not an aggressive, bold move for fiscal consolidation. I would have advised a bolder move of fiscal consolidation. On the revenue deficit side, the current year budget estimate was 1.5 and the revised estimate is 1.5, and the next year's estimate is also 1.5. Only 10 days ago, Dr. Rangarajan pointed out that revenue deficit is as important as fiscal deficit because you're borrowing for revenue expenditure. If your revenue deficit does not reduce at all for 2 years, what kind of a fiscal consolidation is that? I'm not saying that they are anti-fiscal consolidation. I'm saying they are agonizingly slow in fiscal consolidation.
You know, you're using that. These are very difficult. There are global headwinds at this time. You said that they have not addressed some of the issues that have been raised, for example, in the economic survey. Now, one of those issues, obviously, is the geopolitical risks that are entailed, and this is partly to do with US tariff strain. Now, the government says, we've given concession for special economic zones. She announced a special one-time measure to facilitate sales by eligible manufacturing units in SEZs to the domestic tariff area at concessional duty rates, modernizing textile clusters, addressing the duty structure in labor-intensive areas, and learning from container shortages, a 10,000 crore container manufacturing schemes. Now, all of this, the government believes eventually the semiconductor scheme, 40,000 crore increased outlay to launch Semiconductor Mission 2.0. All of this, the government hopes, will in some way spur a sense of investment growth to counter any impact of tariffs. You don't seem to agree.
You didn't ask me a question. I agree, these are steps. But similar steps were announced last year. Similar steps were announced year before last. But why is manufacturing stuck at 15% of GDP? That's my question. I've been asking this question for quite some time. Intentions are good, but why is manufacturing stuck at 15%? In UPA time, the manufacturing was a higher proportion of GDP. It's come down to 15%. It is stuck at 15%. So you tell me, what is your goal to increase the manufacturing proportion of the GDP? And let's measure by the results. These steps are visible steps. These steps are no-brainer. You must give concessions, you must do this, you must do that. But this has been done for the last 3-4 years also.
So what's your reading? Why do you believe manufacturing and private investment has not stepped up?
The government. I am not the government. I don't have full information. I am only in the opposition. We can point out the errors. And I'm not pointing out my errors, the errors I found. I'm pointing out from the economic survey. The economic survey is presented by somebody who's fully knowledgeable about the state of the economy from within the government. You tell me why you have not addressed these challenges listed in the economic survey.
The tax holiday for cloud service providers, a tax holiday till 2047 to any foreign company that provides cloud services to customers globally by using data center services from India. Positive step or not?
I welcome that. But let's see the next year. They have announced that this year, next year and the year after the next, we see the results.
Investment limit for NRIs increased from 5% to 10%. Overall investment increased to 24% from 10%. The hope is greater participation of NRI capital and improved access to long-term overseas funds. Positive or not?
But why is private investment in manufacturing, private investment in India, in all sectors of the economy stuck for the last 4 years? I can point out numerous occasions when the Honorable Finance Minister requested them, pleaded with them, chided them, scolded them for being sluggish in private investment. Just go back and see the script of her speeches in the FICCI and CII. For the last 3 years, she's been cajoling, pleading, begging, requesting, chiding, scolding them. But why is private investment stuck? Why is it not moving away from the sluggish state to an active state?
Mr. Chidambaram, Ms. Sitharaman at the very outset outlined 3 main duties or kartavyas for the government. Speed up and keep strong economic growth by making India more competitive. Build their skills so that they turn into active partners in country's journey to wealth and success, and make sure everyone benefits. These are the 3 kartavyas that she has put, which she says is the basis of this budget. You don't seem to agree with any of these 3 kartavyas.
I mean, why do you assume the answer? You ask me, do you agree or do you not agree? You say you don't seem to agree. Do I have to agree with you?
No, you don't.
First of all, the kartavya has an English word. The Hindi version can be kartavya. I found the English meaning of kartavya. It is responsibility, duty. Fine. So it's a responsibility of the duty of the government to set out 3 goals. They have set out the goals. Why should I disagree with the goals? The goals are splendid goals. But the question is, what is the proof of the pudding? What is the result? What is the outcome? Outcome is sluggish investment and manufacturing stuck at 15% of GDP. Maybe
okay, one final question. One final question, sir. What would you have done? What is that one thing you would have done that you believe the FM didn't do?
No question. What would we have done? I'm not in government. I don't have full information.
No, sir, but you, sir, that you are now copying out from that answer. When you criticize a budget, give me let's assume you're a shadow finance minister. I know we don't have a shadow cabinet. Forget about information. What is the one reform you would have pushed that you believe would have raised, for example, manufacturing or private investment?
You give me all the information and data that is available to the finance minister, and I will produce a page on what should be done on manufacturing within 24 hours.
Okay,
the
I'm going to leave it.
Survey says what should be done.
I'm going to leave it.
Economic survey says what should be done. You follow your chief economic advisor. Why don't you believe your chief economic advisor? Why don't you believe Dr. Panagriya? I wrote a column, heed your favorite economist's advice.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there, Mr. Chidambaram. I think you've made your point, and I appreciate you joining us and giving us an opposition perspective on the budget. Thank you very much. I want to turn, before I turn to my other stellar guest at the moment, to the big breaking news coming. Pakistan has decided to boycott the match against India in the T20 World Cup. A statement released says the government of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan grants approval to the Pakistan cricket team to participate in the ICC World T20 26. However, the Pakistan cricket team shall not take part in the field in the match scheduled on 15 February against India. So clearly, this is a big move by Pakistan. After Bangladesh ousted from the World Cup, PCB had earlier threatened to boycott, remember, the tournament. Now they are saying they will not play the match against India. It casts another shadow over that T20 World Cup. Also raises the question whether Pakistan and Bangladesh now are trying to encircle the BCCI and indeed the ICC by saying they will boycott the match. Remember, there will be consequences for Pakistan to boycott that match against India. But that's the big news that's coming in at this moment. The Pakistan government says their cricket team won't take the field versus India. That match, remember, was slated for the 15th of February. That match was, of course, the two teams played in the Asia Cup 3 months ago. They didn't shake hands with each other. The Indians refused to do so in the backdrop of Operation Sindoor. And now the PCB, which had earlier threatened to boycott the entire tournament, says they will not play against India. How will the ICC react? We'll wait and see on that. But that is the big story that's coming in at the moment. Pakistan government says the cricket team won't take the field versus India. So no India-Pakistan match as of now. We'll wait and see whether that's a tactic to put pressure on India in some form, how India will react, and more importantly, how ICC will react. Will there be now sanctions against Pakistan? Will Pakistan be allowed to go ahead with the tournament? Will there be some kind of financial sanctions or something more? Because Pakistan clearly is violating what the ICC guidelines are by saying we will not play against a specific country. Of course, in the past, this has happened a couple of times. Particularly when Zimbabwe was involved. I'm joined by our correspondent Nitin Srivastav, give us the very latest.
Well, Rajdeep, this is a statement which has been issued by government of Pakistan, saying that they will travel for this World Cup, but they will not play a match against India, which is actually scheduled for 15th of Feb this month. But if they have taken this decision that they will not be taking field just for this India versus Pakistan game, I'm not sure. I mean, what kind of statement is this? Because initially Pakistan was always maintaining we will boycott World Cup because we are we are with Bangladesh. So if you are saying that now, okay, we are playing T20 World Cup, but we will not play against India. So this is a direct confrontation, for India versus Pakistan game. I'm sure ICC is going to take strict action against Pakistan, and I just also want to know from Pakistan, because there is no official press conference which was expected to be held. So there was no press conference. I want to know from Pakistan, have you already written to ICC, and is there any reply from ICC? Have they agreed to skip that game? I just don't believe that ICC must have said that you have to play. But again, if Pakistan is saying that they want to boycott this game, it is not going to happen. Absolutely not going to happen.
Rules on this? What are the ICC rules on this? Shouldn't there be some sanctions if a country decides to go ahead and boycott a match? I was giving the example of Zimbabwe. I recall 2003 World Cup. I think England refused to go and travel to Zimbabwe or play them because of the Mugabe government. So but can Pakistan get away by boycotting a match against India like this? They will forfeit points. But will there be any more action against them or not?
No, first of all, they'll have to make it very clear to ICC why they don't want to take field, for India versus Pakistan game. They have to, make it very clear to ICC. It is not about, you are saying, okay, we don't want to play. It is not like that. You have to make it clear to ICC. Give some logic, give some, reasoning behind that. We clearly remember at the time of Asia Cup when Pakistan was scheduled to play a game with UAE. They delayed it for more than 1 hour. So it is not a ACC tournament. It is an ICC tournament. All teams are equally responsible, and there will be clear-cut violation of ICC protocols. They must be sanctioned. But before that, they have to make it very clear to ICC that what is the reason why they don't want to play. And ICC, definitely will assess all the reasons. There will be meetings, I'm sure, from tomorrow onwards. There will be meeting again between, PCP and ICC. And PCP must have, they have to make it clear to ICC. And if they are not going to take it, if ICC is agreeing that, I don't think so. There will be sanctions against Pakistan, be it revenue, or be it forfeiting the point, or be it not getting the hosting rights in future. There will be many things.
Okay, let me go to Atul Vasan, former Indian cricketer. Join me, Atul Vasan. Your first reaction to that big decision: cricket team won't take the field against India.
First of all, I must say it's comical for me. I'm shocked, but I am pleasantly, pleased also that these fools are making a bigger fools of themselves. They don't understand what they're doing just to spite India, just to retort back. They're going down this road. They have become the infant terrible of world cricket, and I think ICC is watching. They'll lump it up for a while, and as it is, they are not winning. They've got a Mickey Mouse team. They don't win anything, and on top of that, they just try to eyeball everybody and browbeat everybody. So I think they are going to actually they're going down a very dark road for themselves. I think cricketers.
Should ICC take tough action against Pakistan for doing this?
I think eventually, let me tell you, revenge is best served cold. So even rather than just react now, just everybody knows what they're doing. What Mohsin Naqvi did, what they tried. First of all, they were trying to show solidarity with Bangladesh, and then suddenly the threat came that if they pull out, Bangladesh might walk in. Imagine that, how that would have looked. But now they feel that, okay, now we have to go in because we might look like fools. Now they will wear black bands, and even that will not send out the right signals. So they have to show their masses in Pakistan, who now have got a new opium to smoke, which is not Kashmir anymore, it's cricket. And I think the regime there knows that, this is how they can placate the masses and see how superior we are. We can actually put pressure, we can blackmail India, and we can show them. They have been spited. The minute we stop shaking hands with them...
What impact will this have on the tournament? This is the marquee match. This match doesn't take place. There'll be financial repercussions. Should there be dialogue? Do you believe that we also need to separate Bangladesh case from Pakistan? Bangladesh case, perhaps Bangladesh had a better case than Pakistan. Pakistan clearly had no case. They themselves had agreed to this hybrid model of playing in a third country.
So now what happens is that it is hypothecation, what if they come to play? Now, if they say today, okay, yes, we will not play, take a call, I think ICC today can kick them out and bring Bangladesh back in.
Atul Vasan for joining me. I'm going to take a break at this point. When we return, I'm going to Jayant Sinha, former Minister of State for Finance. He joins me here in the studio. Also, we'll be joined by Rajiv Memani of CII and other guests from FICCI, because we want to go back to that big budget story. We heard from Mr. P. Chidambaram saying the budget, according to him, has not done enough, in his view, to address the real issues facing the economy, particularly how do you kickstart private investment, how do you make manufacturing more competitive. We'll return with our special focus in just a moment. You're watching our special coverage of Budget 2026.
Hey guys, come sit. Let's go. Everything is new except the attitude. The all-new Seltos. Badass forever.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Introducing Motorola's signature.
विक्रम चाहे जितना भी फड़फड़ा ले, ढूंढ नहीं पाएगा।
हे प्रिया, कैसा लगा मेरा स्टंट?
विक्रम, एक हिंट तो देते।
विक्रम!
हिंट।
बड़े आराम से।
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Daily maximum 24 and minimum 13 degrees. Mumbai maximum 26 and minimum 23 degrees. Kolkata maximum 28 and minimum 15 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 28 and minimum 15 degrees. Chennai maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 29 and minimum 17 degrees.
जिस प्रकार से माननीय निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने लगातार 9वीं बार अपना बजट रखा है, ये भारत सरकार की पॉलिसी सस्टेनेबिलिटी और गुड गवर्नेंस का प्रतीक है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो विश्वास जनता के बीच में है, उसको ये बजट पूरी तरह से दर्शाता है कि आज के इस बजट से समाज का हर वर्ग, चाहे वो युवा हो, महिला हो, नारी हो, मध्यम वर्ग हो, सब के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इस बजट में आकार दिया है। इसके लिए मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को और माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमन जी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। इस बजट विकसित भारत के 2047 के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट है।
एक अंग्रेजी का लफ्ज है मम्बो जम्बो। ये मम्बो जम्बो बजट है जो ना वित्त मंत्री को समझ में आया, ना देश को समझ में आया, ना मार्केट्स को समझ में आया, ना अर्थशास्त्रियों को समझ में आया। बड़े बड़े हैवी अंग्रेजी के शब्द जिनके मायने कुछ नहीं, बहुत सारी कमेटियां, नतीजा कुछ नहीं, डिलीवरेबल्स पर जीरो।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Presented by the all-new Kia Seltos, badass forever. Special partner SBI Life, अपने लिए अपनों के लिए. Exchange partner NSE, enabling a billion dreams.
Okay, let's continue our special focus on Budget 2026. Jayant Sinha, former MOS Finance, is with me here in the studios. He's also former Chairperson, Parliamentary Standing Committee on Finance. Rajiv Memani, President, CII. Naina Lal Kidwai, she's former President, FICCI. And Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today. Sumant Sinha, Founder, Chairman, Renew, is also with us. I appreciate all of you joining us. I want to come to you, Jayant Sinha, first, because leading up to the budget, there were presumably twin objectives, growth and stability. One would say this government has done very well on ensuring macroeconomic stability in tough times. Growth is where there are concerns, particularly with private investment, particularly with manufacturing. Your response, does this budget do enough to really trigger the growth engine?
Good evening, Rajdeep, and let's first understand that stability, in fact, is a precursor to growth. And the fact that our macroeconomic parameters are as stable as they are, with good growth, low inflation, fiscal deficit coming down, that's a great foundation for growth. But in this budget, there are three major growth drivers that we need to pay attention to. First and foremost, of course, is infrastructure. We've obviously been spending quite a bit on infrastructure in the past, and now with 12.2 lakh crores, high-speed rail, university townships, spending on roads, all of that infrastructure really will enable us to drive growth, make us more competitive, and add a lot of jobs in infrastructure. The second area that is going to be a major growth driver for us are the sunrise sectors of semiconductors, artificial intelligence, biopharma. In all of these different areas, massive allocations have been made. 40,000 crores for semiconductors alone. We've got, of course, for data centers, a tax exemption. That also is going to attract a lot of investment in this area. So these sunrise sectors are going to benefit greatly. And third, while you might not want to think of defense necessarily from a growth point of view, I'll highlight the fact that we are increasing our defense budget by 20% from 5 lakh crores to 6 lakh crores is a massive growth boost as well, because much of that is going to be manufactured here in India, much of that is going to be done through our MSMEs, and much of that is going to result in new research and development, new technologies that are necessary for national security. So, for example, drones. So, if you look at these three big growth drivers, each one of them has got a massive boost. And of course, it's going to really help us continue to grow at 7% plus over the next few years. So I think the growth part is absolutely there.
You're saying the growth path is there, but as we've seen, we've simply not been, let's say, as competitive as the Chinese. And we are looking at export-led growth in tough times, signing FTAs. But the truth of the matter is, unless you get ease of doing business in place or speed of doing business in place, it's just not enough during a budget, Mr. Sinha, to make these announcements. The question is, between intent is right, where does the execution come in?
So China is a formidable competitor, and not necessarily because they follow a level playing field strategy. We know that they followed a mercantilist strategy. They've kept their currency at a certain level. They've been able to subsidize a lot of their companies and so on. So it's been difficult for all countries around the world to compete with China. But the important steps that we have been taking over the last few years, and particularly in this budget, through PLIs, through subsidies in certain areas, through tax exemptions, and importantly in infrastructure is going to make a very big difference. And I'll come to one final point here, Rajdeep, as well, which is that we are very fortunate to be able to have a very significant build out of our renewable sector. And as we build out our renewable sector, we are finding out that we now have among the lowest energy prices on the planet, because the round-the-clock solar pricing that we're getting with storage and so on is also going to allow us to reduce energy costs and make us a lot more competitive. That plus the money that's being spent on railways and roads and logistics, I think is going to enable us on a level playing field basis, of course, to compete effectively with China, and not just China, Rajdeep, but with Vietnam and other manufacturing powerhouses as well.
Okay, let me take that. Since you've given us your perspective, I want to take it to those who actually run companies or are in industry, and I want to ask them that question to each of you. Rajiv Memani, President CII, to you first. Given the fact, as Mr. Sinha points out, that there are incentives in this budget for specific sectors, will the animal spirits of the economy really get triggered? Because the government says that they've done lots for corporate India, starting with corporate tax relief 6 years ago. And yet the truth of the matter is, when you look at the numbers, private investment is still less than what it was in 2019, pre-COVID.
No, Rajdeep, I'm not sure whether your numbers on private sector investment being less than 2019 is accurate. ICICI
as a percentage, it is.
ICICI Securities did a review of all listed companies, non-banking listed companies, end of 2025. We had the highest capex by private sector in 2025, which was almost 11 trillion rupees, 11 lakh crores, which was 20% growth over last year. This year, yes, for the first 2 quarters, the growth had slowed down because what was happening around the world, the tariff situation in India and others, I think people withheld their capex plans. But if you look at what happened in the last quarter and in the third quarter, we suddenly saw, as compared to third quarter growth last year, the project announcements were up by 18 to 20%. And I'm sure the momentum is growing. So I don't think, I have been listening to this narrative since morning that private sector is not investing. It's not true that private sector is not investing. You look at balance sheets of companies that you know of, and you can look at their balance sheets and see how much they've been investing. You look at newspaper announcements every day. So so first is that. Secondly, can we grow more? Of course we can grow more. India is growing, economy is growing, balance sheets are strong. Can we grow more? Definitely we can grow more. I think there are lots of reforms that have happened on ease of doing business, on making India more competitive through factory production. A lot of new sectors which were not there till 3-4 years back, or 2-3 years back, opening up. I think we're seeing a lot of that happening. That will definitely speed up the capex, which hopefully we should give greater growth. Private sector capex growth in India. And thirdly, I think Jayant laid it out. I think there is enough ammunition in this budget to feed on growth. And I think one thing which I must say, this budget has done very well, because you also, please understand, if you have to maintain macroeconomic balance for India, last year our tax revenues were, as compared to the budgeted estimates, were down by almost 1.5 lakh crores. But in spite of that, we almost maintained the same capex trajectory. So there were lots of. So if you're looking at going forward, they have assumed a 8% growth of tax revenues for next year. So there is limited amount that the government can also spend. In spite of that, I think they've increased the projection from 11.2 to 12.2 lakh crores. And more importantly, the initiatives that they have taken, for example, whether it is data centers, where large investments are coming, nuclear power, where large investments will be coming. They've said they've given full customs duty relief. On MROs, they've provided the relief, so it becomes more attractive for people to set up MROs. On rare earth and minerals, they provided the customs duty relief, which is there. So if you look at sector by sector, without spending too much, the nudge to bring in private investment is definitely there in the budget. Yeah, and you're
Let me bring in Suman Sinha at this point, because you're in a sector, renewables, which many believe is one of those sectors which is seen as sunrise, where the government has made a genuine effort to encourage renewable energy sector. Your response, do you believe it's enough? Rajiv Memani says that, look, it's unfair to target private sector, but the growth has been uneven. Let's put it this way. Some sectors certainly have pushed ahead, others have stayed back. And we've seen this sort of W shape since COVID. Your reaction? Do you believe this budget has provided the growth momentum? It's focused on stability, but has it provided the growth momentum?
Look, I think that, you can't just look at the budget in itself and conclude from there whether the government is doing, adequately on providing growth stimulus. I think you have to look at what the government does across the whole year. And, as somebody said in one of the conversations earlier this morning, that if GST had been part of this budget, all of us would have been saying that, the GST, the whole budget is very reformist, but it was done earlier. And so therefore it wasn't part of this budget. So I think you have to look at the whole series of things that the government is doing. I think that there are many sectors, and I think the government has certainly picked on capex, for example, infrastructure, as being one of the big areas that it wants to get into and push hard. They have ramped up expenditure in infrastructure very significantly over the years and continues to do so. I mean, keep in mind that our inflation rate right now is about 2 or 3%. So even a 10% increase is a significant jump over inflation in real terms. And then on defense, I think that's another sector where the government, obviously for geopolitical reasons and otherwise, is also investing a large amount of money. So I think it's across different
your
sectors.
view, you see, the one criticism that we are hearing since the budget is could more have been done? I was speaking to someone, a foreign investor. He said this was not a breakthrough budget as they had hoped. My reaction was, it's tough in the tough times that we live with, all the geopolitical risks, to suddenly have a breakthrough budget. His view was adversity should have been turned into greater opportunity.
I think that it's easy to say that, but the reality...
Let me get Naina in that. Let me bring in Naina, because we have limited time. Go ahead, Naina.
So yes, we need the private sector to come in with more capital expenditure. I'm with Rajiv in saying that there's some happening, but is it enough? Clearly, the government doesn't believe so. And the sweet spot there typically is when capacity utilization goes north of 80%, which in many sectors it has not yet reached. So I'd like to come at it from the other side, which is what attracts industry to make that investment, and demand has to be a key part of it. Domestic demand and exports. Both of those then ensure that capacity utilizations go up, and as capacity utilizations go up, the investment into those sectors then begins to happen. How will capacity utilization go up? I think there are a couple of indications there. If you look at the fiscal deficit glide path, it's actually quite soft while adhering to what had been promised. It's a 0.1% improvement or drop from where the 4.4 is what we believe would be achieved by this March. And the promise is at 4.3. So it's not so high as to remove incentive and liquidities in the system. While maintaining that glide path, capital expenditure from the government side going up, which improves logistic costs. There's very high capital allocations down to the states. And all of this, again, helps make industry attractive enough to look at that capex cycle. How does domestic demand go up? There are a number of measures on job creation across sectors. Right. We heard for healthcare, tourism, which is a big one, which will provide, again, employment. And as much money as we put into people's hands, that in turn translates to consumption, demand, and therefore capex. So the job creation, job employment, high deployment into sectors which are labor intensive is, I think, a key aspect of the budget which we should not ignore. On the capital side of the budget, I think one of the things that Jen touched on, but I want to build on, is the urban infrastructure. And the fact that the desire now is to look at urban infrastructure through cluster development of what are really going to be tier 2, tier 3 cities, and the creation of an active municipal bond market which enables the financing of these cities. The connectivity between cities by these rail corridors. So the concept of urban development getting a sort of renewed attention
I've just got a minute. I take your point. Conceptually, in terms of intent, the government is pressing the right button. But Siddharth Zarabi, we've seen intent has to translate to execution. Smart cities is a good example. The track record is a mixed one. the government presses the right buttons, but states will have to respond. You earlier today told us about the 16th Finance Commission and its recommendations. A lot of the heavy lifting has been done by the center so far. It's going to now translate to states, to private industry as well. Do you believe that this budget has set the right direction? Now the question is execution, or the challenge is execution.
Rajdeep, let me take the example of the very ambitious expansion as far as the high-speed corridors are concerned. I put that very same question to INB Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, who is also the Railways Minister, just a little while ago. What are the numbers? 7 high-speed corridors, because all attention has been focused on Mumbai and Ahmedabad, and these are in the southern states. And therefore, no one can raise any politics around it. They have been given to states which are not necessarily ruled by the Bharatiya Janata Party. 16 lakh crore of investment, 4,000 kilometer of world-class high-speed, what may be called a bullet train corridor. Why did the Bombay and Ahmedabad one get delayed? Purely politics. We know that the Shiv Sena, as it was existing then, delayed it. Cost overruns went up from 1 lakh crore, that project went up to 2 lakh crore. So very clearly, the intent on execution exists, but it is for the states themselves. And when I asked that question to Ashwini Vaishnav, that how will the states respond, he said they are all welcoming it. So a consensus that despite politics, you will let business and execution of ground level projects happen. And Rajdeep, if that project were to take off, it's probably a 10, 15, 20 year project. I'm telling you that the incremental impact on GDP growth will be phenomenal.
Okay, let me leave it there. As I said, it's only day one. The devil often in the budget lies in the detail. The instant reaction of the markets clearly was linked to the hike in securities transaction tax. But we will wait and see how all of this plays out in specific sectors in particular. This was the sector-driven budget, if you want to call it that. Some called Nirmala Sitharaman today Tinker Raman, others said Focused Raman. You can choose whichever side you are in that. She was focused on specific sectors. Others said she tinkered too much with the budget. Let's leave it there. I appreciate my guests joining us. We'll be back, of course, with our continuing coverage. Also, that other big story that's breaking, Pakistan refusing now to play against India in the T20 World Cup. Plenty more on our special coverage this Sunday. Back in a moment.
जिस प्रकार से माननीय निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने लगातार 9वीं बार अपना बजट रखा है, ये भारत सरकार की पॉलिसी सस्टेनेबिलिटी और गुड गवर्नेंस का प्रतीक है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो विश्वास जनता के बीच में है, उसको ये बजट पूरी तरह से दर्शाता है कि आज के इस बजट से समाज का हर वर्ग, चाहे वो युवा हो, महिला हो, नारी हो, मध्यम वर्ग हो, सब के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इस बजट में आकार दिया है। इसके लिए मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को और माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमन जी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। इस बजट विकसित भारत के 2047 के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट है।
एक अंग्रेजी का लफ्ज है मम्बो जम्बो। ये मम्बो जम्बो बजट है जो ना वित्त मंत्री को समझ में आया, ना देश को समझ में आया, ना मार्केट्स को समझ में आया, ना अर्थशास्त्रियों को समझ में आया। बड़े बड़े हैवी अंग्रेजी के शब्द जिनके मायने कुछ नहीं, बहुत सारी कमेटियां, नतीजा कुछ नहीं, डिलीवरेबल्स पर जीरो।
Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 263, Mumbai 160, Kolkata 185, Bangalore 153, Chennai 164, Hyderabad 161.
इसमें कुछ नहीं है। इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने के लिए भी इनका कोई समाधान, सकारात्मक कोई सलाह या कोई कदम उन्होंने नहीं दिखाया। आर्थिक इकोनॉमिक सर्वे का जो ये दिखाता है कि व्यापार में अनिश्चितता भारत के लिए एक प्रमुख चुनौती बताता है। इसी तरह रुपए का गिरते हुए मूल्य के निपटने की भी कोई योजना उनके पास नहीं है।
हर क्षेत्र को इसमें ध्यान दिया गया है। यहाँ तक कि एक वर्षों से हम सोचते थे कि कंटेनर भारत में क्यों नहीं बन सकते, जो कंटेनर में माल आयात निर्यात होता है। 10,000 करोड़ रुपए सिर्फ कंटेनर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को प्रोत्साहन देने का माननीय निर्मला जी ने घोषणा की है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Sorry.
अरे मित्रों, भाई और बहनों, दोस्तों, अरे सुनो सुनो सुनो। खुशहाल रहना है तो काम करो प्यारे। मेरे हर रिफॉर्म को सलाम करो प्यारे। अरे खुशहाल रहना है तो काम करो प्यारे। मेरे हर रिफॉर्म को सलाम करो प्यारे। मेरी सरकार कमी होने नहीं देगी, बजट से उम्मीद कभी खोने नहीं देगी। मिल के हमारे साथ साथ चलो प्यारे, हाथों में लेके सब हाथ चलो प्यारे 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 प्यारे। विकसित भारत के ख्वाब होंगे पूरे। कृषि टैक्स रिफॉर्म न रहेंगे अधूरे। रह जाए सब दिल थाम कर प्यारे, हाथ जोड़ सबको सलाम कर प्यारे। मेरी सरकार कमी होने नहीं देगी, बजट से उम्मीद कभी खोने नहीं देगी। खुशहाल रहना है तो काम कर प्यारे। मेरे हर रिफॉर्म को सलाम करो प्यारे प्यारे प्यारे।
Presented by JK Tire Puncture Guard. Say goodbye to flat tire. Co-presented by the all-new Kia Seltos. Badass forever.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You are continuing coverage of Budget 2026 here on India Today. But today we have another big story also breaking this Sunday evening. So let's get cracking first with all the headlines on this big news day. Pakistan says it will boycott the T20 World Cup match versus India later this month. Move comes days after Bangladesh pulls out of T20 in India after their hybrid model demand was rejected. ICC says they haven't received any formal communication just yet. Budget 2026 has major announcements for specific sectors including tourism, manufacturing and export-oriented industries. Prime Minister Modi claims budget will promote Atmanirbharta and Make in India, could also offset Trump tariffs impact. The markets give a big thumbs down to the budget. Government sources say negative reaction due to the securities transaction tax hike on futures and options, which the centre wants to discourage. Government hopes the market will stabilize soon. Opposition rains fire on the centre over what they call is a disappointing budget. Leader of the opposition in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, calls it blind to India's real crises. State governments of Bengal, Tamil Nadu, Kerala also criticized the centre. It's Election Commission versus Mamta Banerjee. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamta now moves Supreme Court against the poll panel on SIR. Petition claims illegally appointed micro-observers are manipulating data. Stone pelting and arson reported at a YSRCP leader's house near Hyderabad. The attack follows his alleged remarks against TDP Minister Lokesh Naidu. Firing outside filmmaker Rohit Shetty's residence in Mumbai. 5 people detained by police. Lawrence Bishnoi gang claims responsibility. IMF data shows India above America in the list of 10 top contributors to global real GDP growth in 2026. Elon Musk says the balance of power is changing. Carlos Alcaraz creates history by becoming the youngest man to complete a career Grand Slam after defeating Novak Djokovic in the Australian Open final. The big story that we are breaking at this moment, Pakistan has decided to go ahead and boycott its match against India in this month's T20 World Cup that begins next week. ICC sources claiming they have not received any written communication from the Pakistan Cricket Board as yet. Any sanction will be decided only after the PCB informs ICC officially. BCCI says we have no such information. Only when we are officially informed will we give our opinion. Remember that India versus Pakistan T20 World Cup match was scheduled to be played in Sri Lanka on the 15th of February. This move comes days after Bangladesh decided to opt out of the World Cup. They were protesting the decision of the IPL to keep Mustafizur Rahman out of the tournament. So it appears the cricket world is split wide open and the subcontinent is split wide open now ahead of the T20 World Cup. Nikhil Naz joins me at this moment, our consulting sports editor. Nikhil, explain what is the logic Pakistan is giving, given the fact that they have accepted in the past hybrid model. Yes, they won't play in India, which is why the match was shifted to Sri Lanka. So what reason is Pakistan giving for boycotting the match?
Well, Rajdeep, they haven't issued an official reason, but just going by what Mohsin Naqvi had said about 5 to 6 days ago when he was speaking to the press, he said we are in consultation with our government. At that time, he had mentioned that what has been done to Bangladesh is unfair. And, if hybrid model can be made available to India and Pakistan, why not Bangladesh? And that was the last that PCB spoke officially. And then they said, we're going to consult our government and get back with it. Now that you have an official confirmation, it's pretty much confirmed that it's the Bangladesh issue after which they've taken this call. And that actually is a bolt from the blue, a bit of a surprising bit, because, in the recent past, I was there at the Asia Cup, Rajdeep, and there were issues between India and Pakistan. On that occasion, when Pakistan felt sighted, when they thought that, they were being treated unfairly, when India refused to go to Pakistan to play the Champions Trophy, then, as you know, no handshakes. Then, following that, you had a few Pakistani players that were punished for making a few references to, Operation Sindoor. Then you had a scenario where the Indian team refused to collect the trophy from Mohsin Naqvi. A lot of things happened that was directly related to Pakistan. And yet Mohsin Naqvi and the Pakistan government at that time did not deem it necessary to boycott a match versus India. They continued to play 3 matches. Now there is a scenario where, there is an issue between India and Bangladesh. And then Pakistan decides to take Bangladesh's side and decides they're not going to play India. And that is why I said that when the issue was directly pertaining to Pakistan, they did not take that step. They're taking a step now. If I can, second guess Pakistan, or I hazard a guess because I was there at Asia Cup, I think there are 2 crucial factors why this call may have been taken. One, as I mentioned, Bangladesh, but not so much on the cricketing field. I think there is a genuine effort from geopolitically from Pakistan to, extend a hand towards Bangladesh, get them on their side, and to, with especially a lot of uncertainty with India, fear of military attack. So I think that's one reason they may have done. And secondly, Rajdeep, I think a very important thing, which could be that, a reason that has Pakistan has taken this call, is I think Mohsin Naqvi has taken it personally, all those things that happened there. Now he is in a position of power. When India refused to take the trophy, that was the last game. So I think it is a decision which has been keeping geopolitics in mind and all the things that happened personally to Mr. Naqvi, and not so much cricket. Because if it was cricket at heart, then Pakistan has literally shot themselves in the foot. I have numbers for you, which we can dwell on as we go along.
Just a minute. The fact, Nikhil, is that there are precedences where countries have chosen not to play against another country in the World Cup. 2003 World Cup. England, for example, chose not to play against Zimbabwe because of the Mugabe government, which they said was violating human rights. For years, people chose not to play South Africa, of course, because of apartheid. The question is here, Pakistan had agreed to a hybrid model that both the countries had agreed they would play each other in third countries. What are ICC's options? Can ICC only financially censure Pakistan, or say that Pakistan will be banned from international cricket, let's say for 12 months?
I mean, this is something that the ICC is going to look at. You gave those few examples, Rajdeep. 2003 it happened, 1996 it happened, and then during the T20 World Cup in 2009 as well, Zimbabwe refused to go there. But on those occasions, there were either no diplomatic, relations between the two countries, or there were security concerns which were made in advance. In this case, neither are there any security concerns, because Pakistan is who asked to be playing in Sri Lanka. They have no security concerns there. Neither, are there any issues which Pakistan has taken to the ICC and taken the call. Remember, I don't think, oftentimes it's said that, they've done something to India and ICC will take that call and India might be controlling things. But let's not forget, you are actually going to be hurting the revenue of the ICC. That's going to hurt Cricket Australia. That's going to hurt, English Cricket Board, New Zealand, everyone. The ICC board is going to sit and then ask Pakistan, what is the reason that you've decided to pull out of this particular tournament? Because that will not cut mustard by saying, listen, because you were against Bangladesh. That's not a decision that India took. The ICC board actually voted in favor of not having Bangladesh in the tournament because they were refusing to play in India. So I think you would take those things into account. If wins and fancies is what every nation is going to do, or every cricket board is going to do, then ICC is going to be in a bit of a trouble. So I think this is now left Pakistan exposed to some sort of action, or sanction that the ICC can
Has it isolated India in the subcontinent also and ruptured, in a sense, India is the superpower of cricket. But with that Mustafizur decision, and I think we need to separate what India did with Bangladesh with what Pakistan has done now. There were questions whether that decision was taken in haste to ask KKR, Kolkata Knight Riders, to cancel the contract with Mustafizur. Bangladesh reacts. Now Pakistan joins in. willy-nilly. The fact is the subcontinent's cricket world has been badly fractured and ruptured. I mean, that is also a fallout. The big revenue match of any World Cup is India versus Pakistan, which now may not take place.
Well, that's true. But to say that India is isolated may not be accurate, Rajdeep, because
isolated
yes,
in the
you might
subcontinent, I said.
Yes, even in the subcontinent, you may have a scenario where, you've got Pakistan as well as Bangladesh on one side. But as we've seen in the past, Sri Lanka has been voting in favor of, BCCI in that sense. So I'm just talking about the strong cricketing powers that you have. Afghanistan Cricket Board has been voting in favor of, what the BCCI has wanted in the last few months. And then I think the one area or one particular a property that's going to bear the brunt of this could be the Asia Cup. I think that may be an issue going forward.
Nikhil, I'm going to stop you for a moment because I've got Sunil Gavaskar also now joining me. Appreciate your joining us, Mr. Gavaskar. This news that's coming in, Pakistan deciding that they are not playing the match against India on the 15th of this month. What's your sense? Is this, how do you view it, sir?
I mean, it's their call. They have taken a call. They must have considered whatever they have to consider, and they've taken a call. I don't think India has got anything to do with it. India did not have anything to do with Pakistan taking that call. They have taken the call. So whatever the consequences of that is something that, they would have also thought about whatever the consequences are. And
but purely from a cricketing point of view, do you believe that this is where politics is taking over, Pakistan wanting to make a geopolitical point, as Nikhil rightly put it, to try be seen to be siding with Bangladesh? All of this not good for the game, is it?
I don't think they've, to the best of my knowledge, I don't think they've said anything to do with Bangladesh. I know they made there were some comments coming in that they would, withdraw from the World Cup as well. So obviously that was not going to happen. I mean, even in India, there has been talk about not playing Pakistan the last couple of times. So Pakistan.
Do you think ICC should sanction, sir? We are having a problem with your video, but do you think that ICC should sanction Pakistan if they don't play? Because you can't run cricket on the whims and fancies of a country, suddenly decide I won't play.
Oh, definitely, yes. I think if you withdraw at the last moment, if you withdraw earlier on, that's another matter. But if you withdraw at the last moment, on the eve of the tournament, then yes, I think certainly the ICC should come in and take some action. I don't know what action they will take, but I think that's
what kind of action do you think? What kind of action would you support, sir? Would you say 1 year ban for Pakistan on international cricket, or would that be too severe?
I think it is. I think there are so many other boards, so it's not just going to be one person's decision. But I think it will be something that will to ensure that no other team in the future also considers doing that. It will be something which will be to ensure that no other team will do that.
Okay, Sunil Gavaskar, for joining me here on that big breaking story along with Nikhil Naz. Thank you both very much for joining me here. Okay, let's switch attention to the big story of the day, Budget 2026. Okay, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented her 9th consecutive budget on Sunday today. This budget comes amidst global headwinds and the Trump tariff war. Public capex in the budget has risen to 12.2 lakh crores with a 10,000 crore MSME funds and a push on manufacturing, particularly in areas where India has perhaps an edge in exports. There are also, in a special geopolitical signal, Chabahar allocation has been cut to zero. Defense spending has risen 15% to 7.85 lakh crore. Let's take a look at the big takeaways of Nirmala Sitharaman's 9th budget, which got a thumbs down from the markets, but was otherwise seen to have a pretty decent response.
And moderate inflation.
A budget prepared in the shadow of global headwinds, triggered by the tariff war unleashed by Donald Trump. Nirmala Sitharaman, presenting her 9th consecutive budget, chose to navigate the choppy waters without rocking the boat. So instead of big bag announcements, the FM's budget speech on Sunday focused on firewalling the economy. At the time when private investment is yet to pick up, public capex has been raised from 11.2 lakh crore to 12.2 lakh crore. A 10,000 crore growth fund to create what she called champion SMEs. 40,000 crore for India Semiconductor Mission 2.0, up from 22,919 crore rupees allocated for the first version. Eligible SEZs allowed to sell in domestic tariff area at concessional rates of duty. Customs duty cuts on inputs too boost some labor-intensive sectors like textiles. A tax holiday till 2047 for foreign companies' data centers in India. Income tax rates remain unchanged, although compliance norms have been eased.
Over 350 reforms have been rolled out. This includes GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. High-level committees have been formed, and in parallel, the central government is working with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. I am happy to inform this august House that I fulfilled my commitment made in 2021-2022 to reduce fiscal deficit below 4.5% of GDP by 25-26.
The G Ramji scheme, which has replaced Manrega, is allocated rupees 95,692 crores and another 30,000 crores allocated to clear pending Manrega dues. While the budget did not give any grand schemes for pole-bound states, it announced 7 high-speed rail projects, 2 of them for Chennai.
We will develop 7 high-speed rail corridors between cities as growth connectors, namely Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi hailed the budget as historic.
And people
जो बड़ी बड़ी ट्रेड डील्स भारत ने की है, मदर ऑफ ऑल डील्स, उसका मैक्सिमम बेनिफिट भारत के युवाओं को मिले, भारत के लघु और मध्यम उद्योग वालों को मिले, इस दिशा में बजट में बड़े बड़े कदम उठाए गए हैं.
The opposition claimed the budget failed to meet expectations.
इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने के लिए भी इनका कोई समाधान, सकारात्मक कोई सलाह या कोई कदम उन्होंने नहीं दिखाया. इसी तरह रुपए का गिरते हुए मूल्य के निपटने की भी कोई योजना उनके पास नहीं है.
The influence of geopolitics was hard to miss. Zero allocation for the Chabahar port in Iran, a cut from 400 crores allotted last year. Coming just months after Operation Sindoor, there is an increase of more than 15% in defense allocation from 6.81 lakh crores to 7.85 lakh crores. Bottom line, Nirmala Sitharaman is playing a grinding test innings on a wicket checkered by global forces at play. Bureau Report, India Today.
Okay, so how should we see Budget 2026? We are going to go into what we call the budget face-off now. Joining me now is Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, a 4-time MP of the Congress, eminent jurist, Chair, Parliamentary Standing Committee on Law and Commerce. Also joining me is Professor Dr. Gaurav Ballabh. He is part of the Economic Advisory Council, economist, politician with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Also with us is Surjit Bhalla, someone who's tracked budgets probably longer than anyone else, former executive director at the IMF. Good to have all of you on the show. I'm going to ask you, because I want you to be crisp, each of you. You give me first, Gaurav Ballabh, ruling party, what do you think is the biggest strength of Budget 2026 and the biggest weakness?
See, the biggest strength I can say, the budget, the entire premise lies on 3 M's. Focused approach to MSME, focused approach to manufacturing, and maintenance of the reform express which is happening in the country. I will give you 10 seconds for each of the 3 points. When I say MSME, starting with the equity support, with the liquidity support, and there was always one argument that majority of the benefits of the MSME sector were taken away by the small and medium. Micro were not getting most of the things. So this time there is a provision of corporate mitras who will ensure that the benefit of the MSME schemes moves to the micro enterprises also. Coming to the second M, that is manufacturing, starting with the sunrise sectors like Semiconductor Mission 2.0, Biopharma Shakti, to the conservative manufacturing, like there is a high-tech tool room for the CPSCs, the Central Public Sector Enterprises, container manufacturing, which is one of the most required thing in the export-import. The issues of the textile industries are addressed in this budget. 3 new chemical parks were announced, and from the social sector side, from the education to the orange economy, there are a lot of things in the manufacturing sector. The third point, which is the continuation of the Momentum Express or continuation of the Reform Express. Earlier Reform Express was on broad gauge. Now there is a high-speed rail is there on the tracks of high-speed rail network. Reform Express is moving. Starting with the infrastructure, you can see, Rajdeep, 6 lakh crore rupees approximated is allocated to the infrastructure sector. Defense sector got a very high boost. Third point, the Atmanirbharta in the defense sector. Already we had a defense production of 1.5 lakh crore in FY25, domestic defense production by our MSMEs. The export of the defense equipments are ever increasing in the last 2-3 years, and this is one of the collateral benefit of the Operation Sindoor. So I gave you the
You've given me 3 M's.
You asked me
MSMEs,
plus
manufacturing,
yeah,
and the Reform Express, which you're saying maintaining
and
the
maintenance of momentum.
Okay, I've got your point. Let Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi give me the other perspective. Why do you think that this budget of 2026 is very tepid and insipid? Those are the words that are being used by many opposition leaders, and maybe give me your reasons for that. You're on mute, sir. You're on mute.
Absolutely correct, Rajdeep, and possibly an understatement as far as those adjectives are concerned. What I liked are 2 phrases about the budget. One is that it's like an ATM. The screen lights up, but the cash doesn't come out. And she spoke in a 9th budget speech for hours, but I think the middle class heard basically silence. So let me give you very quickly the bullets you need. First, it just doesn't add up. You know, there's a very special trick about budgets. You keep on talking nice things about the future, but they have to gel with the past. So what we will get in the future over the next year, well, we can only hope. But it directly contradicts the past. Take, for example, capital expenditure. It is actually reduced as a percentage of GDP from 3.2 to 3.1%. And in absolute terms, it is reduced by almost 1,44,000 crores. It doesn't add up. Second, revenue expenditure has been cut drastically in what I thought were the highest public interest sectors for the country. Rural development, 53,000 crore rupees cut. Urban development, 39,000 crore rupees cut. And so on. Agriculture, 6,985. I'm not going to bore you with figures, but that's the trend. Third, my friend just spoke, although we are not in a debate, we are all speaking individually, I was told, but he spoke about manufacturing. You know the irony? Atmanirbhar has become a supreme irony, a myth. Manufacturing is stuck at 12.8, less than 13% for more than a decade. The sector which should be growing most, we are actually sustained by our services sector. So what you're talking about is the future, rosy, nice projections, but this is the disconnect with the past. How can you suddenly jack up manufacturing from a consistent structural, stuck in the rut of 12.8 to this rosy picture of the future? It doesn't add up. Then fourthly, tell me which of the major concerns your own economic survey raised are addressed by this budget. Let's take gross fixed capital formation. It's very low from 25, 28 to 30%. What is there specific about this when an actual capital expenditure is cut drastically? Jal Jeevan Mission, which is your own mission, is cut from 67,000 crores to 17,000 crores in the revised estimates. Now, what you've done is you again jacked it up for the next year. But if your immediate past year performance is this huge cut, it is just, very highly questionable.
So you're saying there's a huge gap between the government's claims and the reality on the ground, because you had Gaurav Ballabh giving a list of areas like these rail corridors, specific schemes that have been announced by this government. For example, tax holiday till 2047 for foreign companies setting up data centers in India.
So,
they've given specifics, Dr. Singhvi.
Rajdeep, in the long run, as John Keynes said, we're all dead. I'm very happy if this happens in 47, but I'm comparing it with the immediate past year. MSCs was mentioned, MSMEs. Corporate Mitras is an administrative ease of business effort. What is the solid thing to reduce the lakhs of MSMEs which have shut down? Tell me a single. Corporate Mitras will help them to file forms.
I gave you and
urban
Mr.
and rural
Ballabh
unemployment.
Equal time. I want to give the same time to Dr. Surjit Balla. Is there a middle ground between the two extreme views that I heard just now, Dr. Balla, in this budget? When I look at some of the early criticism, it is that the budget didn't do enough. It could have been a breakthrough budget. It isn't. The other view is it has provided a strong element of stability and the potential for future growth.
Okay, I don't know whether I'll fall in between the two views, but let me also give you my 3 points on the budget. First point, that in terms of social indicators, and by that I mean poverty reduction, women's empowerment, notification of labor codes, etc., the government has done spectacularly well. These things all happen before the budget, and the government has to be credited with what they have done in these areas. Then, in terms of economic policies, the income tax cut and the GST tax reduction, two policies that I was very much in favor of, have also been announced and are in place. So those are two background to the budget announcement today. The third point I want to make, what I was looking for from the budget is what it does to private investment. That is what ails the Indian economy. And there is not much I see in the budget to accelerate private investment. Our major problem is net FDI is now negative. That means Indian investors, net, are investing more abroad than they are in India. That is to say, Indian capital expenditure, etc., by the private sector. The public sector, that is going as normal, which you also mentioned, and that is good. But what ails the Indian economy is that there is lack of private investment.
But that's, with Dr. Balla, the government on its part claims we've given a number of incentives over the last 5 years. What are we to do if the private sector doesn't do any lifting?
Yeah, that's a very good point you're bringing up. What is the private? Look, the private sector is not an agent of the government that it has to do what the government wishes. The private sector around the world reacts to incentives. And what
so why is the private sector not responding? What is the explanation?
Incentive. Sorry?
What is the explanation for the private sector not responding positively?
Okay. One explanation for the private sector not responding positively, and this was the Supreme Court action just about a week or 2 weeks ago on taxation and Tiger Global taxation, etc., and bringing this, the High Court had said it was all okay, and the Supreme Court then ruled. Now, I'm not one of those that believes that the Supreme Court is such an independent agency They're going to act against the interests of the government, against the interests of the Indian citizens. So therefore, that is why, if this is another version of tax terrorism.
You're saying
That
there's
is
a
why
lack
the
of
private
certainty,
sector is not very happy with India.
Okay, I take your point, Dr. Bhalla. I take your point, and I want to take that to you, Gaurav Ballabh, because this budget, many believe, needed to do more. Private investors don't say it on camera, they won't say that, but off camera, they say there is still concern. Of course, there's the global uncertainty, but there's a sense that ease of doing business on the ground, there are still far too much regulatory cholesterol. For example, tourism has been given a lot of focus in this budget. But when I speak to people in the tourism industry, they say there are still plenty of loopholes. I want to set a hotel up in India, I have to go through hundreds of compliances. So how are you going to actually turn intent into execution?
See, point by point, Rajdeep, as you had asked me why private sector investment is not picking up. One of the reason why private investment is not picking up is the geopolitical environment in the economy. Second, as pointed out by Professor Bhalla, is about the certainty. So, in the last 3 years, the public capex is increasing, but in the same rate, the private capex is not increasing. I am admitting in front of you. But it is not that it is constant, it is growing. But the rate of growth, like public capex in FY15 was 2 lakh crore, in FY27 we are budgeting for 12.2 lakh crore. So there is a 6 times increase, but that kind of increase is not there in the private investment. So what we are doing, if we are maintaining fiscal deficit at 4.4% of GDP, next year we are targeting 4.3% of GDP with the stable kind of macroeconomic parameters. When the GDP growth is growing at 7.4%, the vicious cycle of the private investment is going to break, and the private investments are also going to grow in the same manner as the public capex. So I am not of that opinion that private capex is not going to grow. Coming to your point, Rajdeep, that there are certain constraints as far as the deregulation and ease of doing business is concerned, and I am admitting, that is the reason my third point, maintenance of the momentum in the reform express. So the reforms in 3 Ls are very much required. Already process is there. The labor reforms already process is initiated. Now it is the state's turn is there to make the rules for the labor code. Then the second L is the land reform. Already there is a lot of thought. Already the process is initiated. And third is about the legal reforms. When I say legal reforms, it is about executing the contracts. So with these kind of reform
you're saying this is work in progress. Sure, I take your point. Let me give Abhishek Manu Singhvi a final word. You see, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, one of the concerns I have, we don't have a shadow cabinet. So when the finance minister makes his speech, the opposition, instinctively says it's a terrible budget. But how would you have, what I keep asking this to opposition leaders, what would you have done different? Give me one thing that you would have done that Nirmala Sitharaman has not done today. Again, you're on mute, sir.
First of all, Rajdeep, I don't speak on the basis that I have to criticize for the sake of criticism. There are some good things. For example, Biopharma Shakti, semiconductor mission. These are good things. Rare earth corridors, we want to do some things to reduce Chinese dependency, etc., etc. But these are few and far between. You are asking me all the things I've criticized on. I would have given much more for agriculture. I would have done much more for MSMEs. I would have done for direct employment. You are talking of indirect. Even an expert like Mr. Bhalla, whom I hold in very high regard and esteem, is able to really point to the positives as first, non-budgetary. I mean, poverty reduction, women's empowerment, government codes are good things, but they're not budgetary issues we are discussing today. He has to struggle to find a GST cut which is dehors the budget. And he rightly points out private sector low investment. So on the budget itself, there is very little except that there is a rosy picture for the future every time. On each item, the immediate past 1 and 2 years have shown great reductions, and the very same thing is jacked up for the future. In addition to what I have said, I think there is, and I think my friend Mr. Vallabh is perhaps adopting that, this whole thing about acronyms and jumlas. 2 of his 3 M's I have dealt with. I have shown you the M about MSME. Corporate Mitra is hardly a very big boost to MSMEs. Manufacturing is stuck at below 13%. So what is these 3 M's? And L's are, the long-term legal sector reform and all. These are not budget. You have not used the budget as a tool of economic advancement, acceleration, a push. Very tepid and very, insignificant.
I've heard both of you. I will give Dr. Bhalla 30 seconds. I know that's a very limited. Dr. Bhalla, what is the one thing you would have liked to see that you didn't see in this budget?
Anything to increase private investment. And as far as the one thing, I would have hoped that they would say something about the Tiger Global judgment of the Supreme Court. But let me add, just since I've only taken 15 seconds, let me take 15 seconds more. All of you taking recourse to, oh my God, the world is so uncertain and therefore we've done the best. If you look at GDP growth rates around the world in 2025, they were higher for 53% of the countries, higher in 2025 than in 2024. So we're facing the same global situation as the rest of the world. So let us not congratulate ourselves that, look, we're facing a tough environment. Oh, what can we do? What we could do is to provide incentives for private investment to go up and reduce tax terrorism in our country.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there. I appreciate my guests joining me at the moment. 3 very different perspectives. Thank you all very much for joining me. I'm going to go now to a voice who always has a very strong opinion. Amitabh Kant, former CEO Niti Aayog, joins me at the moment. Dr. Kant, if I were to ask you for your 3 big takeaways from Budget 2026, what would they be?
Well, first and foremost, I think the smartest thing done today is that they've given a 22-year tax exemption for data centers. 80% of the investment in the world is happening in the field of AI and data centers. If you're able to attract all the investments here, you will drive cloud, you will drive computing, you will use Indian data to really drive artificial intelligence all over the world. So that's number one. To my point, it's a big ticket thing. Number 2, I think the fiscal discipline. We are in the midst of global disruption. We are in the midst of geopolitical breakdown. In the midst of all this, Nirmala Sitharaman has demonstrated her ability to be fiscally prudent and to be fiscally responsible by ensuring that the budget fiscal deficit comes down to 4.3% and the debt to GDP ratio comes down to 55.6%, and yet increase the allocation for infrastructure to 12.2 lakh crores. This is, to my mind, no mean feat. We should recognize that this is infrastructure and manufacturing drives growth. The focus of this budget is on manufacturing, the focus is on infrastructure, and both will give you long-term multiplier effect on your economy. The third thing I would say is that the budget also takes care of sectors which have been impacted by Trumpian tariffs. It takes care of textiles, it takes care of leather and footwear, it takes care of marine sector, and more importantly, it takes care of tourism sector. These sectors are job creating sectors, so the impact of job creation should happen over a period of time, but important to say that they've pushed for relief in these critical sectors. So these are my 3 broad points.
It's interesting Mr. Kant, it's interesting you mentioned tourism. It's a sector you've been closely associated with in the past. Many believe, yes, tourism is a force multiplier, but we've seen that all the intent, all these announcements don't translate into execution on the ground. Particularly in tourism, the number of compliances that are required to set up a hotel, for example, difficulties that charter companies have. Do you believe that this is where center and states need to work together? where you've got to turn intent into execution, let's say, in a critical sector like tourism.
So two things, Rajdeep. I think the real challenge is in doing world-class execution. Execution is the key. You have cities, you've put in about close to 5,000 crore per city for economic region, tier 2, 3 cities. You've also spoken about 7 high-speed rail corridor. My experience is that the dedicated freight corridor was delayed by almost a decade by the Indian Railways. The high-speed train is running late. We need to ensure that our planning, our execution is perfect before time, not ahead of time schedule. Execution is the key to delivery on ground. And my view is that this has to be the real focus. And urbanization, if these high-speed trains link up the growth centers, then on both sides of the corridors, this will be transit-oriented development. You will drive urbanization in a very big way. So sustainable, smart urbanization will be the key to future growth of India.
But the truth again is, the truth is you mention urbanization, again you tick the right box, but urban governance cannot be top-down, you need it bottom-up, decentralized. We've seen the smart city project that the government has announced in the past, indifferent track record. Some cities have done well, others have lagged well behind. So there doesn't seem to be any magic wand out there. The government is thinking long term of what happens in the short term. We press the right buttons, but as I said, how do you execute to ensure world-class urban governance?
Yeah. So Rajdeep, you'd recall one of the announcements made in last year's budget was 1 lakh crore for urban cities which will be selected through a challenge route. I think that process is in its final stages. So if you take, and the other focus in this budget is again and again, FM talked about the challenge route. So when you take cities or you take ministries through a challenge route, they necessarily have to prepare, do homework, they do planning, everything, and they compete with each other. One of the main success of China is that they brutally and ruthlessly compete domestically. We need to ensure that. Do absolutely brutal competition between states, do ruthless competition between cities, and only select the best. The best will deliver, and that will be a learning lesson and a demonstration effect for others. And to my mind, the key to great execution is to really think of everything in the world has already been done. That's what Lee Kuan Yew said about Singapore. He said, I have not done anything new. I just picked up what has been done the best in the world. I picked up the best practices and executed them. That's what India needs to do. Just replicate what has been the best thing in the world done, crack it on ground, and crack it quickly on ground. Do it 10, 15% better than what has been done.
My final question, Mr. Khan, because it's a question I'm asking a lot of industry representatives, and you interact with industry. Private investment not kicking in despite all the incentives that have been given over the last 6 years. Should the heavy lifting, why is private industry not doing the heavy lifting? Government pushes ahead with capex. What has gone wrong? Is that lack of trust, lack of faith? Why is private investment not pushing ahead? What is your message then to industry today?
So, Rajdeep, my view is that the government has done the heavy lifting as far as capex spend, public capex is done. Last 4 years, we've done a 30% increase on capex increase year after year. There's very little absorption capacity beyond this by the government. You need private capex to step in. You need private investment to move in. You can't be a Viksit Bharat in 2047 without free enterprise. You can't grow without the private sector accelerating the pace of growth. This is critical. Now, two views to my mind is critical. The private sector balance sheets are very good. 3 years back, the corporate tax was reduced. government gave away 1,45,000 crores to these corporates. Their balance sheet is flushed with liquidity, and therefore they need to put money, they need to take a little more risk. I know that capacity utilization is 70-75%, but they need to take risks. They need to have faith in the strategy of Viksit Bharat. They need to accelerate the pace of investment and drive growth. Only 3 or 4 corporates are today putting large resources into investments in India. You need hundreds and thousands of private sector to accelerate the pace of growth.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there, Amitabh Kant. Speaking with usual energy, I appreciate you joining us. I also spoke earlier to Arvind Virmani, former Chief Economic Advisor, now with Niti Aayog, and I asked that same question. What was his biggest takeaway from Budget 2026? Listen in.
So basically, I have 2 or 3. The one is a very common one. I think it's important. I mean, we forget about it, but macro stability, the fiscal stability, etc., is very important, and we've had that for some time, but it continues, and it's particularly important at this time because of the uncertainties. You know, when uncertainty, there are a lot of global uncertainties or other types of potential shocks. You have to have a firm fiscal hold so that monetary policy can play a flexible role. This is what we know from history, that when kind of active monetary policy is needed, it's good to have a firm fiscal thing, and that's what works best. So that's one thing which is kind of in the background.
I take your point on macro stability, but does this budget do enough to do the other thing, growth, the animal spirits of the economy at a time of global headwinds? Does this budget do enough for that?
So 2 very important elements which I'm coming to next, which are my main takeaways. One is I have this simple slogan which is very unconventional. I say skills and jobs are 2 sides of the same coin. Everybody thinks of, here are a number of people looking for jobs, here are the jobs, you're not creating enough jobs. The way I look at it, you're not creating enough skills. So that is why that simplistic slogan maybe. But what this budget kind of signals, it's the second budget to do that you have to create the skills and the jobs will be there. What do I mean by that? When you upgrade let me give you a statistic. 58% of the workers in this country are self-employed. When you improve the skills of their skills, the quality of their output goes up, their income goes up. So it's like creating a new job. You're creating a completely different job. So that is the message on skills, I think, is very important. And just very quickly on services, I think the role of services as job creators has, of course, everybody has it in the back of their mind. But we have said focused on IT, that IT is creating all these high-level jobs. But services in general, whether it's tourism, there's medical services, sports, whatever, are very important across the spectrum of jobs, whether it's low-skilled jobs, medium skills, or high skills. So I think, from my perspective, the emphasis on these 2 things is very important for getting inclusive growth.
Okay. Skilling and jobs. But how is the world seeing today's budget? Arvind Virmani speaking to me earlier. Christian D. Guzman, Senior Vice President, Moody's Ratings, is now joining me from Singapore. Appreciate your joining us. Your first reactions to India's budget. Do you believe this is done enough to counter some of the global headwinds and uncertainties that we've seen in the last 12 months?
Well, thanks for having me and allowing me to speak to you about the budget today. I think to answer your question is that this doesn't really provide. My first impression is that this doesn't really provide a significant offset to the external headwinds that we have today. But I think at the same time, what you have here is a demonstration of fiscal consolidation, given the target for a narrower fiscal deficit. So within that sort of overall sort of policy target, the government has tried to do what it can in terms of support to the economy, knowing that there is limited fiscal space.
But what would you have liked to see that you believe should? Where would you have liked to see the government do more to counter these global headwinds and do a more breakthrough budget? Because the government says, look, We're trying to ease US tariff distress, give export benefits and increase manufacturing competitiveness in certain sectors. Do you believe the government should have gone through this sector-wise approach, or should there have been some bigger reforms undertaken to offset the kind of distress that certain sectors are facing?
Well, I think we have to sort of look at the bigger picture, and the bigger picture here is one of overall resilience. I think all of us in the market were quite concerned about the very punitive headline tariffs that the U.S. had imposed in the middle of last year, not just the 25%, but the additional 25% just given the purchase of Russian oil. But I think a couple of quarters on, you have seen that demonstration of economic resilience. So I think it was appropriate, given the limited amount of fiscal space that this government has, that they have, in essence, undertaken a tactical approach, a more sector-specific approach to help address those parts of the economy that may indeed be more affected.
Right, but the sector approach also comes on the back of the multiple free trade agreements that the government has signed in the last few months. Do you believe, therefore, that eventually the signals you're looking at are not just in the budget, but actually outside the budget, where some of the heavy lifting, some of the reforms, particularly in terms of ease of doing business, labor codes, all of that comes from outside the actual budget speech? Is that what you're looking at more closely now?
Well, I think that is correct. A lot of that heavy lifting in terms of helping to actually just facilitate more significant pickup in growth is going to have to be done outside of the budget. Once again, this government has been very adamant about portraying to the market that they are fiscally responsible and therefore anchoring their fiscal policy going forward on a downward trajectory in debt to GDP. What that means is that their ability to really push through significant fiscal stimulus is not there unless they do want to basically reverse that commitment that I mentioned.
I want to ask you one final question. We've seen currency volatility in recent times, FDI inflows slowing down. Do you see all that changing? Has this budget given signals to Moody's, for example, that FDI inflows will increase into India?
Well, I think from our assessment, when we look at this budget, it doesn't really change the broader parameters of of how we view the sovereign credit profile. Once again, the pace of fiscal consolidation has slowed quite a bit, so we're still looking at relatively wide deficits, at least wider than what we had seen prior to the pandemic. Yes, there has been some progress since the pandemic, but we've in essence not sort of fully recovered yet. Debt remains quite elevated, and we do have a narrowing of the tax revenue base. This isn't just a function of this budget. It does reflect some of the measures that were taken previously, such as those in the last budget, where you've exempted a large amount of taxpayers from paying tax, as well as the GST rationalization. So you do have a smaller envelope of revenue for which to really sort of facilitate growth. So with the deficit still wide, with the debt still elevated, I don't really think that we see here that there are strong signals in the market from the budget. However, we do think that, as you perhaps had implied earlier, some of the other things that we have seen, such as maybe stepping away from the traditionally more protectionist trade policy by signing more FTAs, really trying to consolidate trade relationships with partners other than the United States. Plus, I think what comes with that, perhaps potential improvements in ease of doing business and in easing the regulatory burden, not just for foreign investors, but also domestic investors. Those are the things that are going to move the needle.
Christian de Guzman giving us a sense there from Singapore at this time of the night. Thank you so much for joining me here on this budget special. Okay, that's all that we could pack in on the show today. Thanks very much for watching from the entire team here. Good night, Shubhratri, Jai Hind, Namaskar.
जिस प्रकार से माननीय निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने लगातार 9वीं बार अपना बजट रखा है, ये भारत सरकार की पॉलिसी सस्टेनेबिलिटी और गुड गवर्नेंस का प्रतीक है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो विश्वास जनता के बीच में है, उसको ये बजट पूरी तरह से दर्शाता है कि आज के इस बजट से समाज का हर वर्ग, चाहे वो युवा हो, महिला हो, नारी हो, मध्यम वर्ग हो, सब के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इस बजट में आकार दिया है। इसके लिए मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को और माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमन जी को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। इस बजट विकसित भारत के 2047 के सपनों को पूरा करने वाला बजट है।
एक अंग्रेजी का लफ्ज है मम्बो जम्बो। ये मम्बो जम्बो बजट है जो ना वित्त मंत्री को समझ में आया, ना देश को समझ में आया, ना मार्केट्स को समझ में आया, ना अर्थशास्त्रियों को समझ में आया। बड़े बड़े हैवी अंग्रेजी के शब्द जिनके मायने कुछ नहीं, बहुत सारी कमेटियां, नतीजा कुछ नहीं, डिलीवरेबल्स पर जीरो।
इसमें कुछ नहीं है। इन्फ्लेशन कंट्रोल करने के लिए भी इनका कोई समाधान, सकारात्मक कोई सलाह या कोई कदम उन्होंने नहीं दिखाया। आर्थिक इकोनॉमिक सर्वे का जो ये दिखाता है कि व्यापार में अनिश्चितता भारत के लिए एक प्रमुख चुनौती बताता है। इसी तरह रुपए का गिरते हुए मूल्य के निपटने की भी कोई योजना उनके पास नहीं है।
हर क्षेत्र को इसमें ध्यान दिया गया है। यहाँ तक कि एक वर्षों से हम सोचते थे कि कंटेनर भारत में क्यों नहीं बन सकते, जो कंटेनर में माल आयात निर्यात होता है। 10,000 करोड़ रुपए सिर्फ कंटेनर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को प्रोत्साहन देने का माननीय निर्मला जी ने घोषणा की है।
Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 263, Mumbai 160, Kolkata 185, Bangalore 153, Chennai 164, Hyderabad 161.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
देखिए, आपने दो विषय रखा, मैं इसे थोड़ा सा होलिस्टिक ले जाना चाहूंगा। ये नरेंद्र मोदी की सोच है विकसित भारत 2047। उसके तहत नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अभी 25 तक 5 करोड़ लोगों को रोजगार देने का काम किया। ये एग्रीकल्चर से बाद सबसे बड़ा रोजगार का सेक्टर है। तो इसमें जो 5 मिशन उन्होंने दी है, वो मिशन हमें दिया है एक अम्ब्रेला के नीचे। नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम अभी 3 बिलियन से ऊपर एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। अभी हम 10,500 करोड़ का MMF और टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल पर 10,500 करोड़ का PLI चल रहा है।
Very, very disappointing. And most of the states had requested for a devolution of funds of 50%, and again they've said only 41%. That is very, very disappointing for all the states. And there's nothing actually concrete in this budget. And even with the elections in mind, they have not announced anything for Tamil Nadu. They're not giving us anything, but then they want to, mine rare earth from Tamil Nadu, and it's a very, very disappointing budget.
Presented by the all-new Kia Seltos, badass forever. Special partner SBI Life, अपने लिए अपनों के लिए. Exchange partner NSE, enabling a billion dreams.
And joining me on this special broadcast is our two leaders who have continued with this tradition of a healthy debate and discussion. We have Member of Parliament of the Congress Party from Thiruvananthapuram, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, and National Vice President of the BJP, Mr. Jay Panda. Thank you so much for speaking to India Today. Dr. Tharoor, is there some aspect of the budget that you think is positive? We have got your reaction of how you have dismissed the budget. Is there something that they have got it right?
Well, look, I have written articles advocating the mining of rare earths, so I can't say that that's a bad idea. It's a good idea. At the same time, it will take 15 years to be realized. You don't do this overnight. It takes time to mine them, to create the infrastructure, and to do the processing. And so we are about 15 years away from reducing our dependence on importing rare earths. But at least, a well begun is half done kind of thing, but it's still only a case of better late than never. There's nothing much else to applaud. Otherwise, I'm afraid, as an MP from Kerala, I'm deeply disappointed by the way in which the government has sort of completely reduced Kerala to an invisible Kerala. Should be the new hashtag for the state. Instead of incredible India, whatever, we have invisible Kerala. We contribute to the nation's skilled workforce, remittances, tourism, but we're invisible to the government. Everything we were expecting and looking for, nothing has come. So it's been truly disappointing. There may be things for which they haven't yet spelled out the details, even in the budget document. They've talked about creating an All India Institute for Ayurveda. We assume that Kerala, as the place that has done more than any other place in India to keep Ayurveda alive, will be a beneficiary of one of those All India Institutes. We're still waiting, though, 12 years since the first ever NDA budget for the aims that was promised in that budget. It still hasn't come to Kerala. We're waiting for progress in railway connectivity. There were mentions of 7 new high-speed rail corridors, but this dense state of Kerala has not been given, despite repeated requests from the state government for a rapid transit rail corridor. We have a major port in Vizhinjam, and again, in referring to ports, there was no reference to Kerala. Inland waterways were talked about, with ship repair for inland waterways in Patna and Varanasi. Kerala has more inland waterways than the rest of the country put together, practically, but we have no such facility announced for us. Our coastal development, our port-led development has been neglected. There's nothing to protect the coastline. We're losing territory every year from our coast to coastal erosion. The state government says they don't have any money. The central government says it's not their problem. So one thing after another, I'm afraid all I'm seeing is disappointment after disappointment from Kerala's point of view.
Okay, that's a long list of disappointment that has been put out by Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Jay Panda. Why has the Finance Minister, or should I say the Union Budget 2026, invisibilized Kerala? It's a beautiful country, God's own country, and also a pole-bound state. You are looking at expanding your footprints there.
First of all, my friend Shashi Tharoor, at least occasionally, finds some things palatable and good for the country in the various budgets over the years. But unfortunately, the opposition largely just tries to see things negatively, and they have continually been proven wrong again and again, year after year after year. Like this year, we have heard many opposition leaders talk about nothing in the budget, nothing for the common man, etc. And it is precisely during these last 11, 12 years that India has surged dramatically economically. We have been the fastest growing large economy for many years now, I think 7 or 8 years continually. We have become the best managed economy among the large economies. For example, if you look at our fiscal deficit, I compliment Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to stick to her commitment of bringing down fiscal deficit below 4.5%, targeting 4.3% next year. This is critical because this gives you the fiscal headroom to invest in people and to invest in infrastructure, which is exactly what the Modi government has been doing for more than a decade. Also, another example of how the budget is one of the best managed in the world is our debt to GDP ratio at 55%. Is very, very well managed. I mean, if you look at countries like the US, you look at European nations like the UK, even otherwise earlier well-managed nations like Japan and Singapore, they have 2 to 3 times of the debt to GDP ratio that India has. They have, some of them have 50% or more higher fiscal deficit than we have. So what has all this meant? It has meant a huge improvement in infrastructure. The number of airports have been doubled in the last 10 years compared to what was built in the previous 75 years. Look at jobs. If you see the last jobs report that came out in October of last year, it pointed out that between 2017 and 2023, there was a 17 crore increase in the number of jobs. And you know, that is huge by any measure. Now, if you look at the programs that the government has run, that for 800 million people, it runs a food grain program. So my point is, this year, in this budget, the targeted funding of schemes that will create jobs. Now, Shashi did mention that Kerala has a tradition not just of Ayurveda, but of health practitioners, of nurses, of other such practitioners, caregivers. And this is a major thrust area of this budget. Kerala, along with many other states, will benefit immensely. The high-speed rail corridors, which cross 8 states, each of them is like creating new mega airports along the line, because that's the kind of multiplier effect it will have. I want to conclude by saying this. The opposition had got used for many decades that the budget would be focusing on the minutiae and forgetting the achievement of larger objectives. This has been flipped upside down, and the major objectives have been managed extremely well. The proof of the pudding is the 250 million people that have been pulled out of poverty, which is the highest in this century by any nation.
Okay, but Jay Panda, the concerns of Dr. Tharoor hasn't been addressed here. But I must compliment both of you that I have been doing this interview of a face-off between two of you for years now, and you have been very magnanimous in agreeing all the time. But Dr. Shashi Tharoor, the Treasury benches see a long list of things that they are doing, particularly keeping in mind the geopolitical uncertainties, the turbulence times that we are living in. That is the reason why multiple FTAs have been worked out, understanding fully well that there is an unpredictable White House. Will you not compliment Finance Minister and the government for something, for getting the FTAs right at least?
Well, let me come to that in a minute. The FTAs are the Commerce Minister, not the Finance Minister. But sure, I have a lot of good things to say about that. But before that, let me respond to my friend Jay, because honestly, for him to talk about